There we go. 2, 3, 4. Come on, get to him, Mario. 1600. No. No. What would happen if you stack the engines behind each other? I'm not sure. Hey, Ismic, I'm doing all right. I don't think we can poop out the spent engines. Oh! We're on the runway. Alright, guys. That was fun messing with Balsa. We will mess with this game again, but it's time for Inspiration4 coverage. SpaceX Inspiration4 launch coverage. Let's do this. That's a fun game. We'll play with that again. Is it new? Yeah, so Balsa also coverage is live. Okay. So Balsa is made by the guy that made Kerbal Space Program. That's the guy that invented it, Felipe. Harvester. Yeah. So we had to play it. We had to. There was really no choice. And it's fun, man. It's a good time. Alright, so let's just sit back, and I'm going to get myself another cup of coffee, and then we got Inspiration4 launch coverage for the rest of the night. Let's do this. I'm gonna need another cup of coffee though. I'll be right back. I have a full cup of coffee. Oh, hang on. I need my hat. Oh, it's playing new astronauts. Thank you for the schedule. Cat jam with me, chat. Today's gonna be a good day. I haven't watched all of them, Draco, no. Ah, human music. I like it. Are you inspired yet? I'm very inspired. What do you think of that, Mr. Automaton? He says that's quacktastic. Here we go. Wolfpack. It's a good day, guys. Is this live? We're gonna be live in a second. Don't you love that noise? Jellyfish!
You're looking at a live view of the 9 rocket and Dragon spacecraft set to launch the
Jess?
world's first all-civilian astronaut mission to orbit in just a little over 4 hours. Good afternoon. I am Jesse Anderson, a production engineering manager here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California.
And I'm Andy Tran, a quality engineer. Welcome to the webcast for the Inspiration4 mission. Today is truly an incredible day as our 4 civilian astronauts, Jared Isaacman, Dr. Cyan Proctor, Haley Arsenault, and Chris Sembrowski, prepare to lift off from historic launch complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This crew will orbit the Earth for 3 days before splashing down in the Atlantic Ocean, and this will mark the first ever all-civilian mission, meaning that no one on board has a day job as an astronaut. We'll hear more about each of them and the incredible stories that brought them to be part of this mission later on today.
And even though this will be the crew's first trip to space, they are planning to make a big impact to the future of humanity, both here on Earth and beyond. Over the course of their 3-day journey, the Inspiration4 crew will be conducting a wide range of experiments to determine how regular people like you and me respond in a microgravity environment. The data they collect will be invaluable to furthering human exploration of space.
And as if making an impact to our future in space wasn't enough, the Inspiration4 crew is also using this mission to make an impact here on Earth. Inspiration4 Commander Jared Isaacman is using this mission to raise awareness and fundraise for St.Jude Children's Research Hospital. Jared donated $100 million from his own pocket and is seeking to raise an additional $100 million for St.Jude for this mission. If you're watching on YouTube, you'll see that we've integrated a donation function for viewers. The Inspiration4 mission is currently at about $30 million of the targeted $100 million. So every dollar counts. Please donate if you can, and encourage those around you to donate as well.
It's a really exciting day for us here at SpaceX, and it's already been a busy day for the Inspiration4 crew. And right now, we are currently awaiting walkout of the Inspiration4 crew from our Hangar X location at Cape Canaveral, Florida.
Yes, the crew has had a pretty busy day. They woke up about 3 hours ago and performed some medical checks. And then they finished up their meal, and the doors are opening up. This is the first shot of our Inspiration4 crew members walking out of Hangar X.
This is amazing. There they are, our first all-civilian crew walking out of Hangar X. They look so excited. Right now they're walking down this pathway. waving
I don't
hi
understand
to
this.
family and friends. Some
First time we've
SpaceX
seen that
employees
building,
in the
guys.
crowd as well.
Yes. This must be such an exciting and emotional time for them.
And the crew that you see there on your left-hand side, that was Chris Simbrowski. He is the mission specialist. To his right is Dr. Cyan Proctor, the pilot for this mission.
Phil.
And to her, to the right of that is Jared Isaacman, the mission commander. And Jared is blocking Haley, but she's in the background there. That is the medical officer, Haley Arsenault.
What a sight to see. They look so excited. And this is just the beginning of the day for them.
Occasion.
They're getting ready to get into the Teslas. You can see one of them there, where they will ride to the Falcon Support Building, which is where the SpaceX suit-up room is. And currently they're at Hangar X. You may be wondering what Hangar X is. This is our brand new facility at SpaceX, designed and built by SpaceX to house our refurbished vehicles.
So some of them are hopping into the car. In the first car, we have Dr. Cyan Proctor with Haley, and following them will be Jared and Chris. You can see the gull-wing doors of the Model X's closing there.
So cool.
And they should be, again, making their way to the Falcon Support Building. It's a couple miles down the road. They're going to be making a left up here, heading north on Kennedy Parkway at Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
And they will take this one last moment as they're in their Teslas to say goodbye to their close family and friends.
I don't know, S-Master.
What a sight to see. They must be so excited.
Cool,
they're in their Teslas, about to make their way to the suit-up room. One last goodbye to their family and friends.
Yeah, they do have a long day ahead of them. You can see the countdown timer on the bottom of your screen. We are still 4 hours and some change away from liftoff. There is a lot of procedures that will happen over the next couple of hours, and we'll be here to walk you through all of that, and we'll be able to get some awesome views of the crew going through those procedures as well.
And they are currently sitting in their Teslas. These are not just any Teslas. These are the Teslas that we have used if you followed our crew missions. These are specially designed Teslas made to accommodate our SpaceX spacesuits. So they will utilize these even after they make it to the Falcon Support Building to drive to the launch pad. There they are pulling off from Hangar X. Now on their way to the Falcon Support Building to our new SpaceX suit-up room.
So cool.
Yes, there's a third Tesla there. That is support staff members of the closeout crew to support the astronauts in any way possible. So again, in the first car, we have Haley and Dr. Cyan Proctor. And in the second car, we have Chris and Jared. This is the first time that we get to see inside of the Teslas. This is so exciting.
Oh, this is amazing. This is such an amazing view. It almost feels like we get to ride with them in the car.
Chris looking very cool with his sunglasses.
They're live streaming in a car. Oh, way to copy me, bro. What is this?
While we watch the crew make their way to the suit-up room, let's take a moment to get more acquainted with our first all-civilian crew. Jared Isaacman is the Inspiration4 commander. He is the 38-year-old founder and chief executive officer of Ship4 Payments. He is a father, husband, and accomplished world record-holding pilot. Jared has flown in over 100 air shows, dedicating every performance flight to charitable causes, and today's flight is no different. The mission is named Inspiration4 in recognition of the four-person crew's mission to inspire support for St.Jude Children's Research Hospital. As a part of Inspiration4's public outreach, Isaacman made a personal $100 million commitment to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. He's hoping to raise upward of $200 million to support the nonprofit with this mission. Today's flight would not be possible without Jared's philanthropic dedication. Here's more about the New Jersey native and self-described aviation and aerospace fan.
Average aerospace fan.
I grew up in New Jersey, and when I was a kid, I wanted to grow up and be a doctor. My older brother's a doctor. I watched like the show ER as a kid, and I thought that's pretty cool. I think, saving lives is a pretty important thing. But, life took me in a different direction. My interest in like aviation and aerospace goes back like since I was a kid. I mean, you know, the first like computer I built, I was playing like Falcon 2.0 and then, you know, upgraded to play Falcon 3.0. I went to like Aviation Challenge, which is part of Space Camp as a kid. I was you know, observer of SpaceX from like, you know, the outside looking in like a lot of people. And then, you know, my opportunity to kind of see what the inside was like began in October of 2020 when the idea of Inspiration4 started to come about. A big part of what we're trying to achieve with Inspiration4 is to send, you know, an inspiring message really to the world about what is certainly possible up there in space, but also what we can accomplish here on Earth as well, which is why, you know, this massive fundraising effort for St.Jude Children's Research Hospital is such a big part of our mission. To me, having some balance where you're trying to tackle a problem of today so you can earn the right to keep making progress tomorrow. It's just a philosophy I've tried to live by for some time. The advice I would give my younger self, you can aim high, you can dream big, and even things that people would say is next to impossible, you can accomplish it. I totally believe like we all have, you know, that fundamental obligation to leave the world a better place than we found it. I'm Jared Isaacman, and I'm the commander of Inspiration4.
For this first all-civilian mission to orbit, Jared wanted his crewmates to represent the best of humanity, pillars he's identified as leadership, hope, generosity, and prosperity. As commander of the mission, Jared holds the seat of leadership. For the seat of hope, Jared went to St. Jude and was introduced to Haley Arsenault.
Haley Arsenault of Memphis, Tennessee is the medical officer of the Inspiration4 mission, overseeing medical care and experiments. She's a 29-year-old physician's assistant at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, the same place that saved her life after being diagnosed with bone cancer at the age of 10. Haley's treatment at St. Jude included chemotherapy and limb-sparing surgery that resulted in removing most of her femur bone and replacing it with a prosthetic.
Awesome.
She represents a couple of firsts for this mission that's already going to be the first civilian mission going into space. Haley will be the youngest American to go into space and the first person to go into space with a prosthetic body part. Here's more on Haley, who occupies the seat of hope on the Inspiration4 mission.
That's OSB-1 that they're going by, the striped
I'm so
building on the
excited
left.
to be going to space, and I'm just a regular person. I am so lucky that I got a phone call asking if I wanted to go to space. I'm from Louisiana. I was a super active, super outgoing kid, involved in everything, and I actually had just gotten my black belt in Taekwondo a couple days before I was diagnosed with cancer. I definitely am excited to represent those that aren't physically perfect.
Pretty much, man.
I want to bring this experience back and share with everyone I encounter, and just what this represents for the new age in space travel and who can be an astronaut. I've thought a lot about launch day. I've even had some dreams about launch day, and I still don't know what will be going through my mind. I know I'm going to be
with a T-minus 4-hour situational awareness
of course,
briefing.
I have the window seat.
We're currently counting down to a T0000256 UTC or 20:02:56 local time, with a minimum of 2 additional liftoff opportunities if required. The crew are currently in transit from Hangar X to Launch Complex 39A's Suit Up Room. The advanced team is currently on the way to the pad to open the side hatch and prepare for crew arrival. Vehicle gases are at MEOP.
It's been incredible
FTS
for me to
checkouts are
watch
complete.
how much this mission has already touched the kids at St. Jude and how much hope it's given them. I loved this one little girl I talked to recently. She said, I can't wait to be an astronaut. Like, there was no if in there. She just couldn't wait for it to happen. I think that's what hope is. I am Haley Arsenault, medical officer of Inspiration4.
As part of the effort to raise money for St. Jude, Jared decided to give away one seat to a person at random who donated to the St. Jude cause. That seat, the seat of generosity, went to Christopher Simbrowski. Christopher Simbrowski of Seattle, Washington is the mission specialist of today's flight, helping to manage payloads, science experiments, and communications to mission control. He is a 42-year-old mechanical and diagnostics lead at Lockheed Martin and a United States Air Force veteran. As an amateur astronomer, he grew up with a natural curiosity about outer space and even worked as a U.S. Space Camp counselor. He was awarded the Seat of Generosity after contributing to a special fundraising campaign for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Let's meet Chris, the Inspiration4 mission specialist.
When I found out I was going to space, I was dumbfounded. I think I was just struck dumb for days. The seed was planted for me to fall in love with space when I was little and started launching little rockets in my front yard with my dad, the first of which is still probably stuck in a Florida pine tree somewhere. Yeah. But when I first saw a space shuttle launch in person from the causeway, 6 to 8 miles away, you could still feel that rumble pounding through your chest. That kind of just shifted my foundation a little bit, and I knew from there on out I had to be somehow a part of space, whether it was helping support a mission or lobbying for folks to be able to go into space. That's where I wanted to be. Of course, I'm going to be looking down at my home in Western Washington. I'm also looking to see what I don't see, and that's going to be lines on a map or those walls that seem to separate all of us ideologically or politically or even geographically or physically. Those don't exist when you get far enough out, and I'm really hoping to bring back that sense of what it means to only have that one small line that matters to all of us, and that's the atmosphere that keeps us separated from the vacuum of space. As we get to launch day, I am gonna have the biggest smile going ear to ear. It's gonna be, I'm gonna be shaking with excitement. No fears or jitters at all about what's going to happen, but man, that's gonna be a heck of a show. I'm Chris Zembrowski, mission specialist of Inspiration4.
As an entrepreneur beginning in his teenage years, Jared reserved the 4th seat for someone who exemplified the entrepreneurial spirit. This 4th seat, representing prosperity, was awarded to Dr. Cyan Proctor. Dr. Cyan Proctor of Tempe, Arizona, is the pilot on board today's flight. Cool. She's a 51-year-old entrepreneur, educator, trained pilot, and active voice in the space exploration community. Her motto is Space to Inspire, and she encourages people to use their unique, one-of-a-kind strengths and passions to inspire others. She uses her Space to Inspire art to encourage conversations about creating a Jedi space, a just, equitable, diverse, and inclusive space for all of humanity. Dr. Cyan was awarded the seat of prosperity after being selected as the top entrant of an independently judged online business competition conducted by the Shift4 Shop e-commerce platform. Let's meet Dr. Proctor, the Inspiration4 pilot.
They're about halfway down the crawlerway, about a mile out.
On the day of launch, I'm going to be thinking about how my entire life has led up to this moment.
Mobile service towers.
I was born on the island of Guam, and the reason why I was born there is that my dad worked for the NASA tracking station. And so I feel like space has always been a part of me. When I got that call, that Zoom, and Jared was on there, and he said that, they picked me for the prosperity seat, that I was going to go to space with him and be part of the Inspiration4. It really was like getting the golden ticket for Willy Wonka. Everything in my life finally came into focus, and I realized that it was all about this moment in time. I won the prosperity seat for Inspiration4, and I did that not as a geoscientist or an explorer or an analog astronaut, which are all on my resume. I actually won this as a poet and an artist. We are striving for that Star Trek generation, that idea of a just, equitable, diverse, and inclusive space, or a Jedi space. I'm gonna be the first Black female pilot of a spacecraft ever. And to me, that just blows me away. And I wanna encourage the next generation to dream that this is possible. And a Jedi space, that's what that's about. I'm Dr. Cyan Proctor, and I'm the mission pilot for Inspiration4.
If you're interested in learning more about the Inspiration4 crew and how they came together for this mission, you are in luck. Netflix and Time have been following the Inspiration4 crew in the lead up to their mission, and the first 4 episodes of the 5-part series are now available on Netflix. The 5th and final episode will be available not too long after splashdown and will include an insider look at their time on orbit.
Yes, that the docuseries is really well done. I think it's super cool that just a few days after this mission completes, we'll have the 5th and final episode. So it's almost like we get to experience what they experience real time.
Yeah, I love that part of the docuseries. It's like you get to see the before. We're going to see launch today, and then we'll get a little bit of a recap afterwards. And it looks like on your screen, those Teslas are pulling up to the Falcon support building. This is the building that has our new SpaceX suit-up room. So the crew, once they park here, will get out shortly.
Yeah, if you've been following along on previous missions, specifically with NASA astronauts, things look a little bit different today. Typically, we suit up in the astronauts suit up in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Facility, also known as the ONC facility. That is located a little bit closer to Hangar X, where we saw the crew walk out. For today's mission, the crew will be suiting up in the Falcon support building, which is actually located fairly close to the launch pad 39A.
There's the crew making their way inside of the Falcon support building. And again, just as Andy mentioned, today is not a NASA mission. This is a mission for Inspiration4 with SpaceX. So we now have our own facilities, our own suit-up room that we'll be utilizing today, which they are currently entering right now.
Yeah, so when they get inside, they'll have a mission and weather briefing. They'll also get tablets, which has all of the information and procedures they'll need and their schedule throughout the mission. And then they'll also don their spacesuits, super cool, sleek-looking spacesuits.
Yeah, and the really cool part about this is the process is similar to NASA. We just have different facilities that we're utilizing with some minor things that are a little bit different. But every step of the process is in their process, in those tablets. So even going from Hangar X to getting inside of their Teslas, getting out of the Teslas into the Falcon support building. So every step of this is written out, and they're following it just as procedure.
Yes. Later on in the webcast, we're going to talk a little bit more about what the astronauts have been doing. As Jesse mentioned, not just today, but throughout the last 6, 7, or 8 months.
48 orbits,
they've been very, very busy. Their schedules are jam-packed. They're learning a lot of things, doing a lot of cool things.
Going to Congress.
Yes, here's a view of the Falcon 9 rocket, and sitting on top of that is the Dragon spacecraft that will be taking them to orbit in just under 4 hours.
Hawk on the left.
Yeah, and just to note, you can see the set on the vehicle. This is going to be a reflown vehicle. This will be its 3rd flight today. And the Dragon vehicle sitting on top is Dragon Resilience, which flew on the Crew 1 mission just last year.
Yes, this vehicle came back in May of this year and has been undergoing refurbishment and checkouts to make sure it is ready for flight. The first stage down below, this is going to be its 3rd time flying.
Starch masks. If a Falcon 9 has starch masks on its
body,
the
Inspiration4 crew has arrived at SpaceX's Falcon support building, which is the home to our brand new suit-up room. And you'll notice that this happens to be right across the street from historic launch pad at 39A, which is where the crew will lift off in just under 4 hours from now. This is the same launch pad that NASA used for the Apollo missions that first put people on the moon back in 1969.
Once the crew is inside the Falcon support building, the SpaceX team will brief the crew with weather and launch details and give them their tablets, which they will bring with them on the flight. At T-minus 3 hours and 20 minutes, the crew will begin suiting up for the world's first all-civilian mission to space. Once they are suited up, they will exit the Falcon support building and get back into their Teslas. We will have 2 astronauts in each of the Teslas, led by a support vehicle. The crew will make that short drive to the launch pad, and once they arrive, the crew will ascend the fixed service structure in an elevator up to the 255-foot level.
The crew will then take these stairs up the last 10 feet and then head through the crew access arm, where they will make one final stop and a final phone call before walking down the crew arm to the White Room. And the White Room is their last stop before climbing into the spacecraft, the process known as crew ingress. During ingress, the SpaceX team will run a series of checks to ensure the suits, the seats, and vehicle interactions are all functioning properly.
If only that pad could
After all the vehicle and crew checkouts are completed, the SpaceX closeout team will close Dragon's side hatch and depart the pad. At T-minus 40 minutes, the crew access arm will retract away, followed by the arming of the launch escape system. Now, once the arm is retracted and the escape system is armed, propellant loading on Falcon 9 will begin. At T-minus 5 minutes, Dragon will be configured for what we call terminal count. Now, this is when Dragon's onboard computers take control of the spacecraft.
And finally, at T0, Dragon and Falcon will lift off from pad 39A. Roughly 12 minutes after liftoff, Dragon will separate from Falcon 9's second stage and spend the next 3 days conducting science and taking in breathtaking views as they orbit around the Earth.
At this point, the crew should be heading into their first briefing of the day. Now, during the briefing, the crew will receive their tablets, which is kind of like the SpaceX version of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Their tablets have everything that they need for the mission. And in addition, the briefing will cover the expected liftoff schedule as well as any weather impacts.
Now, weather is always an important factor for any launch, but for this mission, it's a bit more complicated than usual. All of SpaceX's previous missions carrying humans has been destined for the International Space Station, where the crew would stay for an extended period of time.
Sounds like it, Grilani.
For this mission, the crew is not going to the International Space Station and will return to Earth in about 3 days' time. Therefore, we need to ensure that we have good weather not only for liftoff, but also for splashdown.
Our recovery teams have been monitoring all 7 of the possible landing sites in the days leading up to this mission. And at this point, we are currently a go at both liftoff and primary splashdown site. The teams will continue to monitor weather throughout the countdown and will make the necessary adjustments if anything changes.
Yeah, Angie.
So while the Inspiration4 crew is getting their briefing on current status, let's get our very own briefing on the vehicles that will be taking the crew to orbit today with our very own Kate Tice.
Kate. Kate? Hello?
Hey team, my name is Kate Tice and I'm a senior certification engineer here at SpaceX. Now some of you are very familiar with the vehicles on the launch pad today, but for those of you who aren't, no worries, I'm about to make you an instant expert. This is a live view of our Falcon 9 rocket out at pad 39A, and it has a Dragon spacecraft on top known as Crew Dragon. Together, they stand about 229 feet tall, or slightly taller than a 21-story building. Falcon 9 is a reusable 2-stage rocket, which means it's kind of like 2 rockets in one, the first stage and the second stage. The first stage is the bottom 2/3 of the rocket. You might notice it's a little different in color than the second stage. That's actually soot that remains from the previous 2 missions that this booster supported. The first stage is responsible for accelerating Falcon and Dragon through the Earth's atmosphere and into space. To do that, it has 9 Merlin engines at the bottom of the rocket, which we can't really see here. Prior to liftoff, the Falcon 9 first stage is loaded up with nearly 1 million pounds of fuel and liquid oxygen. At liftoff, those Merlin engines will use that fuel and liquid oxygen to provide the Falcon 9 first stage with a thrust greater than 5 747 airplanes at full power, consuming 700 gallons of fuel per second. The first stage is what accelerates the vehicle through the Earth's atmosphere and into space, and then about 2.5 minutes into flight, it will separate away from the second stage. From there, the first stage will do what no other orbital class rocket in the world can do. It's going to make its way back to Earth and target a landing on our drone ship named Just Read the Instructions.
See that flex right there?
That drone ship is currently parked and holding a position a couple hundred miles off the Atlantic coast of Florida.
Yes.
Our drone ships are essentially autonomous, powered spaceports that allow our first stage rocket to land over the ocean. Now, for reference, our drone ships are equivalent to the size of a football field.
You know what, Mike?
So
That's
while
fair.
they might look smaller on your screen, they're pretty gigantic in real life. Like I mentioned already, this is a 2-stage rocket, and above the first stage is the second stage. The second stage has a single Merlin vacuum, or MVAC engine, and that will ignite after the first stage separates. At full power, the Merlin vacuum engine operates with the greatest efficiency ever for an American-made hydrocarbon rocket engine. The second stage is essentially a smaller version of the first stage, and whereas the first stage is designed to power the vehicle out of the Earth's atmosphere and defy the forces of gravity, the second stage is specifically designed to operate in the vacuum of space. The second stage powers the Dragon spacecraft to its targeted drop-off orbit. Now let's talk about Crew Dragon. It's capable of carrying up to 7 passengers to and from Earth orbit and beyond.
Been in space before,
but for today's mission, it's carrying the 4 members of the Inspiration4 crew. It's the first private spacecraft to take humans to the International Space Station and the only spacecraft currently flying that's capable of returning significant amounts of cargo to Earth. Like the Falcon 9 first stage, the Dragon spacecraft is also reusable. In fact, the Dragon that the Inspiration4 crew is flying in today, which you see right there, that was first used to fly NASA astronauts to and from the space station on the Crew 1 mission that launched back in November 2020. However, for the Inspiration4 mission, this capsule has one notable change, a new cupola observation dome that has replaced the docking mechanism. Oh, you see that there on your screen now. It has replaced the docking mechanism previously used to autonomously dock with the space station. We'll get to talk a little bit more about that cupola later on in the broadcast, but right now, let's take a minute to look at the Inspiration4 mission profile.
That's pretty cog right there.
Thank you, Kate. It's always cool to learn more about the rocket, and I am so excited about the Dragon Cupola. But let's talk a little bit about the mission profile. So a couple of things that are different today, since we're not going to be going to the International Space Station. The team will be spending 3 days in orbit, but they're also going to be flying higher than any other human has flown before since the Apollo missions.
Yeah, they're going to an orbit of 575 kilometers. And just for some perspective, the International Space Station flies at about 400 to 425 kilometers, and the Hubble telescope at 547 kilometers. And you can see that on the graphic on your screen, how much further out from Earth Dragon and the Inspiration4 crew will be flying.
Yeah, to get into this orbit, after Dragon separates from the second stage, it has 2 burns spaced about 45 minutes apart. The first burn will raise the altitude of the orbit, and the second burn will circularize it to that 575 kilometer orbit.
And this is one of my favorite parts about this, because they will be orbiting and flying so quickly. They'll be orbiting the Earth about 15 times a day. And what they'll get to see is about 15 sunrises and 15 sunsets, which is pretty incredible. And just a note, the International Space Station actually sees 16 orbits a day because they're a little bit closer to Earth. So being a little further out away from Earth, they actually take a little bit longer to make it around the Earth.
Yeah, in order to orbit the Earth, you have to be traveling at very, very high velocities. The Dragon will be going upwards of 17,500 miles an hour. So that is very, very quick. And like Jesse mentioned, it is super cool that they're going to almost see the best parts of the day on fast forward, right? 15 sunsets and sunrises every single day.
Right, that's going to be a pretty incredible view for the crew. And there you can see mission control there at the Cape. Firing room 4.
See?
Now this is the one of the 2 control rooms for today. This is launch control in firing room 4 at Cape Canaveral. Now this control room is responsible for monitoring Falcon 9 throughout the countdown up until launch. And then second, we have mission control here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. The team in mission control takes over at liftoff and is responsible for close monitoring of the crew and Dragon every step of the way as the spacecraft orbits the planet along this customized flight path. Now on console or headset are a number of key physicians who are monitoring the health of the vehicle and the crew. The mission director, responsible for mission success, is in charge of the room.
Person you hear talking to the astronauts is the Crew Operations and Resource Engineer, or CORE. There she is on screen. That's Sarah Gillis. If you've watched the docu-series, we've gotten to know Sarah quite a bit. The other positions are focused on things like navigation and control of the vehicle, avionics, software, propulsion, life support systems, and communications with ground segments. Different members of the SpaceX team will rotate through these positions throughout the mission to ensure 24/7 coverage of the crew and Dragon through splashdown a few days from now. Now that, my friends, is a brief overview of the missions and profile for the world's first all-civilian mission to orbit. With that, let's get the latest on the weather and vehicle status from lifelong rocket engineer and Reddit fan favorite, John Insprucker. John, how are we doing?
Well, thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Andy. I'm John Innsbrucker, Falcon 9 Principal Integration Engineer here at SpaceX. We're currently just over T-minus 3 hours, 39 minutes to go. And a short time ago, at T-minus 3 hours, 45 minutes, the crew received their weather briefing. The good news is the weather around the world is looking good for a launch opportunity tonight. We have a 10% probability of violating weather constraints, which is like a 90% chance of good weather. We're going to be watching the ground level winds. We're going to be looking for anvil clouds, possible pop-up thunderstorms. But right now, 10% probability of violation in Florida late in the summer.
That's really good.
That's really a nice low number. So things are looking good both there and also at contingency landing sites around the world. Plus, we also have to look ahead 3 days to when the crew is going to land to make sure that the weather conditions at a landing site there will also be good. Good news right now, weather looks good tonight and for the next few days. Now currently on the launch pad, Falcon 9 is powered up. We performed engine checkouts between T-minus 8 hours and T-minus 5 hours. You see Falcon 9 there with the crew access arm up around Dragon. Gas storage tank pressurization was also performed on the first and second stages. Now our next major activity is going to come about as we reach the T-minus 2 hour mark. And Falcon begins final checks for launch. That'll include communication checks with the crew, and then propellant loading will begin at T-minus 35 minutes as usual for a Falcon countdown. Now on top of the Falcon 9, just in front of the crew access arm you see there is the Dragon spacecraft. It's a quiet time for the Dragon capsule and the mission team, but it is starting to pick up. Now the launch pad is currently cleared of all personnel, except we did clear in about 20 minutes ago the advanced team to head on up to the White Room, and they'll be supporting the arrival and ingress of the crew, getting the capsule ready, making sure the cabin speaker is set up, things like that. So they were cleared, they're headed up. We're waiting to hear that they are now in the tower and making their way to the White Room. We ought to hopefully get a view here shortly, and they'll begin preparation of the arrival of Inspiration4 crew. Now as a reminder, today's launch of Dragon does not go to the International Space Station. So that means we're going to get a launch window that is just over 5 hours long instead of the usual 1 second window we have for ISS launches. Now when we fly to the space station, we have to launch in synchronization to when the space station orbit passes overhead. And for maximum performance, we target a specific 1 second period of time for launch. Now the Inspiration4 crew doesn't have that constraint. So that gives us a larger window that provides margin if the weather, for example, caused a delay this evening, or if we have issues that require more time to resolve on Dragon, on Falcon, and the ground systems.
Should tell you about the GSC pumps that they use to fill that thing,
But once we do start propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes, that will commit us to launching. We won't be able to try to stop and reload propellant and launch later in the evening. But the good news right now, coming up at T-minus 3 hours and 35 minutes, everything is go for launch.
Thank you, John. Now, you've been a rocket engineer pretty much your entire life and spent about 30 years with the Air Force. So you're pretty familiar with the launch countdown. For the viewers that may be watching for the very first time, can you explain a little bit about what the purpose of the countdown is?
Pretty big deal.
I used the word synchronization a minute ago, Jesse. The countdown is our framework that the launch team uses to make sure that all the final checks are being made in the right order to ensure a safe flight.
Out camera.
And so we have to get ready for launch. That means rocket computers, ground computers, people who are on the network, they all prepare the rocket and the spacecraft. And the countdown is that structure that synchronizes these teams to make sure that we do things in the right order. So one example that you're going to see later on is the propellant and launch readiness poll. We do that before we load the propellant onto the vehicle. Now it seems kind of obvious, but the countdown manual says do the poll first, and then you can move into loading propellant. There are many what they call interlocks in the procedure. It says make sure you do this step before you do this one, because that's the safest way to count the rocket down and prepare the Falcon 9 and the Dragon for spaceflight.
I need checklists.
Yeah, and that all happens like literally right before liftoff, right? I guess that gives us the best security that we know that everything is ready to go before we lift off, right?
One of the things that we've tried to emphasize over the years is to try to test the systems of the rocket as close to liftoff as possible. Now, we did some testing overnight at T-minus 8 hours, T-minus 5 hours. There's some things that take hours to do, like pressurizing the rocket. But on other things, you will hear, for example, in the last 4 minutes or so of the countdown, we will move the upper stage engine nozzle a little bit with the guidance system. So we're doing that just as close to launch as we can to make darn sure that the hydraulic system is really ready to go and fly the rocket. In fact, the first stage engines, we move those nozzles about T-minus 4 seconds, just 2 seconds before we then begin the engine ignition sequence. So all told, try to move the stuff as close to launch as you can without overloading the team, or the computers to look at too much happening too fast.
Yeah, I think Dragon and Falcon are a largely autonomous vehicle. And one of the things that we hear as we get under the 1 minute mark is Falcon 9 flight computers have taken over. What does that exactly mean, John?
There's two different call-outs that you'll hear. Dragon has a set of flight computers, obviously, because it does its own mission. Falcon 9 has computers on both the first and second stage. When we get inside of a minute, there is a handoff command that says most of the things that are going to be done are run by the computers on Dragon or the Falcon 9. But we also have ground computers that'll do things like, you'll see the water come up around the rocket. So that'll be commanded by ground computers. But startup is essentially, we're doing that last 60 seconds, we're pressurizing the tanks for flight, we're doing last minute valve checks, and then we're going to send the ignition sequence command to the engines and spin them up. And then when everything's right, the Falcon 9 flight computer, when it says, hey, we're at full power, that will tell the ground, open up the hydraulic arms, and away we go.
Amazing. Thank you so much, the all-knowing John I.
Our crew today, Jared, Cyan, Haley, and Chris, have been training for this journey pretty much ever since the announcement that they'd all been selected as crewmates for the Inspiration4 mission back in March. What's super cool is that they're going through the same Dragon training as our NASA astronauts. To prepare the Inspiration4 crew for their mission, our teams at SpaceX have spent the last several months teaching the crew about orbital mechanics, how to live in microgravity, and even running simulations of what the full mission will look like while seated in Dragon.
The Inspiration4 crew has completed numerous simulations, including a 30-hour and 12-hour end-to-end simulation in our Dragon trainer. They not only trained at SpaceX, but also did centrifuge training and also flew some fighter jets, which you can see on your screen. This is a photo from their weekend event of flying the aerobatic jets.
Yeah, they're very fun and exciting weekend where they're just ripping up the skies, doing barrel rolls in their jets.
Yeah, the crew also completed a zero-G flight, which simulates microgravity. And there you can see them there basically flying already. They also have climbed Mount Rainier in Washington.
Jared's like, I like this.
Which from the Netflix series, man, that looked like a very tough, but very necessary team building event.
They're doing it with smiles on their face here, but the docuseries, it was a tough hike. Almost 10 hours of hiking, almost vertically. So congrats to the team there. That is one heck of a hike.
Indeed.
Yeah, pretty amazing. And they were also even able to follow the tradition of the Crew 2 crew members, and they were able to sign their own booster. So this is them in front of their signatures on the booster that's literally on the pad right now.
Yeah, Andy's digging
This means that this team has studied nearly 100 different training lessons covering all aspects of the mission. At the end of training each week, the crew recorded video diaries of their experiences. In their own words, here's the crew talking about their various training over the last 6 months.
He's caught licking his fingers? Bro, that's rolling coal.
Jared Isaacman here, Commander Inspiration4, and we're like, tastes like 4 months and a day away from our intended launch date.
This week was really intense because we had a lot of the systems. We got to go into the sim.
Going through some CRM training and looking at what the mission overview is going to look like.
Talked a lot about teamwork and the SpaceX culture.
Week 2 of training at SpaceX complete. This was a heavy week.
I just completed another week at SpaceX and it was intense.
A lot of good building blocks. So you start in the beginning of the week with smaller things like losing comms to, okay, some circumstances are not so good, and then some get really bad where you have to, plan an emergency deorbit, which we initiate ourselves in that.
But man, challenging. I didn't realize how much upper body strength I need, so I need to hit the gym the next couple of months and build up some more muscles.
Today was my favorite day of training because today was the medical training day.
Learn some more about some of the medical experiments we're going to be working with and helping to advance what we know about humans in spaceflight.
We've all contributed all sorts of fluids now to the greater scientific cause.
But the best part is we all got in our spacesuits together.
We got to wear spacesuits, strap into the simulator, and feel like we were actually going to space.
Hello again, Chris here, and it's August 2nd, 2021, 44 days from our launch here in September. Everything keeps going to plan, and it's been an incredible week last week, working with SpaceX teams down at Kennedy Space Center, and then back here in Hawthorne this week for some sims.
This spacesuit that I got fitted for about 7 months ago, I actually get to see and try on and do a bunch of maneuvers in to make sure that it's comfortable and that I can move. And I am just so excited for this because, this is the spacesuit I'm gonna wear leaving the planet.
I'm just so honored and thankful and grateful to be a part of this historic mission and a part of the SpaceX team.
Y'all are working so hard to get to Mars and beyond. We want to provide great data, and we're really excited to be part of this.
All right, well, thanks everybody for a fantastic time here in Hawthorne, and also down at Kennedy. We've been doing training down there as well, so really appreciate everything you guys been doing.
This is my final call here from SpaceX, so Rook signing off.
So cool seeing those personal vlogs.
Okay.
Now, as part of their extensive training over the last 6 months, the crew also got extensive amount of training on a bunch of science. Specifically, the crew learned how to conduct a wide variety of science experiments on themselves and each other, all of which help inform both of which help inform how humans best live in space. These experiments were designed by the Translational Research Institute for Space Health, also known as TRISH. Joining us now from Cape Canaveral is Jimmy Wu, a senior biomedical engineer with TRISH. Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, Kate.
It's a long story.
Thanks so much for joining us. Can you tell us a little bit about what a senior biomedical engineer does?
Yeah, sure. My role really is to look at the cutting edge of research and technology that keeps humans healthy on Earth, and then work with those researchers and those engineers to see how we could apply it into space, how we could implement it so that we can keep humans healthy in space. And then really the ultimate benefit is to be able to return those improvements back to Earth so that it can help humanity.
Sounds like a pretty important job. In layman's terms,
like
what is TRISH and why is it important to us?
Yeah, so TRISH has a partnership with NASA's Human Research Program, and so I kind of want to use an analogy of what SpaceX was to NASA when SpaceX came on board, about a decade ago, and NASA asked SpaceX, "Hey, can you make rocket launches cheaper and more accessible to everyone?" And so TRISH kind of has that same relation with NASA, where the Human Research Program has asked us to say, "Can you make biomedical research and medical health?" Can you look at that and make that more accessible to everyone? Can you look at other ways that we could do research to help be more innovative, to be more entrepreneurial, to bring in new ideas, new industries to help contribute to keeping humans healthy in space?
Awesome. Now, in terms of the Inspiration4 mission, can you tell us a little bit about what's unique about this particular research effort?
Yeah, I think what's really unique is it's really intended for the ordinary individual, right? And so when you talk about NASA research, their population is the professional astronauts. Well, the Inspiration4 crew is average, ordinary individuals like you and I. And so we have to modify and adapt the science so that it's easier for them to implement. And as you saw earlier with the earlier clip, they're doing experiments on themselves. They're doing experiments with each other. And so they're not trained on how to do that. And so what ends up happening is what we're learning is not just the data that's being collected about them and how their body changes in spaceflight, but it's also how do we collect that data. And if we can make the means of collection a lot easier for ordinary individuals like the Inspiration4 crew, it means we can also do that for the average person here on the planet
the means of collection.
That's a really interesting point. Can you go into a little bit more detail on what you mean by making that available to everyone here on Earth?
Yeah, okay, sure, I'd love to.
Of course.
So, the experiments are involving, ultrasound, blood draw, collecting vital health monitoring information, sensory motor data,
all the mystery
and some psychological performance data. So normally if you do that on Earth, you usually go to the doctor's office, you go in a laboratory, and there's a trained person who does that. And so that means that you have to go to a place that has a limited access, so you have to make an appointment, things like that. And so what we've done with the technology, as you will see with the Inspiration4 crew, is they can take care of it themselves. They can collect the data themselves, and you've already sort of seen that with, for example, the health monitoring, right? They've got the Apple Watch devices that allow them. We see that today with our consumer market, where we're kind of in charge of our own health. It basically gives the individual and empowers the individual to take care of themselves. And I think ultimately that's what it comes back to, is what we're doing here at Trish is it's not just healthcare for people in space, but it's also healthcare for all of us on Earth. And I think, to me, that's really
they've done it before,
the message I want to share with everyone.
Awesome. I'm really happy to hear that. I think we have some demonstrations later on in the webcast with some of those collection items that you mentioned. Now, of everything that we've spoken about so far...
I'm gonna turn Kate and Jimmy down for a second here. Guys, all right, I see a lot of people coming in and asking. This is the Inspiration4 mission, okay? The Inspiration4 mission, okay, so first and foremost, this is a big deal. This mission is huge. It is a very, 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 very historical day, provided these guys actually go. SpaceX is going to launch a Dragon, just like this one. This one's 3D, though. They could launch this if they wanted to, but no. They're going to launch 4 crew members on a Dragon 2 capsule. The Dragon 2 that they're using is Dragon Resilience. It's already flown into space, and the first stage has already flown other things into space as well. This mission is really important because not only are they reusing a capsule, reusing the first stage. This is the first all-civilian mission. NASA has nothing to do with this. This is the first time ever civilians, non-NASA astronauts, will launch into orbit. Ever. This has never been done before. And I know what people are going to say. If you don't know that much about space, people are going to say, well, what about Richard Branson? What about Jeff Bezos? Didn't they do that in the summer? Well, yes, they did, but their capsules and space planes went up and then immediately came back down. They did not get anywhere near orbit. Orbit is the key. That's the big one. This one is going up into space, and it's staying up there for 3 days. It's staying on orbit. New Shepard with Blue Origin, so the rocket that delivered Jeff Bezos, that's a suborbital rocket. It is still a cool rocket, don't get me wrong. I like all rockets. I don't really care what it is. Anybody that's crazy enough to throw their hat into the ring to want to sit on basically a controlled explosion and fly even up into space just for a second has my respect. Any company that attempts it too. So Richard Branson's rocket, so Virgin Galactic with Spaceship 2, and then New Shepard with Blue Origin. Those are also really cool rockets, but they don't do anywhere near what a Dragon can do. Not even close. This thing is going into orbit. It's going to reach a speed of 17,500 miles an hour, or about 28,000 kph. That's really, 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 really fast. Not only is this an all-civilian crew and no NASA astronauts on board, this Dragon capsule, Dragon Resilience for the Inspiration4 mission, is flying to the highest orbit that humans have been since STS-125, the last Hubble servicing mission. Dragon is going to fly above the Hubble Space Telescope. 590-kilometer apogee. No, that's for the nerds. That's a little bit of nerd speak there. What that means is basically this is the highest orbit that people have been, the highest above Earth that people have been since basically the Apollo missions. Since 1972. No one's been higher than where these guys are going if this mission goes off tonight. Now, weather is pretty favorable. We're at 10% probability of violation, which means we're 90% good to go. So there's a 90% chance of this thing going tonight. However, there is a 5-hour launch window, but they're going to target right at the beginning of the window to get these guys off into space. This is a big deal. This is commercial space flight, like flying on a passenger plane. This mission has a pilot, a co-pilot, and 2 passengers. This is like getting into a Gulf Stream and flying somewhere, but you're getting in a spacecraft instead. This is a big deal. Big deal. So Dragon is going to fly itself. No, the commander of the mission, there's still a commander and a pilot, just like there would be any other mission with NASA astronauts. Only the commander and the pilot are civilians. The commander of the mission is a guy by the name of Jared Isaacman. Jared Isaacman is the CEO of Shift4 Payments. If you don't know what that is, the guy's self-made. He's a self-made billionaire. He's a high school dropout turned billionaire entrepreneur. He came up with the code and the back end that basically allows you to use that, that little chip in your card, or just, point of sale credit card transactions. Yeah, that's him. The little machine that you put your card into, you hit your PIN. Yeah, Shift4. That's what Shift4 does. So guy's a high school dropout turned billionaire. And then once he made a lot of money, he just decided he wanted to teach himself how to fly fighter jets. He owns like a squadron of fighter jets. MiG-29, L-39s. He owns like 3 or 4 Gulfstreams, but also he knows what it's like to come from, not a high area of privilege. So that's why that's why he's doing this whole mission. He's doing this mission to inspire, hence the name Inspiration4. One of the big things that he's doing is donating $100 million of his own cash. $100 million, 5% of his net worth, not just pocket change. He's to St.Jude pediatric research, which is a big deal. It's really cool, very, very respectable. And then the pilot on the mission, that's the commander. I mean, the guy can fly a MiG-29. He can fly Dragon, no problem. I'm not concerned. I don't know about you guys. The pilot on the mission is Dr. Cyan Proctor, who was a 3-time astronaut candidate, never got selected, but she's also a civilian air. She's a CAP, Civilian Air Patrol pilot in Arizona. She's a major in the Arizona Civilian Air Patrol. Speaking of that, there she is, right there. And I mean, she's also a doctor, whatever. I mean, yeah, well, Cyan, I'll have you know I made my bed today, all right? So there. That room, the closeout room is amazing. So we have plenty of qualified personnel. The 2 other people that are flying are Haley Arsenault, who's on the left over there. She just walked off screen. Haley Arsenault is a pediatric cancer survivor that St.Jude helped cure her. She had pediatric bone cancer. Bone cancer. Oh, man, it is a miracle. It's a freaking miracle that she's still here. That's amazing. Good for her. Bone cancer is the worst, and I've never said this on stream, and I'm not trying to make this about me either, but I know it's like living with that stuff. It's not fun. Both my parents had, not bone cancer, but both my parents had cancer, guys. It's not good, not fun. So, I'm so happy that she's still around and she gets to live a full life. That's pretty cool, pretty damn special. So, yeah, Top Fuel, it's a miracle. It's a miracle she's still here. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. She has a prosthetic titanium rod in her leg. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. And then the last guy is Chris Zembrowski. Chris Zembrowski is an engineer at Lockheed Martin, and he was selected from the pool of people that was applied for Inspiration4, certified space nuts. So we got a pretty inspiring crew here, and that's the whole point. But once again, this is a big deal because this marks the first time that civilians are flying into space. Civilians have flown into space with astronauts before as spaceflight participants. Richard Garriott's done it multiple times. Good friend of mine, actually. Well, not really that good of a friend, but he knows who I am. We've talked before. He's a good dude. I have his patch sitting on my computer over there, actually. There's been a couple of other spaceflight participants here and there, but this is the first time we're launching civilians, all civilians, no NASA astronauts. NASA's not involved with this at all. So it's actually pretty cool. Yeah, Jackal, I know. It sucks living with it. It sucks. But hey, I mean, I can't believe Haley's still here. That's, oh man, what a legend. She's a fighter. She's a fighter. It's unbelievable. And they so if you watch the Inspiration4 documentary that's on Netflix, and I don't mean to shamelessly plug that, you guys know that's not my style. They installed a titanium prosthetic plate, growth plate, in her knee, because she had it in her knee, and it was an expandable growth plate. And they expanded the growth plate symmetrically with the growth plate in her other leg, so she won't have like walking problems later down. Dude, it is a miracle of modern science. A freaking miracle. Miracle, man. It's unbelievable. I mean, this is such a talented crew here, and I'm so happy that I get to, you know, sit here and cover this. I mean, I'm not affiliated with Inspiration4, but I do have permission from SpaceX to cover these launches here. But man, it is so wild. So yeah, guys, if you want to get filled in, that's the fill-in that I can basically give you right off the top of my head here. I'll let them talk for a little while.
The module, they'll be exposed to vacuum. They're going to be going on to the moon,
Taj.
doing the EVA.
Fascinating.
So that's a case where they really had to have big, bulky suits to protect them outside. These look nice and streamlined because they're going to be inside of the pressurized Dragon, yet still being able to provide a safety shell around them just in case something happened in the capsule.
Yeah, speaking about being inside the Dragon, we got to talk a little bit more about the cupola. This mission is going to debut the brand new Dragon cupola. It is integrated on top of the Dragon vehicle, and the largest continuous window ever flown in space. Here's a shot of it being installed.
There's another one. Twins.
So the total viewing area is over 2,000 square inches.
Twins, Basil.
And again, it's the largest window ever sent to space by a factor of 2.
Oh, that is so cool.
Yeah, this is going to be an incredible view for the crew. I think they even mentioned that a couple people can fit inside of the cupola at one time. And you may have seen the cupola on the International Space Station.
No, he was
That's
talking
actually
about
a large cupola, but it's made of multiple different pieces put together, so you don't get that continuous view.
That ain't 3D.
This cupola will actually allow them to get that full continuous view. And since, as John mentioned, they won't be going exterior to the Dragon, it'll almost kind of give that feel.
So on screen right now, this is some testing that we've done with the cupola, sending it through extreme temperatures, and you can see some rods pushing in on the scratch layer of the cupola window to make sure that, again, it is first and foremost safe for the astronauts and does what it needs to do while in space.
That's so cool, man. I love the testing. That's my favorite.
Pretty incredible. Very excited to see that. And we've got an inside look into the SpaceX suit-up room once again, and we have the full crew there.
While you were enjoying the Netflix documentary, that guy was studying the blade. He has a katana on his back. For real. It's an umbrella. See? Chris knows. Chris knows. See? It's true. It's not an umbrella. It's a katana. I told you. See?
Next, behind Haley is Dr. Cyan Proctor, and talking to her
Chris a lot now.
Is Chris Zembrowski. Again, Dr. Cyan Proctor is the pilot for the mission, and Chris Zembrowski is the mission specialist.
He knows.
Once again, this is the SpaceX suit-up room located in what you hear is referred to as FSB, or Falcon Support Building, which is a building located just outside of the perimeter of Pad 39A. This is our new suit-up room, and while it might look like you're watching a black and white movie, it is in full color there. We can see that everything is, like we mentioned before, super streamlined, super clean, and wow, those spacesuits really stand out. They look so great.
Why am I looking at 30? Oh, it's John.
I have a feeling they might be lining up.
Hey, I know that guy.
Here.
That's John.
He also you got the display
John
in the
Krause
room,
over there.
so they can see the Dragon capsule they're going to be headed to shortly. Crew access
That's
arm
right,
in
Taylor.
position while the advanced team begins working to get the capsule ready for him.
And there
John
they
Krause,
are.
man.
Looks
Launch
like they're
photographer for
finally
Inspiration4.
all suited, maybe getting ready potentially for some photos here. We actually asked the crew what it was like to put their custom spacesuit on for the very first time.
Ad Astra,
and
Cirrus,
here's what they had to say.
says. To the stars in Latin.
I was so excited and so smiley when I got to put on my actual spacesuit because I'd gone through several fittings over the last couple of months, and when I first saw my spacesuit, I just couldn't believe that is what I was going to wear on the way to space.
The idea of having a spacesuit with my name on it and designed specifically for me was, I mean, it was the most amazing, fantastical thing.
Feeling-wise, it felt very much just like a training suit. So training, I mean, consistency in training versus how we're going to fly, spot on.
Since it's custom made for you, it's a little bit tighter, a little more snug. It's got a nicer look and feel to it, very clean.
I wish I got to keep it because I would be wearing that thing all the time. It's awesome. It fits perfectly. They did an amazing job. I love it.
The overwhelming part of it, though, is that knowing that my name is on one side,
so Vlad, go over here
on the other, and this is what I'll
go to playback speed.
And I go to
fast
space,
forward. You're just a little bit behind. It happens.
It's awesome.
Just an honor to wear it, and it's really very special.
It's beautiful. It's sleek.
Bro, it's some big brain stuff right there. I have many wrinkles in my brain.
Like a real astronaut, and really excited. It's just another one of those things that makes all of this more real.
We're approaching T-minus 3 hours and 7 minutes until liftoff of Inspiration4. If you've just joined us recently, this is the first all-civilian orbital mission, and we have 4 individuals traveling on Crew Dragon to space today. They are suited up, and we are anticipating them to walk out of the Falcon support building, hop in those Teslas that you see there on your screen, and make their final transport to Pad 39A.
Yes, the pad where the vehicle is awaiting them, it's about 2 or 3 minute drive away. It's technically a walkable distance, but we're not going to make the astronauts walk in the hot Florida weather.
So rollout should be, they have FSB departure scheduled at 5:02. So we got about 5 minutes until they should walk out that door, unless they want to move up on the timeline. Every single step in the timeline leading up to the mission has a nominal window. So if they always leave it. So like say a task like suiting up, say that takes about like an hour normally. It doesn't. It's less than that. It takes about 20 minutes. Say it takes an hour. They'll budget out an hour 15 for that. So it's possible to move up on the timeline here because they always budget a little bit of mean time just in case, like, you know, you can't get a glove on or something, or a zipper doesn't zip all the way up, something small. With spaceflight, guys, it's always the small things. It's always something stupid like a switch or whatever not being flicked at the right time. Like, you know, it's better to take your time, right? But you have a nominal window, but you also at the same time you have to stay up on the timeline. It's like a play. You have to keep going. But you got to make sure that you proceed cautiously and you get every single step done. But sometimes they can move up on the timeline. We had some folks come out of there a second ago, but 5:02, so in about 3 or 4 minutes is scheduled rollout from FSB to 39A.
Getting ready to exit the SpaceX suit-up room, get into
yes,
their Teslas
yes.
Just a few minutes from now, and then make their way to the launch pad.
Yeah, it's super exciting. We started this broadcast maybe an hour ago, but it seems like it's going by so quickly.
As we mentioned before, the crew is completely suited up at this point.
I'll be honest, I'm looking at the telemetry back there. Do you see the telemetry on the mission control board? I'm trying to make that up. I'm like, y'all got any more of that flight telemetry?
but we're going to allow them to drive, save some sweat. They have a more important job to do here in just a little over 3 hours.
Yeah, and these Teslas are actually designed and custom made for the spacesuits. Actually, they can hook up their umbilicals to the Teslas, and there is the Inspiration4 crew.
2 minutes up on the, or 3 minutes up on the schedule, guys.
Looking very excited.
Some fist bumps going around.
There's the pad ninjas will drive Genesis.
And their suit tech crew is also going along with them. Looks like they're taking some final photos before they hop back into those Teslas.
So this is the first time that the crew has stepped outside today in their flight suits. They're now entering the Teslas. Love this new shot that we have for this launch. We are inside the Teslas there with the crew. And we've been told that they have a playlist. We unfortunately can't hear it for ourselves. But hopefully we'll be able to see them, singing along. I would love some space car karaoke.
Yeah. Hey, you never know. We might be able to see that on the camera there. And this looks like Jared Isaacman, the commander for Inspiration4, with Chris Simbrowski, again, hooking up their umbilical ports to the Teslas. That'll keep them cool for this short ride.
Very movable? Nah, they're not designed to be operated down here.
So the stuff that's going to be pumped through those umbilicals, while the umbilicals are used for communications, while...
Those suits are heavy, dude. They're heavy. These are... So, okay, guys, you missed this part when they were talking about it. Those suits right there, it is a little bit difficult to move around, but you got to remember, they're designed to operate in a microgravity environment, all right? These are flight suits. They're not extravehicular activity suits. EVA suits are the suit that you use to go outside. You go outside the spacecraft with an EVA suit. NASA's Extravehicular Mobility Unit, or the EVMU for short, which is, NASA did an EVA the other day I think they were going out and messing with the solar panels because they just installed new solar panels on the ISS. The EVMU weighs 600 pounds. That's 280 kilos. The spacesuit. That's the EVA suit. The EVA suit is heavy. You cannot walk around in those things down here. It's like carrying like Iron Man armor suit going on, right? However, those flight suits there, they probably weigh about a quarter of that. But still, it is an airtight pressure suit. Even though it's not really designed to go outside of the spacecraft. The reason why they wear those flight suits is in case of cabin depress. Same kind of deal with the oxygen mask that popped down from the plane. Just in case of cabin depress, you have the suit and you can don the suit, and part of the umbilicals that they have, that's what Kate was just talking about, is it's communications, but it's also oxygen. You plug into the life support systems on Dragon in case of cabin depressurization. You'll see them. They'll plug the suits in here. They're going past the HIF right there, the horizontal integration facility. That's where they put together Falcon 9 stacks. Here, that white piece of equipment over there is a Dragon integration bracket. That's what they use to roll Dragon to the pad and then pick it up and then turn it to put it on top of the rocket. The rocket, of course, being sideways. Now they're moving up the crawlerway inside of what's called the BDA. This is the blast detonation area. I don't think I need to say why it's called that. The BDA, of course, is the perimeter of the pad that was the BDA for the Saturn V, because that's what this pad was built for. But, knock on wood, that ain't gonna happen today. Hey, Cheese Weasel, thanks, man. I think they help with x-rays as well. Just a little bit, Wookie. They're not EVA rated. You don't go outside with those things, but, you can if the poop hits the fan, but you never want to get to that point with these suits. Yeah, the Falcon support building is right by 39A. It's very close. It's mostly for cooling down right here. There is a neoprene suit on it as well. You can see in the background, those 4 white antennas on the left, that's pad 40. That's the other Falcon 9 launch pad. You can see Slick 37B right there and Slick 41 right there. So Atlas, Falcon, and Delta's launch pads, and this is the other Falcon pad here. There's a bird. How many EVMUs do NASA have? Oh, they have a bunch. I've lost count. So they're rolling to the pad now. I'm going to shut up for a little while. But yeah, these suits are flight suits. They're not extravehicular suits. Now they're going to get out and see if they need to use the
service structure from the shuttle days. So everybody might recall that iconic pad from the shuttle days, near and dear to my heart personally. And we did have to remove the rotating service structure portion of the pad for safety, and also it was just unnecessary for Falcon 9. But the bones of the fixed service structure are still there.
For St.Jude.
What we see here is a view of the elevator shaft, and this is the same elevator shaft used. These
Take a look at
astronauts getting their first look at Falcon 9 on launch day. There it is.
The famous lean back.
That's the gangsta lean right there. That's the gangsta lean.
Must be breathtaking for them. You can almost see the size of.
Nice, Raz. There you go.
You know, we're close up on the crew right now, but how far they have to lean back to look at the top of the vehicle.
It's a shame they don't wander over and look at the business end of the Falcon 9.
I would.
You know, Kate, you're talking about the history of the pad. You know, they built what's essentially a giant concrete structure on the floor to land back in the early 60s. And you've got about a 5% grade that we saw them drive uphill to get up to the crown there.
It really demonstrates
But if you go over to where the Falcon 9 is, centered up above the flame bucket, that's about a 13-meter drop down to the bottom of the fire brick. So, you know, that gives you an idea of what it takes to channel the nearly 2 million pounds of thrust.
Lean.
I just want to point out, it looked like we had a team lean back there. I don't think we've seen that yet.
And this crew grew so close to each other. And if you haven't seen the Netflix documentary Countdown Inspiration4 Mission to Space, you can really see how they grew as a team and a family, and you can even see it here on the screen.
For sure. Something that I really appreciated, I forget who pointed it out, but it was one of these four, noted that each of them are in a different decade in their life. So Haley is 29, Chris Zambrowski is 41, Dr. Proctor is 51, and Jared Isaacman is 38. So they're all in a different decade in their life, and this mission has brought them together, and the camaraderie is
youngest American
evident
in
pretty
space,
much every step they take.
And it looks like Dr. Cyan Proctor and Haley Arsenault are the first to enter one of the elevators, waving.
Just kidding.
That's happened to everyone.
So they're going to take this elevator up to the 255-foot level. And so this elevator shaft is not marked by floor levels, but rather foot levels. So they're literally riding up to 250 feet above ground. The exit of those elevators are there. And they will exit the elevators and then climb up a small set of stairs to the level above, which is where
these
the
elevators go
access
really
arm.
quick.
And the reason for this is that Falcon 9 crew loading is a little bit higher than where the shuttle crew loading occurred. So the 255-foot level is where shuttle crew.
77 meters.
Dr.
That's a
Cyan
fast
Proctor.
elevator.
It is. It really is. I've been in it a few times. You leave your stomach on the ground when it takes off.
Yes, so Kate, you were mentioning some of sort of the guts, so to speak, are the same. The elevator is the same, minus some maintenance and needed maintenance. And so there's a phone at the fixed service structure as well. That is also the same phone that astronauts in the Apollo days would use to make their final phone call before boarding the vehicle.
Of course, and the webcasts.
I think the glass right here, it's just a railing, because Falcon 9 is a weird height. You notice that they went to 255. The decks go in multiples of 10. So 255, they would go 250, 260, 270, 280, 290, right? Sorry for Imperial, I'm not, but you get the idea. They're 77 meters up. The Falcon 9 is a mid deck right there, so it's only halfway between two of the regular levels. So I think they didn't put a full flat deck in there, and I think the glass is just so you don't fall, if I had to guess. But
they're way up.
Yeah, it's an interim deck, dude. I haven't seen it up close, but I've seen it. I'm not sure. It looks like that has doors in it, though, so I'm not sure about that one. That one is weird. But they're going to come up the elevator. They're going to make their way around here. And then we're looking...
And if you're just now joining us, you are currently tuned into the Inspiration4
they got to go down, around, and up the staircase.
Mission to space. This
See the
is
stairwell right here?
Very
up to that temporary level.
Crew
so they're going to come out, they're going to go around, and they're going to go up the stairs.
Exiting
you can see
the
Falcon 9
elevator
over there.
is Chris Simbrowski, the mission specialist, with Jared Isaacman, the commander.
It could be an emergency box, I guess. So this...
We mentioned a little bit about the closeout technicians and suit technicians. Again, they are there to support the astronauts, ingress, get buckled in. Before we close the side hatch, they'll be supporting with an interior foreign object debris checkout, and then also assist with the
there are, Ryan. The Artemis Space Force will replace it eventually for the moon. Yep. How often have they been up there for training? Multiple times, Master. Yeah. All right, crew is all up there.
You'll notice some markings on the floor. These are very important. In case of an emergency, this is the egress direction that the crew and support team will need to follow to make their way back down and be safe.
Yeah, these arrows actually point to what are basically slide wire emergency exits. So it's what it sounds like. It's a basket on a slide wire. They are the same baskets that were utilized again in the shuttle program. They have been repurposed and modified for safety features, and then of course raised up to this level from the 255-foot level. So only utilized in the case of an emergency. But we've been talking a lot about how the crew has been undergoing training since March, and actually egress training is part of it.
It's all the same, Clutch. They did the exact NASA training. It's a hell of a view from up there.
In the unlikely event of an emergency, and that's what those arrows are essentially pointing to, is
also,
the quickest path to safety.
If you don't like, if you get vertigo, you can see through it. You can see through the grating. So the fixed service structure and the mobile launchers that NASA uses, they look like a building that's just hollowed out, right? They look like a big truss structure. There's a very good reason for that, because if they put cladding on it, right? If they put cladding on it and the rocket's going up, the pressure shift from the rocket engines when the rocket's flying by the tower could actually bend the tower. We're talking about from the Saturn V. Falcon 9 probably doesn't do much to it. The shuttle could, though. So that's why the floor is all graded out, and why this isn't like an enclosed building. They leave it open so the wind can blow through it. So when the rocket engine goes off, that pressure shift that you get from all the gases coming out the rockets goes right through the building and out the other side. That's why it's all hollow. I've been up on one of NASA's mobile launchers before on level 285. And you can see clear down to the ground. That's 80 meters up, guys. That's a long way. And you do get a little bit of vertigo. You're like, But anyway, I'm going to let them talk again, dude. But yeah, if you're wondering why everything is all graded and why it's all open, well, there's a good reason. The crew access arm doesn't have that because it retracts away. But the fixed service structure has that for a very good reason.
Hugging as they're walking. Oh, they look so excited.
So these are essentially the last steps that they will take on planet Earth for the next 3 days.
I'd be looking over the side at the rocket.
Obviously taking a moment to enjoy the view, smell the roses if there were any.
That's so cool.
They're just absolutely excited and ecstatic.
From the water suppression system. Over there is a that was the old hydrogen tank. That might be an RP-1 tank for SpaceX now. See the sphere
their
that's out there?
excitement is radiating. It's making me very excited. We're getting very close. Again, just under 3 hours until liftoff. And some dancing.
She's
got the
Haley's getting very excited again. She's going to be the youngest American in space and the first with a prosthetic.
So what Haley has just entered into now is what we call the White Room, and it's an environmentally controlled environmentally controlled room. It keeps out dust, dirt, humidity, bugs, of course, because it's Florida, and essentially keeps it environmentally stable for the crew. If you look just above Dr. Proctor's helmet there, you can see a seal. It's a black seal, and it basically seals in the room that gets installed and compressed against the capsule to maintain the cleanliness of the spacecraft. And here we can see one of my favorite traditions for SpaceX crewed flights. They are adding their signatures to the wall of the White Room. So because this is the first orbital all-civilian mission, they're signing their names next to the X logo. For previous NASA crew missions,
who can name all the names
NASA
on the NASA
astronauts
logo?
have signed their name there next to the NASA meatball to the left.
There should be 10.
Yes, and all members of the crew will get an
opportunity. Let's name all the names that are on that NASA wall. So Bob Behnken, Doug Hurley, Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shannon Walker, Soichi Noguchi, Thomas Pesquet, Aki Hoshide, Shane Kimbrough, Megan MacArthur. Boom.
For closeout operations, and Sharpie is one of the tools listed in the procedure for
right
the
advanced those are all the astronauts that have flown on Dragon thus far
prior to the crew's arrival.
And one final hug.
Oh, this is so cool. That face when you realize that if you had a glass window, it's a 220
so in the background,
drop straight down
around the seal, you can see that is Dragon, and the side hatch is open. In a few minutes here, we will be...
Now, okay, I know someone's going to ask this, so I'll just be preemptive about it. You guys are wondering why these guys have numbers on their back? Numbers is their job assignment, because you really can't, with the masks on, because they're not just wearing masks for COVID. They're wearing masks because they don't want foreign object debris. You don't want to get like a foreign object debris or transmission of germs. You do not want to get a head cold in space. That happened once on Apollo 7. Not pretty. Not pretty. So the astronauts and all the pad crew quarantined, but they also wore masks. But don't get me wrong, even if COVID wasn't a thing, they would still be wearing masks. You do not want to get a head cold in space. Imagine how much a runny nose would suck up there. That would be terrible. So they have numbers on their back, like because they're teammates and each person has a different job, just like you, in a sporting event, right? So because you can't really tell who's who. Everybody has masks and helmets on and everything. So they all wear numbers on their back to say who's who, because you can't tell.
Weather, contingency splashdown, and planned splashdown in 3 days. So you're really having to get everything to come together. So I hope we can use this day. It looks great.
This is pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's a great point. So in selection and ultimately just giving the final go or no-go decision point for launch today.
Exactly,
the
Preston.
splashdown weather in 3 days was also an important factor for consideration because that's part of the journey as opposed to missions to the International Space Station, where the NASA astronauts are typically on board station for a couple of months. We don't have to worry about splashdown weather then, because who knows?
That's a really nice
But at this point, because the astronauts are coming home in 3 days, we did have to do quite a bit of evaluation for those splashdown conditions.
So Dragon is not on right now. They haven't powered on the craft yet. Well, I mean, it's in like standby mode. So if you notice, there's an HVAC tube that's going into the capsule, because the capsule's onboard life support systems are technically not on. They need to have climate control in there. You don't want to fry a computer while you're on the pad. That would be very bad. A lot of people don't understand. A lot of people don't know that HVAC on spacecraft is a huge deal. That's very, 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 very important. The spacecraft is not designed really to operate down here that much. It's designed to operate in space. So the HVAC systems in space are completely different than what you'd need down here. So there they go. They're gonna sign the wall over there. So if you notice, there's a duct line going in to the hatch on the lower left-hand corner when they show it again. What they're doing there is they're keeping positive pressure inside of the capsule, once again, to make sure no dust gets in. If they keep the positive pressure in the capsule, there's a draft in the hatch, and the draft blows outward into the White Room, right? And that keeps dust and everything from settling inside of the spacecraft. It basically keeps the air moving. You do not want stale air inside of the spacecraft, because that's when dust is going to get everywhere. And if you go up into space and dust starts floating around, well, guess what? Because it's spaceflight, you know it's going to find something that it shouldn't be in, and dust Anybody that knows a little bit about cleaning dust out of your computer knows why that would be a very bad thing. So, see the HVAC line over there? They keep positive pressure in the capsule. There's basically an air line blowing in, and the capsule is pretty much, well, not pretty much, it is airtight with the exception of the hatch. So there's an outward draft.
Possible, but again,
and you don't want bugs going in there.
To get closer and march towards T0, we'll be hearing a lot
went in there.
of both Sarah Gillis and the astronauts communicating back.
That would be terrible.
Sure all systems are good for liftoff.
Yeah, that's a great point. We'll hear quite a bit of communication, as you said, Andy, and the communication from
Turn the rocket
Dragon,
around. There's a bee.
To anyone and anyone to Dragon is actually structured. So as you just said, yeah, there's that Quindar tone, that ping, which is an indication of incoming comms, and then whoever is calling states the destination of their call. So in that case, they called SpaceX, and then they identified themselves as Dragon. Afterwards. So we heard the ping, SpaceX Dragon, indicating the Dragon capsule was calling SpaceX.
On your right-hand screen, we've got an inside look live inside of Dragon. We have so cool. Haley in seat number 1. She called it the window seat. Looks like she's got her 5-point harness already on.
There is a toilet in the space capsule. It's actually right by the door. You got to remember, when you're on a spacecraft and you're up in the microgravity environment, there's no floor, there's no ceiling, there's no walls. Everything is usable space. So look around the room that you're in right now. Take the room and fold it into a 2-dimensional plane. So like take it and fold it like you'd fold a piece of paper into a cube. All of that is usable space. And when you're in a spacecraft, well, ironically, space is at a premium. So you put it where it can fit. But you can use everywhere. You can use whatever you want. The toilet's actually right there. It's right by the door. There's a privacy curtain, and there's a privacy curtain, so you don't need 3 other people watching you do your business in space. I don't think that would be a good idea. And if you're wondering how the toilet works, very, very, very light vacuum cleaner, because you don't have gravity to use for an advantage when you're up in space. So vacuum cleaner. Yeah, I know someone's gonna ask. That's why I addressed it. Yeah, vacuum cleaner. How would you do it? Don't look at me like, oh my God, how would you do that? What, do what they did during the Apollo missions? Poop in this bag and throw it out the window? Yeah, you think I'm kidding? No, I am not kidding. That's how they did that. There are bags of poop on the moon right now. Our lasting legacy. I do that all the time. No, Apollo didn't have a weight. They didn't have weight for the toilet. They didn't have the mass. No, it was either put a toilet in and don't get off the moon, or don't put a toilet in and get off the moon. They gave them a bunch of Ziploc bags. That's not a joke. Hey, engineering is an icky business, okay?
A really cool view of,
and I ruined your perception of NASA, of the Apollo astronauts. I'm sorry.
If you look closely on the right thigh of everyone's spacesuit, there's a port. It's a black port. Jesse mentioned an umbilical. That is where the umbilical will plug into.
We gave our best to the moon.
Crew's respective suits from the chair. And again, this
maybe
houses the electronics,
maybe. Probably not.
Things like
but
communication,
I'll make it up
as well
I'll play a lot of Kerbal
as
tomorrow.
Air in the form of
nitrox. I mean, hey, you got to do what you got to do. You've ruined the moon too. Well, actually,
and what we see there is the iPad that Dr. Proctor will use throughout flight, like we mentioned before.
Was it at least name brand?
She is
I mean,
pilot,
probably. Why reinvent the wheel?
What we'll see shortly is the rotation of the seats. The seats will be rotated backwards so that the crew will almost be on their backs and allowing them better
Richie, are they going to go to the ISS? No.
There.
No, these guys aren't going to the ISS. There's actually a window where the docking port should be up there at the top. They have a huge cupola window built into the top of this thing, dude. And these guys, no, they ain't going to the ISS. They're going above it. They're going above the ISS. They're going above Hubble. The commander of the mission, Jared Isaacman, he wanted this mission to be a big deal. So they're going above Hubble, which, dude, that's ballsy. That is ballsy. This will... Basically, if they get this thing up into space and they get to the apogee, they get to their planned orbit, and this mission will be the highest that humans have gone since Apollo 17 in 1972. The only height that we've been even close, well, even near this, was the Hubble servicing missions, which was STS-125, which would have been about 500 kilometers, give or take, 370 miles up. They're going above that. This one's going to go big. This sucker's going big, dude. This is a big deal. And these are all civilians. There's no NASA astronauts on this mission. This is a completely commercial launch. We're not going up and coming back down, dude. They're going up and they're staying there for 3 days. This is hardcore. This is a really ballsy mission. Hubble is a little bit higher than the ISS, lols. Yeah, no, it's 500. Dude, this is hardcore, man. Hardcore mission.
It was early on because we knew when we finally
they're trying to go for 590 circular.
People on board.
Hit it. Gonna be insane.
They're gonna want to look out.
Absolutely. What's the highest orbit we went
and honestly,
apart from Lunar?
If you've been
the highest orbit that humans have been to in low Earth orbit was during the Gemini missions. A certain Gemini mission, I think, got up to about 1,000 miles, which is 1,600 kilometers. And they realized that you can't go that high. Once you get out of low Earth orbit and you get into medium Earth orbit, at certain inclinations, you have to deal with the Van Allen belts. Pain in the butt. That's the magnetic field that captures solar ionic radiation so we don't fry down here on the surface. Now, the thing about the Van Allen belts is that it's a belt. The magnetic field is kind of like two mushrooms coming off the side of Earth. There's on the tops and bottoms of the Earth, there's ways you can kind of not fly through that. And that's what they did during the Apollo missions. They flew around, they skirted the top of the Van Allen belts and they kind of went around them. Now, if you're wondering, like, okay, so how do we know that there's no magnetic field up there? Well, the Boreae, the Aurora Borealis and the Antarctic Borealis, those lights in the sky, is solar ionic radiation hitting and reacting with our atmosphere because the magnetic field didn't get it. The highest orbits have been up to 1,600 kilometers, and they figured out that you shouldn't go up there because the radiation is bad. It's not good for you up there.
Sitting. The bottom half of the Dragon vehicle is the trunk. There is a
about 5 minutes.
Dark side and
when is the launch?
A lighter side.
Our
the
T-minus
dark
is
side
right
are
here.
solar panels,
We're targeting a launch
which will
about
draw
2.5
energy
hours
from
out.
the sun to keep Dragon powered throughout their mission. But this is super cool because you see the exterior and then inside is the crew having a jolly old time.
It's crazy tech. Gemini missions
the
were
closeout
ballsy,
technicians.
This is returning to that ballsiness. That's why this mission is so cool. Oh, let's get back to going out there, man. Let's do it.
While the
that's why I'm so psyched about this,
Dragon,
man. This is
which
great.
Is the top
this is
portion,
great. I love
will
this
be
plan.
returning
I'm
to
happy
Earth.
to be a part of it.
The trunk will not be. That part is not reusable.
Hey, where does this rocket go? It goes up.
Will turn around and expose the heat shield, which is basically right between.
No, nothing in the trunk.
There, it's a tiny, slim piece of silver there, just above the trunk. So yeah, that trunk will not be coming home.
They're
going to
skirt the bottom of it, Richie.
Piece of Dragon because
it's a ballsy
as
mission,
Andy just
but
mentioned,
they'll be okay.
The dark side there. I am refraining my Star Wars reference. I'm saving that for later. But yeah, the dark side that we see there.
Kino, imagine if they have to use the bathroom. Yeah, that would suck. But what they do is they make sure that they. Okay, all right. You want the real nitty gritty? I'll give you the real nitty gritty. They take a dump before they go. It's like when when you're younger and your mom's in the car. We're going on a road trip. Make sure to use the bathroom now because I'm not stopping. Literally that. Literally that. And Dad's like, no, I'm not stopping. Daddy, I have to go to the bathroom. No. And in this case, Daddy is Elon, which is okay. I just made that weird. Cool. All right. Next subject. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm pretty excited, man.
It is in there. You look back, Apollo had, I think at last count, about 566 switches.
Shuttle engines, right?
Or mechanical switches, so you had to have the gloves, you had to be able to toggle them. And, we've seen a lot of stuff in history where somebody does the right switch at the right time and the mission keeps going. But in this case, it's software touch display panels with very few switches, and so it gives a much
I'm with you there
on
that one, Tech. Seeing the pad
looks like we got some team camaraderie happening yet again.
That fist bump right there.
Looks like Chris Dombrowski there, the last one getting buckled up into that 5-point safety harness.
It's true, Genesis. It's true. I'm not sorry. I'm not gonna renege.
I wonder if he's having flashbacks
I knew you guys would find that funny. That's why I said it.
Training right now.
No shame, bro. Boom. Today's too good of a day.
He's got 3 friends next to him in the cabin, so.
Yeah, actually, hopefully that'll make this trip a little easier for them to be right next to each other.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Look at this picture. Sorry to interrupt.
I was just going to say there on the left, Dr. Cyan Proctor, the pilot for today's mission, and Commander Jared Isaacman on the right.
Bro. Bruh.
One thing that also strikes me is when you watch some of the videos
that is the
of the shuttle launches,
of the chattest stance
the shuttle
right
essentially had astronauts on multiple levels. So you have the commander and the pilot up at the very nose of the shuttle, with all of the switches, everything around them. So that means that the poor ninjas in those days had to climb up and, kind of step on everybody else's chair just to be able to pull the straps, make sure that the 2 folks at the top were tied in.
I bet you he'll take it for a spin float.
Here you've got all 4 of them side by side, and at least for the ground crew, the SpaceX folks in the black outfits with the numbers.
Yeah, Bree, you see that power
it's a lot
stance?
easier. They're looking right at them.
Bree, I'm convinced Elon power struts because of his mom. His mom's a model. She probably said, "Walk with confidence," and he's like, "All right." That's a freaking model strut right there. You see him during the Cybertruck presentation? He's like, he's got freaking chattiest of the chatty strides right there.
We want to make sure that the flight with Dragon and Falcon 9 is as comfortable as possible. So reiterating the design is a core principle
that's what's going
on.
Absolutely. And what better feedback is there than the people that have ridden firsthand in these seats? So what we just saw there were final checks.
I don't know if Elon lifts, but his rockets do. His rockets lift a lot.
We saw the closeout lead, other final fist bumps. We saw one of the closeout leads perform a quick swipe of the visor closure area on Chris and Cyan, just to make sure that there was no FOD there in the seal in preparation for when they closed the visors prior to liftoff.
Chatty Elon, indeed, Saul. Chris is happy. All right. Are the suits pressurized on launch? Yes. Mm-hmm.
So we mentioned
that's in case of cabin
before
depress,
that the crew has undergone immense amounts of training since they found out that this was happening back in March. And I mentioned before the centrifuge training. They've also done a zero-G flight. They trained in fighter pilots as fighter pilots in ex-military jets to simulate even more G-forces. And one thing that we did recently was a full dress rehearsal with the crew just on Sunday.
I'll be like the guy in the subway that hangs on.
Fully suited up, and they entered Dragon just as we see them now. But today must feel so different to them because even though they've been in these seats one other time in the suits, we did everything as if it were real. Today's the day that they're actually going to space. And so I can imagine that, at least if it were me, that seatbelt might feel tighter and tighter with every minute that passes. I mean, we're just about 2 hours and 30 minutes from launch at this point.
And remember, the crew got the weather briefing as well. And so they know today is a great day for launch. And so it is looking more and more likely as, again, we continue to march down towards T0. Speaking of the suits that you see the crews don right now, we definitely took safety, comfort, and style into consideration. Let's take a look at how these were made.
I think one of the things that was important in the development of the suit was to make it easy to use, something that the crew just has to literally plug in when they sit down, and then the suit kind of takes care of itself from there. The suit is really kind of one part of the bigger Dragon system. It's really part of the vehicle. So we think of it as kind of a suit seat system. So the seat that the crew is in and the suit are in a lot of ways working together. And so it made sense that we were designing Dragon in-house to also design the suit.
Our spacesuits is completely designed in-house. It's built here in Hawthorne, California, in the same building as the rocket and the capsule.
Yeah.
The spacesuit is custom made for each crew member, and that is to optimize the fit for the crew member.
We definitely wanted to innovate, and we wanted it to look inspiring, but first and foremost, we wanted it to be safe and reliable. The spacesuit's primary purpose is to protect the crew in the unlikely event that the cabin were to depressurize. But the suit does a number of additional things. It provides cooling and communication to the crew inside of the suit, provides them hearing protection, and the outer layer of the suit is flame resistant, so it provides flame protection as well. When the crew gets in the capsule, they get in their seats and they plug the suit into the umbilical that's attached to the seat. And the umbilical is providing everything that the suit needs. So it provides
comm check,
the avionics,
Kindar tones,
electronics for communications. It's providing the air.
Good morning, Dragon. I have you loud and clear. How me?
I hear you loud and clear, sir.
Dude. The Kindar, the beeps always gets me, man. Beep, beep. Control, we are go for lock.
And copy that, Jared. Let me know when y'all are ready for comm checks.
Oh, that's so cool. Yep, they got rid of the spacesuit cast real quick. They're like, nah, never mind.
In SpaceX Dragon, we're ready for our comm checks.
Copy that. Stand by for umbilical comm check.
They're gonna make sure that all the suits are working right now. So what you're looking at over here is the crew operations response engineer.
Commander, pilot, MS1, MS2, comm check.
And Brooke has you loud and clear. How me?
Loud and clear as well.
Leo has you loud and clear. How me?
No, Gully. The range could, though.
I have you loud and clear, Leo.
Nova has you loud and clear. How me?
Loud and clear, Nova.
Hanks has you loud and clear, Sarah. How me?
Well, I'll tell you, Hanks.
And Hanks, I have you loud and clear as well.
Heck of a guy.
Umbilical comm checks complete. Stand by for ground station comm checks.
Okay, so that was a direct ground link. Now they're going to communicate through the ground stations, and then they should do another comm check through the tracking data and relay system after that. What they're doing is they're checking all different forms of communication here: ground communications, in-flight communications, and satellite communications. Just to make sure that they all work. You have redundant loops all over the place because you do not want to lose radio contact. That's bad. You don't want that. So what I was saying over here is the crew operations response engineer. That is basically the SpaceX equivalent of a capsule commander. Basically the person that is communicating one-on-one with the crew.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
And Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
Core loud and clear. Ground station comm check complete. Stand by for Tetris comm check.
See? Tracking data and relay system. They're using NASA's infrastructure here. SpaceX is paying them, but NASA's not involved with this. They're utilizing NASA infrastructure as a service. Uh-oh. What happens if lightning strikes the rocket? Well, they're gonna watch for it, chaotic. First of all, don't launch when there's thunderstorms in the area. I don't know what would happen. I don't want to entertain that idea. However, rockets have been struck by lightning. Apollo 12 got struck by lightning like right after liftoff.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
And lightning arced down the flame trail.
And Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
Yeah, it almost aborted the mission.
Core loud and clear. Tetris comm check complete. Stand by for comm checks with MD and LD in the launch configuration.
Mission director and launch director.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1. Comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear. MD, how me?
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground.
Yeah, you don't want the rocket to get struck by lightning.
Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground. Comm check.
So don't launch when it's thundering.
Dragon has you loud and clear. MD, how me?
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear. LD, how me?
LD loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground. Comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear. LD, how me?
LD, loud and clear.
Dragon, SpaceX. Launch configuration comm checks are complete.
Oh,
Report
Soyuz
when ready for
care,
seat rotation per section 2 of 4.100.
And copy that, SpaceX. Step into section 2.
So if you notice, they have a first aid kit on their left thigh, and then on top of that, they have a tablet.
SpaceX, Dragon, we're ready for seat rotation.
And the tablet has the checklists on it. Watch this.
Copy that, Dragon. We will report when initiating.
Ready? Watch the seats on the left. Give it a second. This part is so cool. This is some beam me up Scotty stuff right here when the seats rotate. What if the touchscreen fails during the mission? You have 3 redundant screens, Boris. Seat spinala. La macchina grande. Forza Dragon. Yeah, you're right. No, Ice Mage, it's never happened. So, guys, there is something that for rockets going up into space, they have something called the range. The range is basically air traffic control, like you'd see at an airport. It's basically the tower.
T-minus 2 hours, 23 minutes, and 12 seconds, counting down for...
So the range is basically the weathermen. They're basically meteorologists. Like, so you got the weatherman on the news channel that's like, it might rain here. I have no idea. Just go with what you feel. It's like, you're the weatherman. I know. Just go with what you feel. It might rain tomorrow. Sunny the next day. It might be windy tomorrow. Snows. Yeah, that's the weatherman in New England. I don't know about you guys, but that's the kind of forward-facing side of meteorology. The back end of meteorology is aerospace meteorology. So, like, making sure that the weather is good for planes to take off and rockets. They'll communicate with the range to make sure that, you know, there's no lightning in the area. That's one of the criteria for launching a rocket. You do not want the thing getting struck by lightning. The thing is basically a kerosene and liquid oxygen bomb that just shoots the explosion down out the bottom. You don't want to hit that with lightning. That would be bad. So part of it is just making sure you have a good day to launch. There goes seat rotation.
The hatch at the...
Here we go. Beam me up, baby.
That is now moved out of the way to make sure. And now the seats are rotating.
Chris is like, yeah, let's do this. Let's do this! Cogger's rotation. Okay. Seat rotation seems to be good.
This just takes several seconds to get them in position.
The launch position.
And there you heard call out from core to the Dragon crew.
Got rolled. They got rolled, dude. Into position for launch. You can see down here, see these aluminum crates down there? Or, excuse me, aluminum.
So the team's now in final position.
That's all their science experiments.
We're right now in the countdown.
See the racks right there?
Typically, this comes at about T-minus 2 hours, 15 minutes. So the good news is we're running about 6 minutes ahead of the countdown. Next major activities up in the Dragon area will be just verifying everything is ready for closeout.
Aluminum.
We'll be doing leak checks of the suits. We'll be closing the hatch, doing leak checks of the capsule hatch, and eventually T-minus 1 hour.
For awareness, our closeout lead is going to be climbing in to look at something on the cargo pallet, just for awareness.
Oh, that's the cargo pallet down there. I just pointed it out.
And copy that, Sarah.
Oh, very soon, drummer.
And that's one of the examples.
No, not
the
aluminum.
The closeout team is still there. Aluminum. They can still get inside the capsule. The hatch is open. And so they'll be able to check to see if everything is tied down correctly, nothing's loose in the cargo that's underneath the seats. But as I was saying, at T-minus 1 hour, the plan is the team will leave the crew access arm. They'll get out of the blast danger area, and that'll leave just the Inspiration4 folks on top of the Falcon 9 for the last 50 minutes or so of the countdown as we prepare to head to space. Status right now, everything continues to look good. Falcon 9 has been quiet since we started the webcast.
Yeah, that's where the
it'll start to
mystery
pick up at T-minus 2 hours. We've got a few flight termination system checks that we go through.
Great reference, AJ.
The biggies will come at about T-minus 1 hour when we're doing Merlin engine checks on the first and second stage, making sure engines are primed in with fuel. And then we'll carry the countdown from there as is typical. So a lot will pick up there. Dragon is pretty much in the mechanical activity right now. Earlier this afternoon, just around T-minus 4 hours, the Draco thrusters, these are the ones that are used for steering, orbit adjust, and to deorbit the capsule.
He's there, Tiger. I'm not sure he's out on the access arm with him, but he's there.
So the Draco thrusters are in a flight pressurized configuration. And pretty much
so
right
they
now
can tell
it
who's
is
who,
just
Tal.
getting the crew
When you got
ready,
a full jumpsuit on, you
getting the
can't
hatch
see who's who.
closed, and getting off of the pad.
Not
on
yet,
the weather front, no new information other than the weather continues to look good. We've been talking about it. In addition, we are beginning to release balloons to measure the upper altitude winds.
19 was making sure the cookies
but everything
were
is
secure.
looking good in that case. So right now, the weather, the range, Falcon 9 Dragon, and the crew of Inspiration4 all looking good for an on-time launch in just under 2 hours, 19 minutes.
Ben, they got fast pass.
And shortly, the crew will perform some suit leak checks. And these suit leak checks are a part of a series of checks to make sure that the crew is in great shape before liftoff. However, there is one check that some of us at SpaceX thought was missing from the process. It's a very important one, so we thought we should clear it up now before we go any further.
All right, if I had to choose between Star Wars, Star Trek, and then one of my other favorites is Stargate, SG-1, I would rather trek across the universe than fight my way.
I've heard, are you a Star Wars guy? Are you a Star Trek guy?
Oh, crap.
Those used to be true. I really think I'm a Battlestar Galactica guy, to be honest.
There's no question it's Star Wars. I'm a Star Wars fan.
That's gonna piss
for
people
sure.
off.
I would say that if I had to guess, it's a split crew between Star Wars and Star Trek. I don't know if anyone else would have dropped Battlestar Galactica. I don't know on that one.
Can't beat Captain Adama.
I think Jared's Star Wars. Cyan is Star Wars. Chris is the wild card, but I think he's Star Wars.
Oh, Jared is definitely Star Wars. I think Chris is probably Star Trek, but I'm not 100% sure. And I would think that Haley, she's the youngest. So I think maybe Star Wars. I think Star Trek is too old for her.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go for Section 3, suit leak check preparation.
I kind of am. I'm a medical officer, so.
I don't know if we're like completely unified around that. I mean, there is other, sci-fi, spacey stuff that comes before Star Trek.
Okay.
They don't know they're wrong. Like that just they learn that over time. Like.
Called out! Called out!
That. And I gotta say, that kind of sounded a little Sith Lord-esque from Jared there. But I'm with Jared. I'm Team Star Wars all the way.
Yeah, I think I'm staying clear from all the discussions. I'm a casual fan of both, but I know there's passionate fans on both sides. I like them both.
Well,
oh wait, no, John.
Listening, they're getting ready for suit leak checks.
John doesn't care. Which one am I? Halo. Halo. Cole Protocol Article 2, baby.
The paper, they're talking about a mansion up in the hills here above LA as the Starship Enterprise.
Lame.
So you kind of got an equal, but in my case, showing my age,
I mean, if you guys want to argue the differences between a dilithium crystal and a hyperspace drive, a Republic Nubian hyperspace drive, or a T-14, all right? And then you want to discuss a Radar Nolzer 620C pod racer engine with me, I'll discuss that all day. All day. You want to talk about dilithium and coolant leaks in the saucer section? I got you, all right? All right? You want to talk about how Incom Corporation was a victim of industrial espionage, and the rebels stole the plans for the Incom fighter, and that's how the X-Wing became a rebel fighter. And then the Imperial Senate changed contractors to the TIE fighter, the twin ion engine fighter. Yeah, you want to talk that with me? I got you. You want to talk Halo? Shaw Fujikawa translite engines, and how you initiate random jumps through the Cole Protocol to not give away the position of Earth? I got you. I got you on this.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We might hear some names get interchanged, but they got those call signs when they were doing their jet fighter training, which is a really cool sentence to say.
I played.
Who else gets to do jet fighter training?
Huge Star Wars fan, Star Trek. I got it, dude.
That's very exciting.
I celebrate the entire catalog.
So only 553 humans have been to orbit, and most of those traveled as part of government or country-specific missions. As a result, the research conducted on those missions, particularly as it relates to humans in space, is often only accessible by the country or government that conducted the research. Now think about the possibilities if the data from all those missions could be made available to the broader science community for research. Inspiration4 is a step in that direction.
Once in orbit, the crew of Inspiration4 will conduct research that has the potential to improve human health here on Earth and for all future space travelers. All biomedical data collected during the mission, things like heart rhythm and rate, blood oxygen saturation, and other things, will be accessible through an open data repository and available for research.
Open source,
To that end, SpaceX and the Inspiration4 crew are partnering with TRISH, the Translational Research Institute for Space Health, to collect data and biological samples from the crew before, during, and after this historic spaceflight. Part of NASA's Human Research Program, TRISH is a virtual institute that finds and funds disruptive science and medical technology in order to reduce health and performance.
4 good suits.
Suit pressure checks are good.
Copy that, Dragon. We see the same. The closeout team will perform final closeout steps and then exit the capsule. Please report when ready to close the hatch.
Damn straight, PTM.
Sounds like suit leak checks have been completed. And TRISH is a virtual institute that finds and funds disruptive...
Copy that, SpaceX. We're ready for side hatch closure when you are.
All right, so they're going to close the hatch to Dragon
Copy
now.
that, Dragon.
Pausing for comms. Disruptive science and medical technology in order to reduce health and performance risks in space explorers.
Yeah, as we're getting ready to close out the side hatch, let's check in with Kate to take a closer look at the experiments the Inspiration4 crew will conduct during their 3 days in orbit.
Thanks, Andy. I'm joined now by Diana Dial from our space operations team here in Hawthorne, and we're going to take a closer look at the research that the Inspiration4 crew will be conducting on orbit.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for having me. It's great to be here. We're going to be talking about some of the biomedical research experiments that'll be flying on Inspiration4 today. So off the bat, why are we even doing this? Obviously, our goal is to make spaceflight accessible and safe to everybody. And that means making sure that we understand what happens to the human body when folks go to space. Plus, with a lot of these experiments, we're also getting a better understanding of how to revolutionize healthcare here on Earth.
Now, that seems kind of like an interesting point because a lot of people assume that science done in space doesn't have anything to do with those of us that are still on planet Earth. So can you tell us a little bit about some of the things we see here and how they'll benefit not only us, those of us in space, but also those of us on Earth?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so off the bat, the technologies that we use for space, particularly for medicine, are actually miniaturized, they're mobile, and they can be used by non-physician or non-medically trained individuals. So that means that we can expand access to places where otherwise it's super remote, you might not have a medical provider, and these same technologies that we're going to be using, for example, on Inspiration4, we use in remote care environments here on Earth.
And that handheld portion seems super important because in space, weight is everything.
I can talk to you more about that in a
I believe this is an ultrasound reader, and if you're familiar with ultrasound machines, they're usually much bigger and require a lot of training to operate and not possible to go to space. But this is actually what's going to be on board Dragon today.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the butterfly ultrasound. Normally, you guys may be familiar with an ultrasound that you see at the hospital, and it'll be about the size of this table. But this ultrasound device is not only handheld, portable, but also, as we said, can be used by a non-medically trained individual. So During Inspiration4, our astronauts are actually going to be doing medical imaging while in space to better understand how body fluids change in the microgravity environment.
Now, in terms of the other things that we have on the table, I feel like, well, obviously the glasses are the coolest looking. We'll get to those. But how does this actually, like, how do they read when they're viewing, the ultrasound themselves? How do they actually get a readout for that?
Sure. So essentially, this ultrasound just plugs into an iPad or an iPhone, and essentially what they do is they'll plug it in, they'll use a little bit of gel, and then actually be able to apply it to themselves to visualize a number of organ systems in the body. So, for example, due to the fluid shifts in space, we want to make sure that we understand how blood flow moves in the microgravity environment, what happens to the bladder, for example, when it comes to urinary retention, and also we want to see how those fluid shifts could affect, for example, intracranial pressure. And so one of the analogous things that we'll be measuring is ultrasound on the eye. So all of these can be measured super easily using this just plugged in to an iPad or a phone.
And of course, that's important because intracranial fluid impacts vision, and vision changes while you're in space.
Absolutely.
Now, I want to get to the glasses.
Yeah.
They look like fun 3D glasses, but there's no 3D movies on this particular Dragon mission. So can you tell us a little bit about what those are used for and how they're helpful?
Yeah, absolutely. So while these look like a very cool prop, they are in fact for science. So what these glasses do is essentially a number of neurovestibular type of tests. So rewind, when we're here on Earth, our body is adapted to the gravity environment. And that means that folks essentially are able to orient to where they are located in physical space based on connection between the eyes, the inner ears, and the brain. And so what you do with this test is actually put on these glasses. And because
Can I try them on?
Yeah, absolutely. And so as you can see, Kate not only looks really cool, and everything's purple, but
she's got a
if
little
you
strut.
already just
She
use
got a little
one
strut
at a
going
time,
on there.
the idea is that we're actually able to lateralize and localize different halves of the neurovestibular system to better understand when folks are doing a specific set of tests while wearing these glasses, how their adaptation to the spaceflight environment affects how they feel oriented and potentially might have space motion sickness, might feel dizzy or nauseous while they're in microgravity, and then once they return back to Earth.
So in terms of how, like, if I put these glasses on, how are you actually testing what I'm seeing?
Sure. So what would happen is that they would wear these glasses. They'll actually be doing some tests on something like this iPad. And then the results of those tests tell us basically which side and potentially more about what's going on with their neurovestibular system. Again, both in flight and then when they return.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Diana Dial from our Space Ops team here at SpaceX in Hawthorne. Thank you so much for joining us and showing us firsthand some of the science that the Inspiration4 crew will be getting up to over the next 3 days. Let's check back in with Andy to see what's happening out on that pad.
Thanks, Kate and Diana. Super cool experiments. So right now, over the next couple minutes, the crew will be completing final inspections of the spacecraft, followed by hatch close.
Yeah, of course.
And so the crew is doing a sweep inside of Dragon to make sure there isn't any foreign object debris, what we like to refer to as FOD. Basically, anything that doesn't belong, that shouldn't be inside Dragon, we want to make sure that that is not there anymore.
Yep. Scrub it clean. And then after that, they're going to, when they close the hatch, they're going to do a seal check.
So right now is a view of the Dragon capsule and the crew access arm to the right-hand side. The Inspiration4 crew members are inside the top section of the Dragon capsule right now. And for those that are just joining us, this is a view from Kennedy Space Center in Florida off of historic launch pad 39A. We are about 2 hours away from liftoff. Everything is looking great today. Weather is looking great, and the crew has just been nothing but a bundle of joy since leaving the hangar, and super excited to be on a part of the mission.
It's crazy to think that, Andy, like you said, this is historic. It's pad 39A at Kennedy, and we can see the Atlantic Ocean
has a thing
there
longer.
off the coast. And it's really crazy to think that,
hit the buttons on
just
the pad.
in what was 1969 was whenever we launched Apollo 11, which was, of course, the first mission that actually landed on the moon. And here we are a few decades later, I should say, launching the first orbital all-civilian crew. And we keep saying all-civilian, and what that really means is non-professional astronauts. So people like us four, and that are now going to space from the very same ground that Apollo 11 launched from decades ago. And it's just this transition and evolution of human spaceflight is so awesome to see. And of course, we got a beautiful picture perfect background today. And it's just pretty incredible, and we're very thankful that we're able to introduce the next era of human spaceflight from this ground. We're standing on the shoulders of giants, and everyone inside that capsule knows that as well.
Yeah, we talked about the Apollo missions and the space shuttle missions. Since SpaceX took over the lease in 2014, we have also been making a little bit of history ourselves. In 2018, we debuted the Falcon Heavy rocket test flight. And for those that remember, that launched Starman. Yeah. And Starman is out there right now in his Tesla, exploring space.
They do have AC in there native right now. The suits have a coolant circulation system that's plugged into the capsule right now. And they're keeping positive pressure inside. There's an HVAC line that's behind number 8 right there. There's an HVAC line keeping positive pressure, keeping the air circulating inside of the capsule. Dude, you don't want to be in a spacesuit in Florida in late summer. Yeah, no, they got to keep it cool in there. The other thing is that the capsule is not really designed to work down here. It's only designed to work down here for a second. It's really designed to work up there, right? So down here, yeah, you gotta make sure that you keep everything nice and cool. You don't want to fry something in the sun, you know what I mean?
And it's incredible to think that literally our 4 all-civilian crew members are sitting in the Dragon capsule right now, about to make the next step in human space flight. We've always talked about, even before we were flying crew, that we always wanted to turn rockets into airplanes. Like, how do we turn how do we turn such a difficult, costly...
I'll give you guys just a quick recap, all right? What you're looking at here is the Inspiration4 launch. The Inspiration4 launch is a very, we've seen people launch on Dragon before. There's a crew up at the space station right now that launched on a Dragon, right? This one is a little bit different, though. This is the first all-commercial launch to go into space. All right, well, why is that a big deal, all right? It's a big deal because basically the only time people have launched into space before has been at the behest of a government, right? There have been commercial astronauts and commercial spaceflight participants before. Richard Garriott comes to mind, right? Any Ultima fans out there? Yeah, Lord British went to space, man, which is pretty cool. But there's always been a Russian cosmonaut or a NASA astronaut flying with them. This mission marks the first totally commercial, totally civilian flight into space. This is a big deal. First time it's ever happened. Ever. No one's ever done this before. The reason why it's a red letter day is because this is what Inspiration4 is doing, amongst other things, is trying to show people trying to get spaceflight to be more accessible, right? It is a huge step, and it represents a paradigm shift in how we are going to get into space, possibly in the future. Hopefully, someday you can just go to the airport and right up into space. Maybe you commute to work in space. I don't know. But, this is certainly, part of this mission is to try and steer us in that direction where, anyone can get into space. So maybe you work up there. Maybe you do ship breaking up there. Maybe you do ship building up there someday. And you build ships to go to Mars or something. You commute to work. I got to commute on a rocket today. It's so boring. That's what this is trying to do. This is trying to trend us in that direction. And SpaceX and the Inspiration4 mission is kind of leading that charge, which is that's a very big deal. This is this is unprecedented. Nothing like this has happened ever before. It's a big deal. Saber's like, shipwrecking? I want to do this.
The crew will live in for the next 3 days. The volume of the Dragon is about 328
as long as I get to go into space, I don't care.
Cubic feet. So once they're in space and in microgravity, they'll be able to utilize that entire space. And with the cupola, they'll actually get just a little bit more room. They get a little bit more volume inside of that
making
capsule.
history today. This is a big deal.
Yeah, the Dragon capsule itself also is outfitted with some engines.
On top of that, right? On top of that, this capsule is going to a type of orbit that no one has ever been to since the Gemini missions, basically. This thing is going up to about, it's like 400 miles, about 590 kilometers. That's above the Hubble Space Telescope. The Hubble Space Telescope was the highest humans have been since the Apollo missions. So this one's going above that. So this is going to mark the furthest, literally, and well, physically, the furthest that humans have been from the Earth since the Apollo missions in the early 1970s. Apollo 17, Gene Cernan, Jack Smith, and Ron Evans coming back from the moon that was the highest humans have been. And the Apollo missions, that's the furthest we've gone from Earth. This mission also is trying to trend back in that direction. Let's get out and let's explore the stars, man. This is way higher than the ISS, 200 kilometers higher. So that's 120 miles higher than the ISS. The ISS is about 270 miles or about 400 kilometers up. In a relatively circular orbit, the orbit does change shape for a number of reasons. There's the cupola module. This Dragon also has that in the front instead of a docking port because it's not going to the ISS. So they're going to have some really good views from the front, man. Is Bruce Willis in there? Nah, super user, not going to an asteroid. Not going to the asteroid. That's later. Actually, talk about, if you want me to just talk about going to asteroids for a second, NASA has 2 Discovery-class missions, which are like the top of the top missions, called Lucy and Psyche, that are going to asteroids. And one of them is going to explore an asteroid that has rare earth metals on it to kind of figure out how to do that whole mining thing. Anyway, we're going for hatch closure here. Hatch closure is scheduled for 6:07 p.m. or 7 past the hour right now, so we're slightly up on the timeline. They should be going to close the hatch here soon. What the 2 guys on the left and right are doing right there, they're inspecting the O-ring on the hatch. The hatch has an inflatable O-ring seal that they close the hatch and then they inflate the seal to make sure that you get a nice uniform seal. What they're doing there is checking it for FOD, or foreign object debris. You don't want something getting stuck in the seal and not generating a good seal. So, you don't want the pod to leak air. That would be problematic. All right. So what these guys are doing is they're going in there with a light and they're checking to make sure that the seal is completely clean. The mating surface and the rubber seal are clean. Once they verify that it's clean, they're going to do a leak check. So they'll put a pneumatic line into the panel there, into the access panel right there on the hatch. They'll close it. They'll inflate the panel. They'll do a leak check to make sure that they got a nice uniform seal. And then they lock the capsule out, and then we're good to go on to the next step.
Was T-minus 2 hours to initiate the closing of the hatch.
No pressure.
So the good news is on the Dragon side, everything's running just as
not
planned.
That type of O-ring.
Falcon 9 side, again, folks, check.
You guys got to remember, spacecraft have millions of O-rings. Anybody that knows a little bit about space, you hear O-rings in spacecraft and you think, oh! No, spacecraft have millions of them. All right. Fortunately, this one only needs to hold back about 10 psi differential pressure. What does that mean? Honestly, the capsule, a lot of people get confused. They think, you can have explosive decompression in space. And knock on wood, I never would want that to happen. That's not really how spacecraft work. They don't work like that. It's not a submarine and the thing's like, and all the bolts start going and water comes in everywhere. Obviously not water, it's vacuum, right? The differential pressure between like the inside of a submarine at 100 meters and the water pressure is way, 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 way higher than you'd get with a spacecraft. With a spacecraft, the differential pressure between inside of the spacecraft and outside is about 15 psi, maybe, at best. That's 100 kilopascals, 1 bar, basically. It's not that big of a deal, but you still have to make sure that it seals. You don't want to lose air. That would be a problem. You don't want to lose that. AC! O-rings are my friend. That's right, dude. Yeah, 30 feet underwater, or about 12 meters down, is 2 bar. So this thing, the differential pressure between outside the spacecraft and inside is not that much, but you still don't want to lose the air. Cohagen, the people need the air because we go to Mars. So what they're going to do is they're going to make sure that they get a good seal with that thing. That's very important. And if you recall the DM2 mission with Bob and Doug, the first Dragon 2 crewed flight, they did have a problem sealing it. So they closed it, and then they were like, we're not getting a seal. And then Mission Control was like, have you tried opening it and closing it again? And they're like, okay. And they opened it and closed it, and it worked. And then, yeah, everything was good, you know. But yeah, you really got to make sure you don't want air to leak. That's bad. You know, spaceflight, I always attribute spaceflight. If you want to understand the difficulty of this, spaceflight is it's like Tetris, okay? You never really win, you just get better at it. All right, and you know in Tetris, you know you force the thing down and the block doesn't go into the into the area right, and then you have to kind of plan around that. That's spaceflight to a T. You always have a bunch of little compounding errors, and you want to make sure that you don't have those compounding errors build up. All right, you want to make sure you always place each block right in the position that you mean to, so you can get those 5 lines and keep the Tetris stack low. All right, so that's why they're really taking their time to inspect that hatch and make sure that it is totally sealed. It's Tetris, baby. You never win. You get better at it. You got to go for the high score. The Apollo mission is the high score. You know. Call President Scroob. I can assure you and your viewers, there is no air problem. I told you never to call me on this wall. This is an unregistered wall.
Event. So if you are watching, as Kate said,
gotta break
on
the high
YouTube,
score,
there
man.
is a donation button. So please donate what you can. We've so far raised about $133,000 on the YouTube channel so far.
Chuck Norris beat Tetris. T-minus 1 minute, 1 hour and 54 minutes.
Discovery, go at
154, Nico. Are you hyped, dude? Oh, I'm ready. This is
So
awesome.
if you've just recently joined us, on the right-hand side of your screen there is the Inspiration4
Jack.
crew.
There you go.
They are in their seats. The seats have been rotated back to launch position. They have undergone comms and leak checks. And the view on your right is the Dragon capsule. That's where they're seated inside of...
Nora, down below this cargo pallet is what's called the ECLSS. ECLSS. The Environmental Control and Life Support Systems. The ECLSS has basically pressurized tanks in it. It has oxygen, right? And they have oxygen in a loop with a CO2 scrubber and nitrogen too. You don't want a pure O2 capsule interior. That's bad. You want something to simulate roughly what you're breathing right now. You think that's air you're breathing now? You're not breathing mostly oxygen right now. You're breathing mostly nitrogen. Earth's atmospheric composition at sea level is more or less 15 pounds per square inch. And 79% nitrogen and 20% oxygen, and then 1% stuff you probably shouldn't inhale. That's that 1% is what everybody gets all about, you know, that rightly so. They want to try to mimic that, but they can mimic it at a lower pressure. So they have tanks down there. They have nitrogen and oxygen tanks to create a nitrox mixture, kind of like scuba diving almost. And what that basically does is they have that plugged into an air conditioner, and the air conditioner, you have a climate control system inside of the capsule. That's part of the ECLSS, and you know when they breathe it out, they keep the air circulating, and the air goes through a CO2 scrubber, and they try to recycle it as much as they can. But once the CO2 scrubber saturates, you're going to have to come back down. You know, the CO2 scrubbers are finite. That's one of the the consumables on the capsule. It's actually that environmental control system, they're sitting on it right now. So there's the crew, and then there's the science racks, which is these aluminum cases, and then the ECLSS is underneath them. It's inside of the capsule in case they need to get at it. Okay, so we have hatch closure right there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Creative Native, 3 months. Thanks, buddy.
Sure, all of those engineers.
All right, so now they're going to inflate the O-ring on the hatch to make sure they get a good seal.
Meanwhile, as we wait for comm checks and confirmations that the side hatch closure is checked out and successful, in the area we've got Falcon 9 team is clearing the flight hazard in the flight caution area, T-minus 2 hours. These are larger areas around the Complex 39A. So roadblocks are down.
Dragon SpaceX, we are commencing health checks for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary flight computer change, followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
It's a commercial tourist mission, Cord Run.
Copy that, SpaceX, standing by.
No astronauts on this flight.
We're going to do a
NASA
quick
is not
check here that's
affiliated with
planned
this
on
mission,
Dragon.
despite the NASA logo in the
This
picture
just
over there.
changes what we call a command sequence on Dragon. They're not actually opening the side hatch and then going back and close it.
There you go, Forge.
That just changes states in their
fun.
displays.
There's rocket engines in it.
As I mentioned, we are clearing hazard and caution areas. No indications of any issues right now. We'll wrap that up in another half an hour or so. Falcon 9's looking good right now. Dragon obviously looking good. And the weather continues to cooperate. What we all like to talk about, but you can't do anything about it.
St.Jude thing
With that, Andy, how are things looking on your end?
Yeah, our crew today, Jared, Cyan, Haley, and Chris have been training for this journey pretty much ever since the announcement that they had all been selected as crewmates for the Inspiration4 mission back in March. What's super cool is that they're going through the same Dragon training as our NASA astronauts. And to prepare the Inspiration4 crew for their mission, our teams at SpaceX have spent the last several months teaching the crew about orbital mechanics, how to live in space, and even running simulations of what a full mission could look like while seated inside of Dragon.
The Inspiration4 crew has completed numerous simulations, including a 30-hour and 12-hour end-to-end simulation in our Dragon trainer. They trained not only at SpaceX, but they also did some centrifuge training. They flew fighter jets, and there's a photo from their fighter jet experience.
Jared just owns a MiG-29. Whatever.
Yeah, I love the name that Haley got, the G Monster, because she pulled 8 Gs in the fighter jet, and she wanted it.
Right.
She's an absolute adventurer. I love it.
Yeah, that looks super exciting. They also completed a 0G flight, which simulated microgravity for a very short period of time, but there's a photo of them flying high there.
They all look like they're superheroes.
Right. Love it. They also climbed Mount Rainier in Washington together, which was a tough hike, 10-hour hike up the mountainside. But it looks like from that photo they're almost enjoying themselves.
Yes. I believe it was a pretty strenuous hike up, and they also camped up there for several days at a ridge on Mount Rainier.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome, Forge.
And then they even signed a Falcon 9 booster, which is their booster that is currently on the pad. And you can see them standing in front of the booster with their signatures there. Tradition started by the Crew 2 members that they are following in their footsteps with this. It's pretty incredible to see them. This team has studied nearly 100 different training lessons covering all aspects of the mission. At the end of training each week, the crew recorded video diaries of their experiences. In their own words, here's the crew talking about their various training over the last 6 months.
Jared Isaacman here, Commander Inspiration4, and we're like 4 months and a day away from our intended launch date.
This week was really intense because we had a lot of the systems. We got to go into the sim.
I mean, Genesis, I've pulled 5 sustained in a centrifuge before. Mission Space at Disney World. It hurts.
Talk a lot about teamwork.
It hurts if you're not ready for it.
And the SpaceX culture.
Yeah, ride Mission Space at Epcot and Disney World.
Week 2 training at SpaceX complete.
God, I'm gonna feel this later.
This was a heavy week.
I just completed another week at SpaceX, and it was intense.
A lot of good building blocks. So you start in the beginning of the week with smaller things like losing comms to, okay, some circumstances are not so good, and then some get really bad where you have to, plan an emergency deorbit, which we initiate ourselves in that.
But man, challenging. I didn't realize how much upper body strength I need, so I need to hit the gym the next couple of months and build up some more muscles.
It is, Bloody Stub. If you ride on the green mission, 5G sustained.
Today was the
it's
medical
a hell of a ride,
day.
man.
Learn some more about some of the medical experiments we're going to be working with and helping to advance what we know about humans in spaceflight.
We've all contributed all sorts of fluids now to the greater scientific cause.
But the best part is we all got in our spacesuits together.
We got to wear spacesuits, strap into the simulator, and feel like we're actually going to space.
Hello again, Chris here, and it's August 2nd, 2021. 44 days from our launch here in September. Everything keeps going to plan, and it's been an incredible week last week, working with SpaceX teams down at Kennedy Space Center, and then back here in Hawthorne this week for some sims.
This spacesuit that I got fitted for about 7 months ago, I actually get to see
you also need to make sure to donate to charity for this
and
mission.
do a bunch of maneuvers in to make sure that it's comfortable and that I can move. And I am just so excited for this because, I mean, this is the spacesuit I'm going to wear leaving the planet.
I'm just so honored and thankful and grateful to be a part of this historic mission and a part of the SpaceX team.
Y'all are working so hard to get to Mars and beyond.
Right, Pokey?
We want to provide great data, and we're really excited to be part of this.
All right, well, thanks everybody for a fantastic time here in Hawthorne, and also down at Kennedy. We've been doing training down there as well, so really appreciate everything you guys been doing.
This is my final call here from SpaceX, so Rook signing off.
Please begin the comm check with the crew.
Dragon, GNC on countdown 1. Comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, GNC. How many?
GNC loud and clear. Stand by.
Here's Mick. Hey, my guy. What's up,
you're
man?
Doing right now. Comm checks.
Dragon prop on countdown. Comm check.
Freaking
Between
10-pack
Dragon
right
and
there,
the
bro.
Falcon 9 launch team in firing room 4.
Prop, loud and clear. Godspeed. Have a good flight today. Stand by for comm check with the avionics engineer.
Dragon avionics on countdown 1. Comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, avionics. How many?
Avionics loud and clear. Stand by for the comm check by the ground segment engineer.
Say that again.
No.
Dragon ground segment on countdown 1. Comm check.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Dragon
Jack,
has you loud and
awesome
clear, ground
content over the
segment. How
years.
many?
Thanks, man.
Ground segment loud and
This is what
clear.
makes it all
Stand by
worth
for
it,
comm
dude.
check
This-
by launch control.
This really revs my engine, man. This is the best.
Dragon launch
I
control
love
on
spaceflight
countdown
so
1.
much,
Comm check.
dude. Thanks for the support, guys. I appreciate it.
Dragon has you loud and clear, launch control. How many?
Launch control, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the chief engineer.
We'll get SN11 up and running tomorrow, Blizzard.
Dragon chief engineer on countdown 1.
We got real
Comm check.
spaceflight business today, bro. John said that. He was
Dragon has you loud and clear first. How many?
Prop load will begin at 45 minutes.
You're loud
Fast
and
fly.
clear. Have a great flight.
What they're gonna
This completes our comm check.
Go at throttle up.
Hey, Riggs. Listen to me, Riggs. Riggs, where are you, Riggs?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. Agent Smart with a 10-monther.
Just
Thanks,
inside
man.
T-minus 1 hour and 43 minutes. We've heard the comm checks
You gotta
between
be,
the
Jack.
Inspiration4
Gotta keep
crew
your head
up
up,
in
man.
the Dragon capsule, up at the very
what makes you
top
get
on
up every
the
day,
picture
dude.
at
That's
the left
really important.
behind where the crew access arm is. That's where Dragon is with the crew right now. They're talking to the Falcon 9 launch team, located in firing room
10-month
4,
sub and then
just
bat?
a few miles
Bro.
just west of the launch pad.
Let's freaking
Got a
go.
great view out the windows.
Fire me up, man.
Earlier we saw a
In the words
picture
of the
of the
immortal
crew
Cleater.
signing their names on the
Thanks, guys.
booster
Thanks
that
for
has
the
flown to
support. I
space
really
a couple of
appreciate it.
times.
But let's not make
and
this
that's an
about me. It's
example
about
of
these guys today.
reusability of the Falcon 9.
Make sure you shoot some money towards
We've
St.
talked
Jude, okay?
reusability
Please.
several times in the webcast, and our boss Elon Musk, he's made
Oh
it
my
clear for
God.
years and years, the holy grail of space travel, what opens up space for humanity to become a spacefaring
Thanks, B-Money.
civilization
Thanks, Henry.
is reusability.
Riggs!
Without it,
Listen
spaceflight
to me,
is just
Riggs!
not affordable. And I think, as we mentioned earlier, if you threw the airplane away after every flight, no one would be flying anywhere.
Damn right.
So each step in SpaceX's history has been focusing on incorporating reusability step by step into our designs.
Right,
First with
Tiger.
Falcon 1,
Hey,
people may
Kilpon.
not remember,
What's up,
we
dude?
did want to try
Or
to get
not.
the Falcon 1 first stages back so that we could look at them, not fly them again. We rolled that into Falcon 9, into Dragon, and
There
now
you
as
go,
we're going
Flyby.
forward, even Starship
You're a
program
bitch.
where everything there is reusable.
Hey.
So that's the holy grail. We've been attacking it a piece at a time.
Thanks,
We're almost
God.
there in today's flight. We're
It's going
reflying
good,
both
Ryan. It's a
Dragon
good day.
and the Falcon 9 first stage.
Thanks for all the bits, guys. Hey, fellas, just make sure you go and support St. Jude. The Inspiration4 mission is is partnering with St.Jude. Haley Nova, so the woman in the far right seat on Dragon is a pediatric cancer survivor. And guys, I do not do this. I don't tell you unless the cause is worth it. Cancer sucks. Both my parents had it. It's not fun. It's not fun. Make sure you go over there. I appreciate the support, guys. Make sure you go over there and support them too, please. It's a worthy cause. Trust me. It's not fun. Not fun at all, dude. But hey, thank you for all the subs. Pembo, thank you for all the bits. Just make sure you go and do that, please. Every little bit helps.
Those visits on reflown Dragons. So reusability,
Dragon SpaceX, we have a good side hatch leak check.
Thanks, Braham.
Discovery, go at throttle.
That sucks, bro. It's not fun.
And copy that, SpaceX. Good side hatch leak check.
All right, that is great
Make
news.
sure you go over there
that
and
was
kick
just
cancer
confirmation
right in the nuts.
that the leak check that they performed on the side hatch, everything is good. So that side hatch will remain closed until those 4 individuals splash down back on Earth in 3 days after orbiting.
Let's not get too down in the dumps, man. We're going to space today. Any day where we can launch folks up there.
It's important, again, that we do perform that leak check because we want to make sure that in the vacuum of space, the habitat inside of the capsule can withstand that pressure and make sure that the environment that the astronauts are in are hospitable. So that is, again, great news that we are continuing to march towards T0 on time. Everything seems to be going great so far. Kate, I do want to talk more about reusability. It is astounding that over half of our rockets are flown on reflown missions. I think one of the things is to refly rockets, you got to land them. And that, honestly, is my personal favorite. Seeing the booster come back, landing on land, landing on the drone.
Haley's not only a cancer survivor, she's a pediatric bone cancer survivor. Bone cancer. Anyone that's in the medical industry knows that is not good. She survived it because of St.Jude. So bone cancer is not good. Not pretty. Not pretty at all. And she's a PA for St.Jude now. Yeah, so guys, Chris with the little dance right there. Yep. Make sure that it's a worthy cause, dudes. It's a worthy cause. Trust me. Rook, the commander on the mission, donated $100 million of his own cash. It's a worthy cause. Trust me on that one. And I wouldn't say that unless I absolutely meant it.
Landings on the drone ship where we learned a lot and eventually led to the first successful one. And that moment is seared in my memory. And
my only regret
the
is
crowd
that I
just
have
went
bonitis.
Absolutely wild. I mean, we've had a few events where the crowd has gone absolutely wild in this building.
Oh, they're going to do it.
That we made, but that one in particular, with the drone ship landing for the first time, is one of my top 3 favorite
stop sealing the helmet
memories.
before they lock the door. Not sure.
Yeah, that is pretty incredible, and it's what's gotten us here today.
Smart.
With the Falcon and Dragon system, we've proven you can build a reliable, reusable launch system for a fraction of historical cost. Our next step is to scale that up, basically build the same kind of system, but capable of taking a lot more people to the moon, Mars, and beyond. And that is what we're doing at our Starbase location in Texas with Starship.
Yeah, it's a super exciting area down there. Starship is a fully reusable transportation system designed to carry both crew and cargo to Earth orbit, the moon, Mars, and beyond. You can see it there on your photo. That was the first time that we stacked the Starship booster with the Starship flight vehicle and the good fins that you see there. I can't possibly describe the scale. We were just talking about, drone ship landings. Everything seems so small. I mean, just multiply that feeling times 100 when you envision Starship.
You know what it is, Chad?
The first time I saw it with my own eyes, I wept with joy. It's just an incredible monster of a vehicle, and there's a view of that stacking next to what is essentially a fixed service structure there. And yeah, so it's super exciting to follow along with all the advancements. Everybody knows that it changes not on a monthly, not on a weekly, but a daily basis there in Starbase,
crazy
Texas.
With the subs. Thank you very much. I appreciate
and what I love
Thank you.
that
Really.
Starship is doing is they're very manufacturing and production focused.
Look at that,
and that
though.
is very
You see that
key
picture? You see
for
how big
us
that
to
thing is?
continue
So-
to fly and reuse these vehicles.
Let me just back it up for a second. I'm going to let you finish, all right? Look at this. So, see that picture right there? All right, for a little bit of perspective, you see the silver part? That's the first stage for Starship. That is how big Falcon 9 is. So this rocket over here is this big. Fully stacked, first and second stage. Let's go over live. That's as tall as the first stage, right there. That thing is another first stage tall here. It is not a small rocket. That's what Elon's been working on the last couple of years. 31 million raised so far, pays for almost 2,000 surgeries. Good. Good.
Just constantly improving our manufacturing and production of
Yeah,
these vehicles.
It's a beast.
Absolutely. There's the
first
innovation
stage is
there,
as big as this
regardless
tower
of
over here.
regardless of success or failure. It is constant.
Make sure to
because
do the time
we're
warp.
learning.
All right, we'll time warp up to the present here. Prepare to fast forward. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Fast forwarding. What did you do? No, I fast forward. No. You turned the whole stream off. Well, put it back up. No, put it back on. Put the stream back on. Yes, sir. All right, we're back. And we have the combination. Schlotkin, go back to the golf course and work on your putts. Combination is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Get us to the International Space
Joe
Station.
Simbawan.
It's extremely precise maneuvering that needs to happen in order to dock with the International Space Station.
Man.
As a reminder, these vehicles are going at 17,500 miles per hour.
Chad, I need you to comb the desert.
We don't need to do that for this mission. It's
amazing.
So we just need a couple burns
I got on my luggage.
to get us to that very far out orbit of 575 kilometers.
One thing we ought to alert folks is they watch the ascent and we see the second stage. We typically put up the velocity and the altitude of each of the vehicles. The Falcon 9 will put Dragon into the low Earth orbit about 190 kilometers by 575.
I'm using
so they don't go into the final orbit right away. Jesse, as you just said, we're going to very quickly after we get into orbit, I think before they take suits off or anything, we'll do burns of the Draco engines, the smaller ones, to lift that orbit a couple of steps to 575. So if you're watching in the webcast and you go, wow, the Dragon just separated. Why isn't it showing 575
Yeah, on EDL,
kilometers?
Taco. Yes,
That's
it
because
will.
we've got 2 more burns that we still got to go through.
Why the high orbit altitude?
Incredible.
Well, Jared Isaacman, the commander of this mission, personally wanted this mission to go higher than the Hubble Space Telescope to inspire people to show that humanity should be going further. That's why this mission is going above Hubble. This is going to be about 120 miles or give or take 200 kilometers above the space station. That's a long way up, guys. That's the highest humans have been since 1972, since the Apollo missions. This is a big deal. This is a big mission. And, I'm happy to be sharing it with you guys. This is awesome. This is my favorite. I love this stuff. We could do this every day. Wait, I kind of do. We've been coming to the same stream for the last 10 years, and that is in no way bad. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? I've just been given a very urgent and awe-inspiring news story. If you'll stop what you're doing and listen. Cannonball!
The violation is 10%. So we look at the flip side. And
where does low Earth orbit end? Basically, where the Van Allen
We will
belts start,
continue to watch as we get close in the next 90 minutes to T0.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
Looking at ground level winds. And we're looking to see if there might be a pop-up thunder shower somewhere. That creates
somebody just clicked the stream off and they're like...
That's something you don't want to fly the spacecraft through.
No,
the other thing that we've got is, I mentioned
else.
earlier, we are releasing balloons. The range is releasing balloons that allow us to measure wind speed and wind shear in the upper
altitudes.
altitudes.
That far, Jack.
Right now,
the
balloon data coming back shows upper altitude looks well behaved. So the weather, both here and around the world for the next few days, continuing to look good.
mentioning this weather, and this is a very unique mission. Again, we're not going to the International Space Station, so we do have to make sure that weather is good on liftoff and returning back home. So the procedure
Where they're
for
landing. They're
picking
going to come
the
down in
launch
the
window is
Atlantic
actually
Ocean
a
in
little
3
bit
days.
different. We reserved a couple of days, a couple of 24-hour days for the mission, but
I'm not sure exactly what the cubic volume is. It is a little bit of time for 4 people to be in a little bit of a confined space like that. But that's like the size of it's about the size of a walk-in closet. But you got to remember, in space, once again, not like the walls are the floor, the ceiling's the floor, everything's there's plenty of usable space inside of the capsule. The seats can fold down, they can stow them and stuff, and it actually adds up to a lot of space over time. Not over time, like you can move stuff out of the way. It's very configurable inside. Most spacecraft do that because, I mean, you got to sleep in the thing, you have to use the restroom. Yes, there's a head on board. You got to sleep somewhere. They sleep in the seats. So, believe it or not, there's a lot of space underneath there where they can, not be in the bedroom, so to speak. There's a kitchen on board. There's there's food. There's everything you need. It's down underneath the seats. The kitchen is down there. But when when everything is usable space, like picture if you're, double the size of the building of your house right now because you can use all the ceilings, or quadruple because you can use the walls and everything. It's okay. It's not too bad. I mean, it is a confined space. Like, don't get me wrong, but, I think these guys will be able to handle it.
04. But right now,
That's why
everything
they call it
continues
space.
to look good for T01 at 8:02 and 56 seconds p.m.
It's below the
Daylight
door
Saving
fast
Time.
flight, yeah. No, Lunfrod, probably not. This is an all-civilian launch, Lone Wolf. No career astronauts. NASA is not involved in this mission. Now, SpaceX is utilizing NASA's communication system, the tracking data and relay system. They paid $1 million to utilize NASA's communication systems for the capsule so they can keep in contact with the crew. But SpaceX also does have redundant ground stations in case that goes. They have redundant ways of being able to talk to mission control in Hawthorne, California. They can use ground stations. Dragon can do direct to Hawthorne, or they can use the tracking system. That is the only piece of NASA infrastructure that is affiliated with this mission at all. SpaceX also has mission control in Houston on the loop just in case. They have them as kind of like an oh crap moment. We don't know what to do. In that unlikely scenario, they have them on the loop. They basically have NASA on speed dial in case something goes weird. But this is the first all-commercial, all-civilian crew to fly into space ever. It's a big deal. This is a very big deal. This is like, a person flying around in a private jet, basically, but they're flying around in a capsule that goes to space. This is a huge, huge thing. Very important in the step to expand humanity's conscience out of just low Earth orbit. We gotta go out to the moon. We gotta go out to Mars. We gotta go out to Venus. We gotta go and study our place in the solar system. There's plenty of reasons why, but we gotta study our place in the solar system so we can figure out how to keep things in check here on Earth. We want to preserve the Earth the way that it is because it's an anomaly, man. There's no other planet in the solar system that's quite like this. We should expand out to those other planets and learn why Earth is the way that it is. Because, that's pretty neat. You can tell it's an Earth because of the way it is. Would you look at that? So this is a big deal. It's a big step in the right direction towards pushing humanity's conscience out of our proverbial cradle and into the stars, man, which is pretty cool. That's pretty wild, man. Never thought I would see this when I was growing up, I'll tell you.
27 minutes. And
would you just look at it? Would you look at it?
They're completing some final procedures here. They've already done comms checks, suit leak checks.
They were chosen for inspiring reasons. They're not the highest bidders, O'Brien.
And done the
Jared
hatch
Isaacman,
leak check.
The commander of the mission, paid for the whole thing, and then he chose the crew himself.
Or will be. They're preparing to.
You can tell it's an Aspen,
finish
Ziggy, because of
their
the way it
procedures
is.
There, and we'll be exiting
neat.
the crew arm.
That's pretty neat.
Roughly 26 minutes or so.
Yes, a lot of notable milestones of this mission. So Haley Arsenault will be the youngest American to go into space. She will be also the first with a prosthetic. Dr. Cyan Proctor will be the first black female pilot of a spacecraft.
BRB,
this
going to
is
space.
the furthest that we're going to be sending humans since the Apollo missions. And I'm trying to recall them all in my mind. This is the first time that we're going to be having 3 Dragons in orbit. So we currently have 1 cargo Dragon and 1 crew Dragon at the International Space Station.
Spanky. It depends on their launch window. So the ISS has a very, very specific type of orbit. Usually, if they were going there, it would be you have a 1 second chance. You have to launch to the second to get to the right spot. The ISS's orbit is tilted 51.6 degrees inclined to Earth's equator. What now? Okay, all right. What does that mean in plain English? Here, I can show you. So, see how the ISS it's tilted? If you make a line from Earth's equator to the tilt of the ISS's orbit, it's 51.6 degrees inclined. It only goes over Florida every once in a while. For instance, if they launch, like say the ISS is right there, that dot right there, and you go to, you launched right now, you'd be in an orbit that has the same inclination, but it has a different, you have a different what's called longitude of ascending node. The ascending node is the point where you pass over Earth's equator, all right? So you have your angular component, which defines inclination, and then you have your ascending node component, which defines basically where the longitude coordinate where you pass over the equator. That's really important to understand. I mean, Kerbal players are like, EJ, we know this, come on, all right. Kerbal will teach you that kind of stuff. It'll teach you about those kinds of orbital mechanics, right? But if they waited until the ISS's track was passing over Florida to launch, and keep in mind, this isn't in real time, this is just kind of a simulation here of where it is. If they waited, yeah, they probably could see it. It's going to be a little bit difficult to see if the orbit that they insert into at 51 degrees inclined has a different longitude of ascending node. It'd be pretty difficult because, yeah, space, the scale that Earth is ridiculous. It is ridiculous, the scale. You would not be able to see something unless you're really close to it. Are those white dots space junk? It's not space junk. They're tracked satellites. It's not necessarily space junk. Those are just satellites. PC Tech, 10-month resub. Thanks. Or not 10-month resub. Gifting 10 subs. Sorry, I'm just so used to saying resubs. You guys are gifting subs like crazy. You're confusing me. But yeah, so even if they launch into the exact same orbit, 51 degrees inclined at 400 kilometers, right? If they don't launch with the right longitude of ascending node, all right, you will never get near the ISS. I don't know what to do with my hands right now. But if you want to learn more about orbital mechanics, sorry, I'm going to shamelessly plug myself. Please just bear with me. I play a lot of KSP. That's my main game. We cover rocket launches. Sudi, gifted 10 packs right there. Thanks, man. I cover rocket launches too, with permission from SpaceX. Yes, I asked. But my main game that I play is Kerbal. I teach people about orbital mechanics and what it takes to get a spaceship to launch into space, and what it takes to get it to the pad, put it on the pad, and launch the thing. I'm self-taught, self-taught engineering. I don't have any engineering background, and I freaking read too much. Too much of a nerd, man. Like a big nerd. Like, it's bad. I got a big problem. You know? What time is CAA retract?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thank you for all the subs, guys. I really appreciate it. Thanks, 3 Soul. Right on, man. CAA retract should be when they prime the launch escape system. So right now, we're at 6:41. So they are going to do LES checkouts here at 1/2 and then they'll go through the pre-launch poll. CAA retract is in about 40 minutes, give or take. What they're going to do during launch escape system testing is SpaceX has rockets on the Dragon capsule that's behind that handle. There's 8 of them in clusters, 4 of them in clusters of 2, so 8 of them. Those are called Super Draco engines. Those Super Draco engines are what's called an ILES, an integrated launch escape system. Basically, That yeets the capsule away from the rocket if something goes wrong. They're going to make sure, because the crew's in the capsule right now, they don't want to, if there's any problems during fueling with the rocket, they want to make sure that escape system will be able to, it's basically an ejector seat for the capsule, right? They basically want to make sure the crew can get away from that capsule if anything goes wrong, right? Jeb forbid, right? But they're going to prime the launch escape system, and when they prime that launch escape system, they're going to move the crew arm away, because you don't want the capsule to spring off the rocket with the arm there. So they're going to move that away, then they're going to prime the launch escape system, and then they'll fuel the rocket. You'll know when they begin fueling. I mean, they'll announce it, but you'll know when they do it. You'll start to see condensation happening on the rocket. Hey, A-Tran, what's happening right now? The future, man. The future's happening right now. I already did, Bree, when they were driving to the pad, believe it or not. I'm going to shut up for a second. I need a glass of water.
And some of the connections to these items are just kind of special. So
yeah, no big deal, Adrian.
What I have here are two pins. Right? They're both orders of the Eastern Star. I mean, if you can take a look at that and see those, but that's that one, and then there's a smaller one here, and this guy here.
Yeah, Ryan. Not these guys.
These belonged not to her, but to her great grandmother. The reason it's important to me is not only is it talking about some history and some family connections. My grandfather on my mom's side was a Mason, and my grandmother was also an order member of the Eastern Star, and they were two of the coolest people I think I knew. My grandfather had a way of really making anyone feel at ease and welcoming anyone he saw, regardless of their background or where they were from or what they thought, and knowing that, that being able to take up little pins like this that represent something that meant a lot to him and to other folks that in my family, I think that means a lot.
I'm very happy to report that I have turned in all of my payload. I've been thinking about what I wanted to bring to space since January.
That's right.
And I finally turned everything in. And one thing that I'm really excited about that I'm bringing to space is this old picture of me. This is when I was 10 years old and going through bone cancer treatment. And so when I'm in space, I'm gonna pull this photo out, and now getting to be in space, my hair is gonna float everywhere, but yet hold this old picture of me and show all my patients, all these kids going through cancer treatment around the world, that there's a future, that it gets better, and I'm excited to be part of it.
My hair wouldn't do that. I don't have any
Our
left.
training's going really well.
It's gone. It's all gone.
One of the other big things we've been working on
Proctor
is
has longer
our
hair than I
packing
do.
for space list, which, I mean, how often do you get to say that you get to pack for space? And thinking about items that are important to us, that have meaning in some way, that we really want to bring with us. And so I have an item here. It's around my neck that I will take off, and this is a ring, and it's my dad's ring, and it's really cool because it's a Thunderbird, and my dad used to wear this all the time, and he passed away when I was 19, so I don't know the origin story of this, but it's a unique design, and it's pressed into the ring, and my dad absolutely loved it. And like I said, wore it all the time. And unfortunately, both my parents have passed away. So my mom, I can't even ask her, like, what's the story behind this ring? But I think my dad actually got this before he met my mom. So he's had it for a very long time. And so I'm going to bring that to space to represent my dad. I have my mom's ring here to represent her. And so I've got both my parents, and then something kind of unique and special that they got for me when I was born is this commemorative coin from the island of Guam. So it says Guam, USA, and it says where America's day begins. And so I've had this coin, and it has 1970 on it because that's the year I was born. And so I feel like this is the first
gift my parents ever got for me was this coin when I was born, and I've had it now for 51 years. And so I'm bringing that to space with me. So I have my coin, and then I have my 2 rings from my parents. And I'm excited to bring them along for this incredible, amazing journey experience. And thank you for everything that you've done to help me get there.
What would I bring?
Love seeing how they've all selected things to take with them. In space, weight is everything. So while they probably wanted to take as much as they could, there are limitations, but it seemed like the common theme was family. Personally, I think my favorite thing is the photo of Haley that she's taking. Like she said, she underwent treatment for bone cancer when she was 10, and she's taking up a photo. And of course, she's going to have a photo of herself floating there with hair. And I just love that she's going to have the opportunity to show the patients that she treats at St.Jude that it gets better, and that they can grow up and be an astronaut one day too.
Yeah, I think Jared's memento of a dragon is par for the course today, as they are all seated in Dragon. So I think that him and his family are going to have tons of memories to come and be able to share that for generations to come too.
Yeah, I love that they get to take a little bit of something with them. As we've been talking throughout this whole mission, it seems so personal. They get personalized suits. And now they get to bring something with them, some memorabilia for themselves, which I think is really important for a mission like this. So in addition to the space science, in addition to the science supplies and personal items, the Inspiration4 crew is also taking up a number of items that will be auctioned off to help raise money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. This includes an original Kings of Leon NFT that was created using live show visuals and a live recording of the band's new single, Time in Disguise, recorded during their hometown show in Nashville just a few weeks ago. The NFT was loaded onto an iPhone 12 and will be played by one of the Inspiration4 crew members while in space. And there's going to be a bunch of other cool stuff going up that will be auctioned off as well.
Yeah, there's quite a list of things that are heading up. Some of you might recall the Time magazine that was recently published with the Inspiration4 crew. I think it was such an iconic shot. It was very stoic looking. And there's going to be a copy of that flying on this mission, and the crew will autograph it after the Dragon capsule splashes down in a couple of days. And of course, something for little ones, there's a handful of plastic and plush STEM toys based on the animated series Space Racers. So again, all of these things are available through auction, which is currently live.
Yeah, I love, there's going to be a ukulele in space. Chris is going to be playing a ukulele, and then it's going to come back and be up for auction again, all for a great cause. So I'm so excited to, one, hear him play, and two, see a ukulele in space.
There. So they're going to bring that CAA back.
Again, this mission is a fundraiser for St. Jude, and I love that they're going to even have some Inspiration4 mission jackets, which are going to feature some artwork from some of the patients at St. Jude, which is going to be pretty incredible. I think that's definitely something I'm going to try and get.
And there's something on board that I know John I loves, pens that write in space.
Yeah.
They've got the, for those who remember, we had the Fisher space pens that worked in microgravity. And so Fisher has got a 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 that was a couple of years ago. But they're flying that in a coin set into space, and they've included material that's actually from Apollo 11. So something else interesting to bid on.
Yeah, super cool. They're also taking up a customized Mont Blanc Starwalker writing instrument, as well as some stationery that the crew will get to journal about, their experience in space while they're up there. Like I mentioned before, this auction is open. Actually, it opened on Thursday, September 9th, and it will run through November with all of these different items, including the ones we mentioned and more. They'll all be available at various points during the overall mission. And you can bid on these auction items if any of them called to you. Head on over to stjude.org/inspiration4 and check them out.
We're T-minus 1 hour, 11 minutes, 21 seconds, counting down. Everything continues to go well. We also did hear during that last segment, the closeout team has left the crew access arm. So we're actually still running about 19 minutes ahead of schedule on the closeout activities. Earlier I got in my pitch for my usual, hey, launch is hard, space is hard, you know, and this is kind of the rockets and spacecraft 101. One of the things I thought about, you know, why is it hard? You know, why can't you just aim your car and go up, you know, 575 kilometers? And we talked a little bit about, hey, you've got to get 1 million pounds of propellant. You've got to figure out how to burn it in 10 minutes. You got to steer the rocket, so you've got to be able to have engines that move, can, you know, withstand wind gusts, get the rockets on the right trajectory. Then we're talking about like the space pen that works in microgravity. You think about it, when our first stage is getting ready to come back to Earth, there's no gravity. So that means none of the propellant is down at the bottom of the inlets to the engines. So that's one of the things you have to work in space, both here and on Dragon. How do you get propellant into the inlet of the pumps and the valves?
Tell me about tank
so that instead you're just not pushing gas through there. And that's a bad thing that happens when you want liquid and you only get gas going through your rocket.
Yeah.
So that's just one of the things that we've got to do. And of course, we've got to fight the force of gravity. 9.8 meters per second squared we've got to overcome. And so, I don't know about you, but when I took physics class, you know, as always, you're sitting on a sled on a frozen pond. It's frictionless. And then how fast do you throw the bricks overboard that are on your sled to essentially make the sled move? And how fast can you go depends on how fast you throw the bricks out. And that leads you to the famous rocket equation. Look that one up. You can see that, but essentially it all comes down to how efficient is the engine and how efficient is the structure. And in the case of the Falcon 9, we tried to be as mass efficient as we could so that we carry mostly propellant with just a thin skin of tank around it to hold it. So the more propellant you've got and the less tank and the less weight of the engines, the more efficient you're going to be, and that way you can carry more into space.
That's what eventually
is where we're going, put humanity out into space.
What's a sled?
Yeah, and so we talked a little bit about the time of launch. And today is a little bit different because we have up to 4 opportunities to launch our Inspiration4 crew members. But if we're doing things like trying to rendezvous with the International Space Station, we have to target a very, very specific window.
And
so depending on the profile of the launch, how high we're sending it, which type of orbit we're sending it, liftoff time does play a factor into that.
It is. It is an exciting day.
Yeah, one of the important things on we talked about earlier is we don't have a 1 second window today. We've got a 5.2 hour window. It's a 1 second window when we're going to the space station because we have to synchronize the...
All right, so here, you know what? I'll let John finish and then if you guys want to learn about basics about rocket science, I got you.
But if you think about it, in Florida, we're rotating at about almost 1,500 kilometers an hour going eastward. Doesn't feel like that, but you know, put your seatbelts on. The Earth is rotating. That's 25 kilometers every minute.
That's not an accident.
So if you waited about like a 15-minute launch window, all of a sudden the space station's 375 kilometers east of where you are on the ground. And it takes a tremendous amount of propellant to make up that kind of error.
You're changing.
So that's one of the challenges why orbital dynamics is important. You've got to know when you're going to launch, where you headed. A lot of people care where the sun is when you get into orbit. If you have got solar rays, then you need power right away on a satellite. So orbital dynamics, another great thing to study in school, because if you don't know where you're going to go and how to get there, you won't get there.
Yeah, John, you've been talking a lot about all the things that go into designing and building a rocket that can do all the things that we've been doing. Flying to orbit, taking payloads to orbit, taking humans to orbit. We've got a lot of history and a lot of things that we've learned. We didn't do this by ourselves. We worked very closely with NASA, and we've learned so much from them. We wouldn't be here today without the support of NASA and the knowledge that they have. Can you talk a little bit about things like the particular things that NASA has brought to the team?
Yeah, that NASA partnership goes way back. I joined SpaceX 2006, right when we were competing for what was called the COTS Space Act Agreement, the Commercial Orbital Transportation Service, where NASA said, hey, we can't pay companies to develop systems from scratch, but we can give you essentially some seed money. So they had a competition. SpaceX was one of the winners. Elon put a lot of his money in. But working with NASA on the early Falcon 9 and the Dragon, we learned things like, what are some of the best practices? A lot of our engineers would pull off of the NASA Tech Library, how do you do hold down systems or quick disconnect systems? What's worked in the past? So we essentially got to leverage that, all those lessons learned from decades by NASA. And then we learned things like, okay, we're going to send cargo to the space station. What does it mean to physically touch the space station? What are the requirements? Then how do you verify them to NASA? It's like somebody wants to bring a big truck into your garage and you know that your garage door is only so high. You're not just going to let them drive in. You're going to go measure that before it happens.
Yeah.
So we went from that, we took astronauts to the space station. Each step of the way, NASA's been helping us understand what it means to get into space. What are some of those requirements that we've leveraged to do human spaceflight that you see here today?
Yeah, it is super exciting. Again, we've been learning a lot from NASA throughout the years. Kate has a very special guest interview. Kate, I'll throw it to you.
Thanks, Andy. Joining us now from Cape Canaveral is none other than Charlie Bolden, former NASA astronaut and administrator. Welcome.
Semper Fi, sir.
Kate, it's great to be with you, and I was enjoying listening to the story, and I think you all are being somewhat modest. We learned quite a bit from SpaceX as we began to partner also.
Thank you so much for that. Now, Charlie, like I mentioned, you were a NASA astronaut that then became the NASA administrator, and that happened at a pivotal time both in the history of NASA and commercial space. Were either one of those roles something that you dreamed of doing as a kid?
No, as a matter of fact, I tell kids all the time, I never dreamed of being an astronaut because I grew up in the segregated South, and that was just not something that was going to happen. I had no desire to fly airplanes. I thought flying was inherently dangerous, but at the age of 12 in 7th grade, I fell in love with a place called the United States Naval Academy, watching a program on television called Men of Annapolis. And I struggled to get there, and when I finally got there, that led to my going into the Marine Corps, which led to my going to flight school, which led to my going to test pilot school, which led to my meeting the late, great Dr. Ron McNair, who was in the first group of space shuttle astronauts selected. And he's the guy that embarrassed me into applying for the space program. So I kind of fell into it. I don't recommend that kids follow my example, though.
Well, it sounds like you've had quite the journey throughout your career. And speaking of journeys, we talked a little bit earlier about the history of Pad 39A, which we see over your shoulder there in the distance. How does space travel look different from the days when you were an astronaut compared to the last 10 years or so?
You know, Kate, I think it's dramatically different. I mean, the techniques, the orbital mechanics, everything, all the laws and everything are the same, but it's the face of space flight today that is dramatically different. I'm so excited to be here this evening for this launch because, you know, I was telling somebody earlier today, just the thought of having an all-commercial crew, a crew of non-professional astronauts lift off from the same launch pad where Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin left before they stepped on the moon is just flabbergasting. It's sort of it's the complete cycle of a tale to get us from where it was nothing but government to where now we can actually have an all-civilian, all-commercial flight where NASA's really not involved at all, other than being the host here at the Kennedy Space Center.
And we're so thankful that you guys are able to host us. Now, if SpaceX were hosting you on today's mission, imagine if you were part of the Inspiration4 crew, what 2 or 3 personal items would you want to take with you?
Short bus?
You know, I love listening to each of the crew members talk about what they took, and on each of my flights, my very first flight, as a matter of fact, since I didn't know whether there would be any more, I took a ring that had belonged to my mother. I actually wore a pearl cross that she had worn since she was a child because it meant a lot to her. And I took very personal items also. If I were to go today, I now have a 12-week-old grandson, so I would have to take something that belongs to him, young Walker Elias, and I have 3. I'm blessed with 3 beautiful granddaughters. So my guess would be that at least 4 of those items would be from the 4 grandkids today.
You mentioned your grandkids. How do you imagine that the future of spaceflight might look whenever they are adults and possibly growing up to become astronauts themselves?
Oh. Kate, I am firmly convinced that by the time Walker, who's the baby now, the 12-week-old, by the time he gets ready to go to space, we're going to be talking about, going to the moon will be, routine is not a word I like to use, so let's not do that, but it will be a place where we go with some frequency, and we'll be venturing off to Mars also. So I think there's a very good chance that probably Walker and maybe my baby granddaughter Talia will have an opportunity to be among the first people to actually set foot on Mars. So I'm very hopeful that they will end up doing that. And if they decide that they don't want to go to space, they don't want to fly, we're big proponents of, Zion is actually really pushing the arts. I really agree with what she says. Arts and design are key aspects of what's required for us to even get people to space. And they are 2 areas that we should not overlook as we talk about STEM education. But the arts and design are what gives us as an example, the wonderful spacesuits that the crew is wearing today. Some designer actually sat down and thought about that. That's not aerodynamic. That's actually a little arts and design there. So I think the world is the oyster for my grandchildren, and I'm excited about it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You add the A into STEM and you get STEAM, right? Now, years ago at
exactly right.
Years ago at a joint SpaceX NASA launch, you gave observers some really great advice, and that was to put their phones down and watch the launch with their own eyes and just really enjoy the experience. Now, with our Inspiration4 crew sitting in their seats, what advice would you give to those civilian astronauts as they are preparing to go to space for the first time?
Believe it or not, I sent Jared a text a few days ago, and then I had an opportunity to say hello to them before they walked out today. And my advice to them was relax, enjoy it, suck it up, really spend time in the window to look at the incredible beauty of our planet from a perspective that not very many humans will have had. We've flown 500 and some odd humans to space, but as you all keep pointing out, when I flew my Hubble Space Telescope mission, we were at 600 kilometers, and that was a view that only people who had gone to the moon had before, and we've not had any views like that since because we've just not gone that high. They are going to be in a unique position looking at this planet from almost 600 kilometers, and it's breathtakingly different from looking on board the International Space Station. That's awesome. But it's amazing how much just the additional 100 or so kilometers adds to your perspective. You don't see the whole planet, but they're going to see a lot more of it than people see from the International Space Station. And I just hope they'll take an opportunity to suck it up and enjoy it and visualize it, so they can tell stories about it to their children and grandchildren and to every kid they meet when they come back. Because that's actually the most important role for an astronaut, is to become storytellers and help people understand why it's important to take care of our planet and why we're running out of time, and we've got to be better stewards of the planet. So I'm excited for them to have this opportunity.
He was on a...
Yeah, you're absolutely right. As the mission name indicates, one of the primary functions of this mission is to inspire others. So you hit the nail on the head there for sure.
Exactly.
Charlie Bolden, former NASA administrator and NASA astronaut, thank you so much for joining us today. Back over to Jesse as we continue to tick down to T0.
So it looks like, I said before, this is the highest that people have been since Apollo. There was 2 shuttle missions on some Hubble servicing missions that did go as high as this one. But, it's still a pretty big step in the direction towards space. This is still quite a big distance above where the Hubble is right now and where the space station is. But so I guess if we wanted to be technical, humans have only been up to this altitude, I don't know. There's been probably maybe 50 people that have gone up to this altitude previously. So it's still a big deal. It's a pretty inspiring mission.
Operating. Over the last 3 hours, Jared Isaacman, Dr. Cyan Proctor,
Can you tell us about
Haley
the less
Arsenault,
rocket,
and
more
Chris
science
Zembrowski
stuff?
donned their SpaceX spacesuits in our brand new SpaceX suit-up room.
I think Hubble was up
and
there,
were then transported
Rhino.
to the pad where our crew entered the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft,
Charlie Bolden was the NASA administrator for 8 years,
you've been seeing
from
live on your
2008
screen
to
the past few hours.
Yeah, but before we go any further, we have to get reacquainted with our crew. Let's take a moment and learn a little bit more about Jared. He is a 38-year-old Inspiration4 commander. He is the founder and chief executive officer of Shift4 Payments, a father and husband, and has set multiple world records as a pilot. When he was younger, Jared flew in over 100 air shows and dedicated every performance flight to great causes, and today is no different. This mission is named Inspiration4 in recognition of the 4-person crew's mission to inspire support for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Jared has donated $100 million himself and is hoping to raise another $100 million to support the nonprofit organization. This $200 million goal for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital would not be possible without Jared's dedication to a greater cause. Here's more about the New Jersey native and self-described aviation and aerospace fan.
He's cool. Jared's cool. Listen to him. He's a really, really cool dude.
I grew up in New Jersey, and when I was a kid, I wanted to grow up and be a doctor. My older brother's a doctor. I watched like the show ER as a kid, and I thought that's pretty cool. I think, saving lives is a pretty important thing. But, life took me in a different direction. My interest in aviation and aerospace goes back since I was a kid.
Charlie, it's live.
The
Charlie
first computer I built, I was playing Falcon 2.0 and then, upgraded to play Falcon 3.0. I went to Aviation Challenge, which is part of Space Camp as a kid.
Gamer move.
I was a observer of SpaceX from the outside looking in, like a lot of people. And then my opportunity to kind of see what the inside was like began in October of 2020 when the idea of Inspiration4 started to come about. A big part of what we're trying to achieve with Inspiration4 is to send, an inspiring message really to the world about what is certainly possible up there in space, but also what we can accomplish here on Earth as well, which is why, this massive fundraising effort for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital is such a big part of our mission. To me, having some balance where you're trying to tackle a problem of today so you can earn the right to keep making progress tomorrow is just a philosophy I've tried to live by for some time. The advice I would give my younger self, you can aim high, you can dream big, and even things that people would say is next to impossible, you can accomplish it. I totally believe we all have that fundamental obligation to leave the world a better place than we found it. I'm Jared Isaacman, and I'm the commander of Inspiration4.
It's a high school dropout, guys.
For this first all-civilian mission to orbit, Jared wanted his crewmates to represent the best of humanity. Pillars he's identified as leadership, hope, generosity, and prosperity.
All right, I'm just going to give us a little bit of a fast forward here. Prepare to fast forward. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. I'm just going to make sure we're up with the live timeline here.
And serves as the medical officer of the Inspiration4 mission, overseeing medical care and experiments. When she was 10, she was diagnosed with bone cancer. St. Jude Children's Research Hospital helps her with groundbreaking treatment, including chemotherapy and limb-sparing surgery that resulted in replacing her femur bone with a prosthetic. Now she is currently a physician's assistant at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, the same place that saved her life so many years ago. At 29 years old, she represents a couple of firsts for this mission that's already the first civilian mission to go into space. Haley will be the youngest American to go into space and the first person to go into space with a prosthetic body part. Here's more on Haley, who occupies the seat of hope on the Inspiration4 mission.
Listen to this story.
I'm so excited to be going to space, and I'm just a regular person. I am so lucky that I got a phone call asking if I wanted to go to space. I'm from Louisiana. I was a super active, super outgoing kid, involved in everything, and I actually had just gotten my black belt in Taekwondo a couple days before I was diagnosed with cancer. I definitely am excited to represent those that aren't physically perfect. I want to bring this experience back and share with everyone I encounter, and just what this represents for the new age in space travel and who can be an astronaut. I've thought a lot about launch day. I've even had some dreams about launch day, and I still don't know what will be going through my mind. I know I'm gonna be incredibly excited. And of course, I have the window seat. Looking out the window and seeing Earth from space is going to be so incredible. Can't even put into words. What I'm absolutely most excited about is we're gonna call the St. Jude patients from space. And I'll get to video call these kids that I've gotten to treat, and these kids going through cancer treatment and getting to show them what life after cancer can look like. It's been incredible for me to watch how much this mission has already touched the kids at St. Jude and how much hope it's given them. I loved this one little girl I talked to recently. She said, I can't wait to be an astronaut. Like, there was no if in there. She just couldn't wait for it to happen. I think that's what hope is. I am Haley Arsenault, Medical Officer of Inspiration4.
As part of the effort to raise money for St. Jude, Jared decided to give away one seat to a person at random who donated to St. Jude's cause. That seat, the seat of generosity, went to Christopher Simbrowski. Christopher Simbrowski of Seattle, Washington is the mission specialist of today's flight, helping to manage payloads, science experiments, and communications to mission control. He is a 42-year-old mechanical and diagnostics lead at Lockheed Martin and a United States Air Force veteran. As an amateur astronomer, he grew up with a natural curiosity about outer space and even worked as a U.S. space camp counselor. He was awarded the seat of generosity after contributing to a special fundraising campaign for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Let's meet Chris, the Inspiration4.
At 56.80, the propellant load go, no-go poll is now open.
Okay, we're basically getting ready to make sure that all stations are ready for fueling the rocket. Prop load.
Let's meet Chris, the Inspiration4 mission specialist.
What's up, man?
When I found out I was going to space, I was dumbfounded. I think I was just struck dumb for days. The seed was planted for me to fall in love with space when I was little and started launching little rockets in my front yard with my dad, the first of which is still probably stuck in a Florida pine tree somewhere. But when I first saw a space shuttle launch in person from the causeway, 6 to 8 miles away, you could still feel that rumble pounding through your chest. That kind of just shifted my foundation a little bit, and I knew from there on out I had to be somehow a part of space, whether it was helping support a mission or lobbying for folks to be able to go into space. That's where I wanted to be. Of course, I'm going to be looking down at my home in Western Washington. I'm also looking to see what I don't see, and that's going to be lines on a map or those walls that seem to separate all of us ideologically,
I lost mine when I was younger,
politically, or even geographically or physically. Those don't exist when you get far enough out, and I'm really hoping to bring back that sense of what it means to only have that one small line that matters to all of us, and that's the atmosphere that keeps us separated from the vacuum of space. As we get to launch day, I am gonna have the biggest smile going ear to ear. It's gonna be, I'm gonna be shaking with excitement. No fears or jitters at all about what's going to happen, but man, that's gonna be a heck of a show. I'm Chris Simbrowski, mission specialist of Inspiration4.
Jared reserved the 4th seat for someone who exemplified.
We're going to talk about Cyan Proctor in a second, but, Chris represents the millions of engineers at Lockheed, Boeing, SpaceX, wherever. There's millions of them. Aerospace engineers out there that all are the same, dude, those all the same way. ULA, Firefly, wherever. Pick your spaceflight company or defense contractor, whomever. They're all like that. Well, most of them are. They want to get going, you know what I mean? Get out into space. Chris represents a vast majority of people in the industry that have that exact mentality. Just remember that.
This platform. Here's more about Dr. Proctor and her love of exploring planet Earth.
All right, Mav.
The day of launch, I'm going to be thinking about how my entire life has led up to this moment.
That's right, Adrian.
I was born on the island of Guam, and the reason why I was born there is that my dad worked for the NASA tracking station.
A lot of
and
people
so
in the industry,
I feel like space has always
They're all
been a
like
part
that,
of me.
no matter what company.
When I got that call, that Zoom, and Jared was on there, and he said that, you know, they picked me for the Prosperity seat, that I was going to go to space with him and be part of the Inspiration4. It really was like getting the golden ticket for Willy Wonka. Everything in my life finally came into focus, and I realized that it was all about this moment in time. I won the Prosperity seat for Inspiration4, and I did that not as a geoscientist or an explorer or an analog astronaut, which are all on my resume. I actually won this as a poet and an artist. We are striving for that Star Trek generation, that idea of a just, equitable, diverse, and inclusive space, or a Jedi space. I'm gonna be the first Black female pilot of a spacecraft ever. And to me, that just blows me away. And I want to encourage the next generation to dream that this is possible. And a Jedi space, that's what that's about. I'm Dr. Cyan Proctor, and I'm the mission pilot for Inspiration4.
Coming up on T-minus 45 minutes. We're waiting for the launch director to give instructions to the team.
Complete, and the team is ready for crew access arm, propellant load, and launch. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD, and they'll approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold, hold, hold on the countdown net.
Pre-flight check
Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. In the event of a fire alarm, key operators will remain at their post while the alarm is evaluated.
They're
in the event that
fire
personnel
in the
safety is
mission
threatened,
control room.
evacuate to the south-facing emergency exit, which leads directly outside. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Okay, launch control.
There you've heard the instructions and a great view from the camera on the fixed service structure looking down the crew arm. SpaceX team has been pulled. The 7 operators.
CAA retract should be commencing within 60 seconds. The crew access arm is, I mean, engineers aren't really creative at naming things. The crew access arm is there to give the crew access to the capsule, and they have begun CAA retract. That's 1 minute up on the timeline.
Arming the launch escape system, and then at T-minus 35 minutes, begin propellant load of the Falcon 9.
That's how they actually get into the spacecraft. There we go.
Ensuring in the background here at Hawthorne. Keep watching the arm moving away as we get deeper into the countdown. Weather continues to be good for Falcon 9 launch. Range is ready to support. All systems remain green and go.
I'm not sure, John. Chad, can somebody get me what first stage they're using? I'm gonna get over here. No, right when I moved it, they changed the camera angle.
Arm continuing to move away. Once it's in position, we ought to hear the instructions to the crew to close and lock the visors, and then arm the escape system on the Dragon spacecraft.
The countdown clock is continuing to tick, and we are now at T-minus 42 minutes from launch. We're standing by the crew arm. The crew access arm has retracted, and that is one of the last major visual milestones that we'll see in preparation for liftoff, and it's slowly moving back here. Should conclude shortly. And shortly thereafter, once the crew arm has been retracted, we should hear the call out that the launch escape system is armed. And from there, we'll hear that Falcon 9 prop load has started. 8 or 9,
Kraken.
We saw our Inspiration4 crew members suit up about 3 hours ago in our brand new suit-up room located in the Falcon support building.
Crew access arm retraction complete.
CAA retract complete.
That is good news. The crew access arm has finished retracting away from the vehicle. So the team suited up
Dragon
at...
SpaceX, you are go for section 7 of 4.100. Close visors and arm the launch escape system.
Okay. Now that the CAA has retracted,
And copy that, SpaceX. We're go for section 7 of 4.100. We're closing visors and arming LES.
So, the LES stands for Launch Escape System. Inside of these little nacelles right here are clusters of 2 engines. There's 4 on this side, 4 on the other side. They're going to close their hatches and pressurize the suits. The Launch Escape System here is comprised of 8 Super Draco engines. The Super Draco engines are in clusters of 2, so there's 2 clusters on this side, and then 2 clusters on the other side. They're inside of these little kind of nacelles here on the side of the capsule. What that is called, as they said, is called an integrated launch escape system. The launch escape system is basically the ejector seat for the capsule to get the capsule away from the rocket if something goes wrong. SpaceX uses what's called a fuel and go fueling procedure, meaning that they put people on the capsule before they fuel up the rocket. NASA has traditionally in the past fueled up the rocket and then put crew in it. Since SpaceX needs to go quick with their fueling because of the types of propellants they use, namely the densified liquid oxygen. Basically, they take oxygen, get it to a liquid, and then almost get it down to a slushy solid, like a snow cone almost. Because the more oxidizer you can get in those rocket engines, the better they'll perform. Because of this fueling procedure, they can't leave the rocket fueled on the pad because that liquid oxygen will thaw on the pad because it's Florida, it's warm down there. So SpaceX needs to have a quick fueling procedure, okay? So what they're gonna do right now is Section 71004 is arming that launch escape system. In case anything goes wrong, the capsule will basically be able to eject from the stack if anything, if the poop hits the fan. We never would want that, but it'll get away from the rocket in the pad during fueling operations. Now, why would they arm it? Well, it's just fueling up the rocket. Surely it's not that big of a deal. Well, fueling the rocket is actually one of the most dangerous parts of ground operations for the vehicle. The reason why is because the rocket is going to go through transients. Okay, so they're pressurizing the tanks. They're filling up the tanks with fuel, and they're evacuating air out of the tanks and filling them up. Now, Falcon 9 is a semi-cryogenic rocket, meaning it's using really, really cold liquid oxygen and then just kind of room temperature rocket propellant 1, which is it's basically diesel fuel. Jet A or diesel fuel, it rolls coal. You can see the coal on the side of the carbon soot on the side of the Falcon 9, the reused first stage. Because they're using a cryogenic propellant, right, in the form of liquid oxygen, they're using a cryogenic oxidizer. Oxidizer, they're keeping it at relatively high pressure inside of the tanks at an extremely low temperature. That actually causes the liquid oxygen to boil. So on top of the rocket going from ambient temperature down to minus I think it's minus 150 C or something. Someone's gonna have to fact check me on that one. Liquid oxygen is really cold. Just take my word for it. The rocket is changing temperature, and if it's changing temperature, it's changing the molecular composition of the vehicle, because when stuff gets cold, it contracts, right? So the rocket going through transients is where you filling it up with fuel is actually structurally changing the vehicle to an extent. So that's why they have that ejector seat, the proverbial ejector seat, armed when they go for fueling. Because when you're going through transients like that, you really don't want to make any mistakes. Just in case something does happen, they can get away from the rocket quickly. Call me Reeve with the 26-person raid. Thank you very much.
Had 39A a week or
Everything
two
looks
in
good.
advance to launch,
Reeve,
so
how about you?
it's already locked and loaded. Up next is the prop load for Falcon 9.
One thing while we've got a moment, we were talking about Super Dracos
It's
and
load and go.
contingency
Crew
avoidance.
first,
You
fuel
will
second.
hear call-outs probably during the ascent, Stage 1A, Stage 2A, Stage 1B.
Propellant tanks will be venting for propellant load.
So what they're going to do first, the tanks are what's called in an inerted state right now. There's nitrogen inside of them, most likely. That's what they use to keep the tanks at pressure. You don't want anything in there but rocket fuel. You don't want anything in your RP1 tank but RP1. You don't want anything but liquid oxygen inside of your liquid oxygen tank, right? The engines are liquid fuel engine. They're not gas-fueled engines, okay? Putting gas into a liquid fuel rocket engine is not good for it. That's like hydrolocking a car's motor. It's really bad for it. Bad stuff happens. So the tanks are in an inerted state right now. So what they're going to do is they're going to open up the vents on the top of the tanks. And then once they open the vents, they're going to chill down the fuel lines. They basically have to prime the fuel lines going into the rocket. Why do they do that? Well, they need to get the lines cold, because if you just pump liquid oxygen, which is really cold, into a room temperature line, the liquid oxygen will absorb some of the heat in the line from ambient temperature, and it'll turn to gas. Not exactly what you want going in there. You don't want gas going in there. So what they're going to do is they're going to do a chill down on the fuel lines on the vehicle. Once the fuel lines are chilled down, trust me, you'll know this thing will start spitting gas all over the place. It'll start spitting out gaseous oxygen because they had to exchange all the heat in the pipe with the cold propellants, right? So they'll pump all the gaseous oxygen out. They'll prime the fuel lines, and then they'll start pumping. When they start pumping the fuel into the first stage, they'll open up the vents. The vents are right around here, and you'll see the vents open. When they open, they're going to start pumping fuel in from the bottom and venting the nitrogen out the top to fill up the tank with the propellants. Could Dragon be mounted on Falcon Heavy? Of course it can, 9L, but Falcon Heavy is not crew rated. Basically, it's too rough of a ride for people to be on top. So you'll see they'll do a strong back. They'll do a strong back gas purge, and you'll see this line right here it'll shoot out a lot of condensed gaseous oxygen, or evaporated gaseous oxygen.
Especially with that call right there.
We're inside T-minus 35 minutes.
Well, they're inerted, Flykin. They got to prime the fuel lines.
Call-out has begun. The fill and drain valves for the first and second stage fuel tanks and the first stage liquid oxygen tank now coming open.
You legend,
ground system
dude.
pumps beginning to push the propellant into the Falcon 9. As we said, that'll continue all the way down to T-minus 2 minutes. We'll hear call-outs and bring status as we go through the countdown.
What's up,
But
Tam?
currently, everything looking good at pad 39A for the launch of
It's
the
not going to the
Inspiration4
ISS
crew
Superbot.
in
It's
just
going
over
to a higher
34
orbit
minutes.
than it, though. It will be, Driz. Yep.
So our crews, like Kate mentioned, are at the top of the vehicle, sitting inside of the Dragon capsule. Jared, Cyan, Haley, and Chris have been training for this journey pretty much ever since the announcement that they'd all been selected as crewmates for the Inspiration4 mission in March.
Above it, Chris.
What's super cool is that they are going through the same exact Dragon training as our NASA astronauts. In order to get to visit low Earth orbit, our teams at SpaceX have spent hundreds of hours teaching the crew about orbital mechanics, how to live in space and microgravity, and even running simulations of what a full mission would look like while seated inside of Dragon.
Yeah, the Inspiration4 crew has completed numerous simulations, including a 30-hour and 12-hour end-to-end simulation in our Dragon training.
This is going to look great.
They trained not only at SpaceX, but they also did a few other trainings, centrifuge training. They flew some fighter jets together, did some aerobatics in these jets, some flips, and experienced some real G's before this mission today.
Yeah, they even got to pilot the jets themselves, which was super cool to see.
They also completed a zero-G flight, which you can see them there, almost like superheroes. They even climbed Mount Rainier in Washington, which looks like a very difficult hike.
Yes, I think during the docu-series, it was almost a whiteout condition, but they kept trekking along.
Commercial tourist
It was almost 10 hours of hiking, 4,000 plus feet elevation, one of the serious hikes that you can do up in Washington.
Yeah, some great team building, and they even signed their Falcon 9 booster that is sitting on the pad, and that is them with their signatures on the vehicle that they will be lifting off in just over 30 minutes from now. This team has studied nearly 100 different training lessons covering all aspects of the mission. At the end of training each week, the crew recorded video diaries of their experiences. In their own words, here's the crew talking about their various training over the last 6 months.
It's going to look amazing. Hopefully we get a jellyfish tonight.
Jared Isaacman here, Commander Inspiration4, and we're like 4 months and a day away from our intended launch date.
This week was really intense because we had a lot of the systems. We got to go into the sim.
Going through some CRM training and looking at what the mission overview is going to look like.
Talked a lot about teamwork and the SpaceX culture.
week 2 of training at SpaceX complete. This was a heavy week.
I just completed another week at SpaceX and it was intense.
A lot of good building blocks. So you start in the beginning of the week with smaller things like losing comms to, okay, some circumstances are not so good, and then some get really bad where you have to, plan an emergency deorbit, which we initiate ourselves in that.
But man, challenging. I didn't realize how much upper body strength I need, so I need to hit the gym the next couple of months and build up some more muscles.
Today was my favorite day of training because today was the medical training day.
Learn some more about some of the medical experiments we're going to be working with and helping to advance what we know about humans in spaceflight.
We've all contributed all sorts of fluids now to the greater scientific cause.
But the best part is we all got in our spacesuits together.
We got to wear spacesuits, strap into the simulator, and feel like we were actually going to space.
Hello again, Chris here, and it's August 2nd, 2021. 44 days from our launch here in September. Everything keeps going to plan, and it's been an incredible week last week, working with SpaceX teams down at Kennedy Space Center, and then back here in Hawthorne this week for some sims.
This spacesuit that I got fitted for about 7 months ago, I actually get to see and try on and do a bunch of maneuvers in to make sure that it's comfortable and that I can move. And I am just so excited for this because, this is the spacesuit I'm gonna wear leaving the planet.
I'm just so honored and thankful and grateful to be a part of this historic mission and a part of the SpaceX team.
Y'all are working so hard to get to Mars and beyond. We want to provide great data, and we're really excited to be part of this.
All right, well, thanks everybody for a fantastic time here in Hawthorne and also down at Kennedy. We've been doing training down there as well, so really appreciate everything you guys been doing.
This is my final call here from SpaceX, so Rook signing off.
You getting nervous, Badger? Nah, no need to be nervous. Just
so incredible to get an inside look to their training. Only 553 humans have been to orbit, and most of those traveled as part of government or country-specific missions. As a result, the research conducted on those missions, particularly as it relates to humans in space, is often only accessible by the country or government that conducted the research. Think about the possibilities if the data from all those missions could be made available to the broader science community for research. Inspiration4 is a step in that direction.
Because I don't want to, Isaac.
The crew of Inspiration4 will conduct research in orbit that has the potential to improve human health here on Earth and for future space explorers. One of the cool things about this mission is that all biomedical data collected during the mission, things like heart rhythm and rate, blood oxygen saturation, among other things, will be accessible for research.
And to that end, SpaceX and the Inspiration4 crew are partnering with TRISH, the Translational Research Institute for Space Health, to collect data and biological samples from the crew before, during, and after this historic spaceflight. Part of NASA's Human Research Program, TRISH is a virtual institute that finds and funds disruptive science and medical technology in order to reduce health and performance risks in space explorers.
Yeah,
we saw Kate with Diana earlier putting on some really colorful sunglasses. They're not really sunglasses, but it was an experiment about how do we understand motion sickness and sort of the ups and downs in space. That is something I'm super excited about because I get a lot of motion sickness here, and so I'm hoping that it helps a lot of people.
To see firsthand some of the equipment that the crew has in their cargo hold. Like we've said before,
Axiom is going to do that, Tars.
This is a science mission in addition to it's a 3-day science mission basically. And one of the other things that Diana showed us was the ultrasound reader and how the intracranial fluid changes while you're in space. So lack of gravity essentially means that instead of the fluids in your body being concentrated towards your feet, they kind of they equalize towards your head, which can affect vision. And they are planning to use that
So Leaf, how many G's are they under reaching space? Well, it depends, because as the rocket drains fuel, right, you don't change the amount of throttle from the rocket engine. Rocket engines don't throttle too well. I mean, Falcon 9 can, and they will to make the ride a little bit easier, but there are certain points when the rocket is, you need to accelerate at some point, and you need to accelerate as you're draining fuel. So if the rocket's getting lighter with the same amount of thrust, your G-forces are going to go up. Usually during a launch, 3 to 5 G's, depending on the type of ascent. Because, think about when, the point right before the first stage shuts off. You have all 9 of those engines still burning, and those 9 engines are enough to move the whole rocket with full fuel tanks. So your G-forces are going to be a little bit higher. They can only throttle the engine so far down. So there's just points in the window where the G-forces are just going to get crazy, and then they go away, and then they start going up when the second stage ignites. And then as the second stage drains fuel right up to second stage engine cutoff, the G-forces will go back up again. So it's anywhere from 3 to 5 G's sustained. It does a number on your body. That hurts if you're not ready for it. But these guys, they've trained. Haley took 8 G's sustained in the simulator. That's what they were saying a little bit earlier. So yeah, I think these guys are all right.
So far, but we still have a ways to go. If you're watching on YouTube, you'll notice that there's a donation button where you can make your own contribution. Any amount, big or small, makes a big difference, and it's super easy to do. So go ahead and click the donate button and give what you can to help save a child's life.
Beyond the good this mission will do for science and childhood cancer, this mission is also exciting because it's the debut of the new Dragon cupola. I think we have some footages here of the cupola. It is going to be the largest continuous window in space ever by a factor of 2, and has over 2,000 square inches of viewing area. I wouldn't go above 9 G's
sustained, Urbanus. That could hurt. Yeah. Above 9 G's.
Yeah, and there's a lot that went into the design for this.
You really start to do a little bit of damage, but there have been humans that have sustained more. If you want to look up the reason why we know how many G forces a person can sustain, there was an Air Force colonel named John Stapp, S-T-A-P-P. John Stapp basically figured out what a human body can endure by strapping himself to a sled with a rocket on the back and going down a test track out in the desert. Read about John Stapp if you want to read why we know what G-forces a human can take. Yeah, he literally strapped himself to a rocket. If you've ever seen anybody a Mythbusters fan, there's probably plenty of you. You know when they launched the rocket sled with the bumper on the front to obliterate that car? A guy put himself on one of those. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, that's how we know about G-forces and what it does to the body, because of John Stapp.
And this is an animation showing how
Read about
its
that.
position
Crazy.
in Crew Dragon is
Absolutely
a little different.
Crazy,
so Crew Dragon used to dock autonomously, or does dock autonomously to the International Space Station.
That guy's a
that
legend.
Port there being underneath
all
the nose
all modern safety
and that
devices. You're damn right,
was
Rocket.
removed, and for this mission
What's the
is
mission
now
for these
replaced
people?
by the
3-day
cupola, as we just
tourist
saw.
mission to
so,
orbit.
Super cool.
But they're
new
also
piece of
going to
hardware
conduct a
that
lot of science
I'm
up
so
there
stoked
too.
to see launch here.
As we await T0 in about 23 minutes, the ground operations teams are doing a series of system checks to make sure both Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready for launch. Let's take a look at what the ascent portion of the mission will look like.
Once we hit T0, we will watch Falcon 9 and Dragon lift off from historic launch pad 39A and make their ascent.
They've started
At
feeling
about
that
50
cold
seconds
liquid
into flight, Falcon 9's engines will throttle down to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure on the rocket, or what we typically refer to as max Q.
They are
and it's
trained,
worth noting that once we hit
trained.
max Q, the
they've
vehicle
done
will
9
be
months
going
of training.
supersonic.
They did the same training as the astronauts.
Once we are through
but
the
they're
period
not
of maximum
NASA
dynamic
astronauts.
pressure, we can throttle
They're
up our
commercial
Merlin
astronauts,
engines
commercial
again.
spaceflight
From here, we are about 2.5 minutes into flight, and we have a series of 3 events that happen in rapid succession. First is MECO, or main engine cutoff. This is where all 9 Merlin engines shut off in preparation for stage separation. Stage separation is where the first stage detaches from the second stage, with the first stage making its way back to Earth for landing, as the second stage continues on its journey with the third event.
So, guys, they chose to launch at this time. One, it's prime time for the United States. But the second reason is they chose to launch it in the golden hour at dusk. The reason why you do that, all right, when this rocket is going up, right, when it's going up into space, the rocket will get high enough to where the sun can see it, or where the sun's shining on it. And what it does is it backlights the rocket plume. The visuals from this launch are going to be some of the prettiest things you've ever seen if you've never seen this before. It ends up the second stage going up into space, being back and having its plume backlit by the sun. It looks like a giant jellyfish. I mean, it is the wildest thing you will ever see. One of the strangest things. Trust me, the visuals are going to be. And that's not an accident. They're doing that entirely on purpose. Usually, the launch window being this late is because, well, the ISS is going over right now and we have to get near it. So we're launching to it. Might as well launch when it gets near us. So usually a launch window is denoted by basically, if you're going to the ISS, it's when the ISS gets over the launch site. When it gets over the launch site, then you go. But this one, they're launching in this window because for the visual. There's no doubt in my mind.
Distance away, it will begin checking out its
Draco
maneuvering thrusters to make sure Dragon continues to increase separation distance from the second stage.
It's getting very exciting here in Hawthorne.
All right.
The nose cone deploy sequence will initiate just...
All right, so they're cheering on the chill down. Remember how I told you guys they were going to prime the lines? What they're doing is they're doing a gas closeout on the transporter erector. So the first stage is fueled down here. You fuel liquid from the bottom, gas out the top with the rocket with the rocket fuel tanks. This chill down on the strongback right there, it means that they're going to chill down the fuel lines that go up the side of the strongback into the bottom of the second stage. Them chilling that down indicates the start of second stage fueling. Now they're going to start putting propellants into the second stage. They've been fueling up the first stage for a little bit, but the idea is because the first stage is about 4 times the size of the second stage, what you want to do is when the first stage is about 75% full, that's when you start filling the second stage, so your first stage and your second stage have a full tank of gas right at the same time, and then you're good to launch.
Guy, are you Star Trek guy? Those used to be true. I really think I'm a Battlestar Galactica guy, to be honest.
There's no question it's Star Wars.
Yeah, there you go, Dish.
Like, I'm a Star Wars fan, for sure. I would say that if I had to guess, it's a split crew between Star Wars and Star Trek. I don't know if anyone else would have dropped Battlestar Galactica. I don't know on that one.
Can't beat Captain Adama.
Yeah, Smoke.
I think
Facts.
Jared is
Chris.
Star Wars.
Chris! Yes.
Cyan is Star Wars.
So say we all.
Chris is the wild card, but I think he's Star Wars.
Oh, Jared is definitely Star Wars. I think Chris is probably Star Trek, but I'm not 100% sure. And I would think that Haley, she's the youngest. So I think maybe Star Wars. I think Star Trek is too
they did
old
at the beginning,
for her.
Oh, I'm Star Trek, all the way. I wanted to be Bones. I kind of am, a medical officer, so.
I don't know if we're like completely unified around that. I mean, there is other, sci-fi, spacey stuff that comes before Star Trek.
Okay.
They don't know they're wrong. Like that just they'll learn that over time. Like
they already showed that it's still savage. What a legend. They don't know that they're wrong. They'll figure it out.
They don't know they're wrong. When you're the commander of the mission, I wonder what your vote counts. Just under T-minus 18 minutes, everything continues to go well. We're getting ready to start LOX loading on the second stage.
Yep, see, they're
That'll
chilling
bring us
down the
another
line.
step closer to launch at 8:02:56 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time.
They don't know they're
Falcon
wrong.
9 is going to take Dragon into its orbit of about 190 by 575 kilometers.
There you go,
Shortly
Genesis.
after that, we will raise Dragon's orbit to 575
Jared's cool.
kilometers
Be like
in a
Jared.
circular orbit, higher than the space station, higher than the space telescope.
Old
For
school,
3 days, a series of amazing views that Jared and the team should have looking through the windows and the cupola up there on the Inspiration4 Dragon.
On the rocket, they're almost there. Like I said, when the first stage is about 75% done, which basically it is, that the liquid oxygen tank, which goes from here to about here, is getting close to being finished. That's when they start filling up the second tank. Now, filling up the second stage tanks. Now, they haven't done that just yet. they're still chilling down the propellant lines that go up the transporter erector, which is it's called the TE. This is on the side here. It basically cradles the rocket when they moved it to the pad. It transports it to the pads and it erects the rocket up on the pad. But it also is the fueling mechanism for the second stage and the umbilical mechanism for the Dragon to make sure the Dragon's plugged in and powered on. And the second stage and the first stage too. But they've just completed chill down on the fuel lines that go up the structure and into the second stage. There's an umbilical right around here that attaches to the second stage, and that's the second stage fill and drain lines. Right? Now that they've completed chill down on the lines there, they're going to start filling this thing up. The idea is that SpaceX gets the first stage and the second stage 100% fueled at the exact same time. And that happens basically at, well, inside of 2 minutes before launch. Now that these tanks are filling up, you should start to see the vent lines open on the second stage because the liquid oxygen propellant inside of the vehicle is boiling. LOX actually, when you store it at high pressure in oxygen, when you store it at high pressure in liquid form, it's really cold and it starts to boil. So basically, to prevent tank overpressurization, you're going to see them open the vents to keep the pressure delta very low, meaning don't change the pressure inside of the tank. Try to keep the pressure the exact same the entire time. But the thing is, it's hard to keep the pressure the same when you're pumping cryogenic fuel inside of it, because on top of it being really cold, it's boiling, so you're releasing gas, and then because it's cold, it contracts. Like it's a big pain. It's almost like it's rocket science. It's almost like this stuff is complicated. So you'll know here when they start filling this up, but you should see these vent lines open up here on the first and second stages very soon.
Of Hangar X, they made their way over to the Falcon support building where they got suited up.
Can you do a refresh to make sure we're on point with the timer? Sure. All right, we're synced.
We see they're connecting Falcon 9 to the tower.
Stay frosty.
And it's hard to believe that we're now under 15 minutes before launching the first all-civilian mission to orbit.
That's awesome.
Again, these are 4 non-professional astronauts.
Absolutely.
They're people just like us, and they're going to be going to space for 3 days. They're going to be orbiting.
So Falcon 9 has 2 different tanks here. You have, in the first and second stage, there's actually 2 fuel tanks, but one of them isn't a fuel tank. One of them's the oxidizer tank. You need oxidizer and you need fuel to go up into space to achieve combustion. Why is that? Well, there's no oxygen up there. Yeah, you got to take the oxygen with you. That's what this tank is. You see right here, there's a line. That's called a CBH, or a common bulkhead, that separates the liquid oxygen tank. And then down here, that the landing legs for Falcon 9 are hugging, that's the RP-1 tank. Now, Falcon 9 is a semi-cryogenic rocket. And what does that mean? Well, that means that one of the propellants, the oxidizer, is cold, semi-cryogenic. I know, engineers, very, very clever with their names, right? Engineers are not good at dealing with customers. Well, I faxed the memos, the specs, sometimes. No, sorry, Office Space. So you can clearly see right here, that's the liquid oxygen tank, that's the RP-1 tank right there. The RP-1 tank is not condensing. Why? It's not cold, semi-cryogenic, right? This one, the liquid oxygen, is extremely cold. So what it's doing is, because it's extremely cold and they're changing the temperature on that first stage, it's causing condensation. It's causing the atmosphere around it to condense. Very similar to if you pull like a can of soda out of the fridge, right? And it's really hot out, it starts to condense. Same exact thing, only a little bit colder and a little bit more explosive. This is going to give a little more oomph than shaking a soda can. You know what I mean? And then, this one has a little bit more power behind it. It's a little more powerful soda can, but it is aluminum, so it is kind of like a soda can. It's very similar. It's not.
Falcon 9 did begin propellant loading on time at T-minus 35 minutes.
And then Elon told me
loading of the RP-1 kerosene fuel onto the second stage is complete. That closed out right on time.
I'm not
fuel
sure
loading
if I can.
is continuing
it's
on the larger first stage tank. It's about half full right now. That'll finish at T-minus 6 minutes. We ought to hear that call out on the webcast. We're continuing to load densified liquid oxygen onto the first stage and into the second stage tanks. Now, the liquid oxygen load will wrap up at about T-minus 3 minutes on first stage, T-minus 2 minutes on the second stage.
What? I wanted to drink a can of LOX.
A reminder, now that we are into propellant loading, we cannot stop the countdown and try to launch later in the window. So if a problem arises that requires holding the countdown clock, those dreaded words, hold, 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 we don't want to hear.
Yep.
We would have to scrub for the night and try again.
So
we have a launch opportunity tomorrow, just a little bit later.
That means there's fuel in it.
If conditions allow. Condition of the Falcon 9 being go, the range is go. Weather. We've had great cooperation out of the Florida weather, both ground level, upper altitude, and around the world at the contingency landing sites. On the Dragon spacecraft, Dragon mission director and that team has reported no issues. They've done their communications checkouts. The crew access arm that you can see is retracted away from the Dragon spacecraft. We armed the launch escape system on time. On the right-hand side of the monitor, you can see the 4-person crew strapped in, and they are ready to go. Coming up in about a minute, we're going to get final instructions to the crew at T-minus 10 minutes. They're going to configure their crew displays for launch, and that's a setup that'll give the crew insight into how the launch is proceeding, and it'll provide updates on vehicle health. Then we'll get a little closer at T-minus 5 minutes. We'll be into terminal count for the Dragon spacecraft. Dragon will go to internal power. We'll hear continued call-outs on the countdown net as we get close to 0 and a liftoff.
Discovery,
Our next major event coming up right now, T-minus 10 minutes, as I said. Dragon will get its final instructions. We will also do a final series of checks of Falcon 9 telemetry against a preset limits. Make sure that all systems are go, and then we'll be moving from there into the closeouts on propellant, chilling into the engines to get ready for engine ignition down at about T-minus 2 seconds.
Okay, 10 minutes
Let's listen in on the countdown
for the final go, no-go poll. You'll see it, Muncie. It's going to be backlit by
Dragon
the sun.
SpaceX, confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, our displays are configured for launch.
Copy that, Dragon. And it has been an absolute honor to prepare you for this historic flight. Today, you are truly inspiring the world. We wish you a great mission, good luck, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
Go, go, go. Yeah, super fun. Me too. That would stink.
So, Kate, it looks like we passed through another event, the T-minus 10-minute call up to the crew to reconfigure. That final message from the ground team as they get ready to have Inspiration4 team inspire the world. On the Falcon 9 side, we're doing the last T-minus 10-minute checks. And the next major event coming up, I think you've got that event.
Yeah, that was, I just want to note, that was SpaceX 4, which stands for the Crew Operations and Resource Engineer. That was the voice of Sarah Gillis, and she is basically the primary resource to the crew. We can see some excitement there on the right-hand side of your screen as the
Don't
crew,
punch your computer.
I think they're really starting to realize that they're going to space in under 10 minutes. Now, the next major event that we have coming up will occur at T-minus 7 minutes. You'll hear the call out for engine chill. Engine chill is simply, as the name says, we chill down some of the hardware in the engine. We're actually going to flow a little bit of the super chilled, densified liquid oxygen through the turbo pumps and allow that hardware to basically come down, the temperature come down. This allows us to avoid any thermal shock to the hardware when the full flow of super chilled liquid oxygen occurs at startup.
I'm a key grip Pythos, right?
So they are on your screen. Dragon Resilience with the Inspiration4 crew strapped in their seats there at the top of the rocket.
And keep it cool. Play it cool. John Young would play it cool. Toma! So,
once again, if you're just joining us, this is the first all-civilian mission to orbit, and they are going to space in 7.5 minutes. They will be ascending to an altitude of 575 kilometers above Earth and orbiting Earth at that altitude for 3 days.
Hopefully you get it, WD. Panda Man with the 25er. Thank you.
There's that crew there on your screen. On the far left seat is Chris Zembrowski. Next to him, Dr. Cyan Proctor, the pilot. Next to her to the right, Commander Jared Isaacman. And to the right of Jared, Haley Arsenault,
nice camera.
the medical officer.
Stage 1 engine chill has started.
Definitely a step in the right direction. So,
all right, there's that call.
There's the call for engine chill. I'm going to say exactly what Kate is saying, sorry. So what they're doing here is, once again, I was telling you guys how they chill down the lines before they start fueling, because if you have liquid oxygen, which is really cold, going through a warm pipe, that liquid oxygen will absorb the heat from the pipe. Now, heat, it's Florida. It's warm. It's still warm. Ask Florida man. He knows. No, it's still warm out there. So what they're going to do now is the plumbing on the engines is also warm. It's at ambient temperature, probably like 20 C or 70 Fahrenheit. That Florida nights are great, by the way. Amazing. And what they're going to do is they're going to start running the liquid oxygen and the RP1 into the engines to thermally condition and prime the motors. Basically, they want the engines full of propellant to prime it like you'd prime a lawnmower, right? And also, you want to make sure that they're brought down to the right temperature. If you thermally shock the rocket engine, it's like the Terminator. You remember the T-1000? Hasta la vista, baby. You thermal shock it, it's going to shatter like the T-1000. So you got to chill those engines down, or else bad stuff will happen right down in this area here. Not here or here so much, but right there. You got to make sure you chill the engines down. So right now they're opening up what's called a pre-valve down into the engines to get the liquid oxygen to cool the engines down and prime them.
We will be seeing more of those once LOX load completes and those lines are closed off to the vehicle. Coming up in just about 10 seconds, we should be hearing the call that Dragon has been transitioned to its terminal count configuration.
T-minus 5 minutes. Go for live check.
Dragon has transitioned to
figure for terminal count.
Falcon 9 tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract.
So they pressurize the tanks to increase the structural integrity of the rocket. A lot of rockets with the tank walls right there are very, very thin. Falcon 9's tank wall is not any more thin than maybe like a quarter of an inch. And in fact, that's probably too much. I don't know the exact diameter, but it's really not a lot. The reason why they do that is because they can rely on pressure for structural integrity on the rocket. The strong back is basically keeping the rocket upright right now. When the rocket tanks get to the right pressure, they'll pull the strong back and the rocket can stand up by itself. It's probably the only time that it could do it. The 6 millimeters for Falcon 9. Thank you. Now, if you think about it, using pressure for structure is a really good idea. Sarah, 5 subs. Thank you very much. It's a really good idea. Think about if you have a soda can, just a regular can of Coke or whatever, right? You could stand on that soda can when it's not open, but if you open up the tank, if you open up the can and depressurize it, yeah, right. It's Michael Winslow stuff up in here, and then you step on it, it's going to crumple. Rockets do that exact same thing. They rely on pressurization for structural integrity, and they got the tanks up to the pressure, and they have, like I said, they have the valves open to keep it at that right pressure for strong back retract here. The strong back is going to move into an 88 degree position relative to the rocket, so it's just going to do this a little bit. And then when they go to launch, the strong back will initiate what's called a throwback. All the hydraulics will activate on that thing, and it'll pull it away while the rocket goes up. The reason why is, well, that's part of your launch pad. And what comes out of the bottom of the rocket destroys things that are near it. It's very fiery and very hot. So they'll pull the strong back away to not damage the umbilicals on the launch pad, because they always talk about how Falcon 9 is reusable and how Dragon is reusable and how that's such a big deal. Well, reusing your launch pad is also a big deal. Can you imagine if an airplane damaged the jetway every time you went to get on an airliner? It would suck. You have to make sure your GSE, your ground service equipment, is also reusable. That's really important. A lot of rockets don't have reusable launch pads. They have to be refurbished. SpaceX is trying to fix that.
At 39A, as you just heard, the crowd is super excited.
I'm going to turn the alerters
SpaceX
off
headquarters in
about 30
California,
seconds, guys.
as we are now under 2.5 minutes until the launch of the Inspiration4 crew.
How long does the engine chill take? It's already done. Already done. Final delay
there can be seen on the right-hand side of your screen. Buckled in and ready to go.
Hey, Diane, thank you. I'm glad you like it. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And tell your friend thank you, whoever referred you. I really appreciate it. Okay, so this camera looks like it's raining, right? It's actually not raining. What's going on with that camera is that camera's underneath the water tower at 39A. The water tower, they're pumping water up into that tower, and the reason why they're going to do that is because they need to spray water on the pad when the rocket goes off. But they got to make sure that tank is completely full. Now, why do they do that? Well, they do that because the sound from the rocket can actually damage the rocket itself going up. The sound is enough to break things. So what they do is they quench the sound by spraying water on the pad. It's called a sound suppression system. Now, 39A uses basically a gravity-fed sound suppression system. They have a huge tank of water that's taller than the rocket up in the air, and when the rocket goes, they'll open the valves on that. Gravity will do its thing, and it'll shoot water all over the pad. And that is basically quenching the sound of those rocket engines. And, hey, thanks for the subs, Access and Creepers. Thank you, guys. I'm going to shut the alerter off because we're inside of 1 minute. That'll quench the sound. And what they're doing is they're making sure that that's full. That's why it looks like it's raining over there. You see all the water that's coming off? But anyway, we're inside of 1 minute, guys. I'm going to shut the heck up. Only one thing left to do.
Hear the cheers. We're inside.
Let's fly.
Go for launch.
Inspiration4 is go for launch. Punch it, SpaceX.
Commander calling down.
30 seconds.
Punch it, SpaceX.
T-minus 15 seconds.
All right. You'll see the sound suppressors turn on. There's 4. There we go.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
Godspeed, my boy. Let's go.
Go Dragon. Go Falcon. Godspeed Inspiration4.
Copy, 1 Alpha.
Mode 1
Vehicles
Alpha.
pitching downrange.
One Alpha is abort contingencies, guys. There are different modes in case of an abort. They call different modes throughout the ascent regime. You should hear the call from Mode 1 Bravo very soon.
T plus 30 seconds. Callouts indicate nominal. Historic mission flying the Inspiration4 crew. Onboard Dragon and Falcon 9. Great deal of the crew in the capsule. We're into the throttle down, into the throttle bucket.
Stage 1, throttle down.
So they're throttling down the rocket for maximum dynamic pressure.
Throttling down in preparation for the period of maximum dynamic pressure.
It's basically where the rocket can't move the air out of the way fast enough, so it starts compressing on the top of the vehicle and tries to accordion it. You don't want that to happen. Don't want to accordion your fuel tanks. Bad idea. So they'll throttle down the engines momentarily, and then they'll throttle up once they've gone through max.
Stage 1, throttle up.
There you go.
We're through the period of maximum dynamic pressure.
You should hear a call for supersonic, mode 1
We
Bravo.
throttled back up, and 1 Bravo, the call out from space. That's one of the abort sequences. That is a nominal call. Everything continues to be good.
Rook confirms mode 1 Bravo on the abort, meaning they're transonic.
Looks like a smooth ride for the crew.
They lit off the engines, Boris. Oh, that's what I was talking about. Ooh. There's people on that, guys. There's people on that. Yeah! Awesome.
Okay, we heard the call out. MVAC-D is chilling. We're beginning to get the turbo pump ready on the second stage engine for ignition. We're passing through 3 G's acceleration. Everything continues to look nominal.
So now they've started moving propellants into the second stage engine to thermally condition it because they don't want to flash start that one either. So they called an M1D chill down. So in about 10 seconds.
Engines are throttling down for G limiting.
Throttle down. Now
4
this will
Gs,
shut off
we're
and
holding
they'll
it there for the
separate
crew.
and the upper stage will ignite.
Major event coming up will be main engine cutoff, followed by stage separation.
You're looking up the business
looking
end
at
of
the
the
second stage engine nozzle, and then
Watch
ignition
this.
of the second stage.
Stand by for the call from Miko. Main engine cutoff.
And Miko.
Stage separation confirmed.
Fly, baby, fly.
Ignition.
Good ignition on the upper stage.
Overheard the call, and we
Look at the first stage. Look. You can see the first stage. Oh, that's amazing. You can see it for a second.
I'm sure the crew felt another kick in the G's there as it ignited. Officially, the Inspiration4 crew are now on their way to space.
So now, what you're
First stage booster there on the left-hand side of your screen is making its way back down to Earth. The grid fins have popped out to assist with the steering. It will be making a landing attempt on our drone ship. Just read the instructions,
solid nitrogen
which is parked out in holding position in the Atlantic Ocean.
Solid nitrogen. Those are the
so
attitude.
We have a couple of views on screen.
Those are the attitude control systems up there.
As Kate mentioned, left-hand side is
what the ACS does is it basically turns the rocket around and prepares it for landing.
And it's making
because they're outgassing.
The velocity of the first stage.
Because they're outgassing nitrogen into a vacuum, the nitrogen goes from compressed to vacuum very quickly. It solidifies, right? So that's those kind of flakes that you see coming off. That's solid nitrogen.
That engine is the second stage, and the crew, which sits on top of the second stage, everything looks to be going normally with them. And you can also track the velocity on the second stage on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. And we also have awesome views of the crew inside of their capsule as well.
I'm pretty sure during first stage ascent, I saw Dr. Cyan Proctor. I'm pretty sure I saw Dr. Cyan Proctor give us 2 thumbs up. I'm sure she enjoyed this ride that she's been waiting for her entire life.
Look at that shot.
One notable thing too is we're getting some twilight views. The sun just set in Florida, but we're high enough up where the light around the horizon is also reflecting.
See how the gas propagates in the vacuum? It expands infinitely because there's no pressure to keep it there.
SpaceX trajectory nominal.
Love to hear that call out. Trajectory nominal from the guidance engineer. Also notice we're
switch us back to the main view.
Really up there now, well past 100 kilometers.
Acquisition of signal, New Hampshire.
Just before that view switched, we saw some teammate fist bump going on there inside of the cabin.
Yeah, they look like they're having a fun ride there. And their journey isn't over. We've got about 7 more minutes until Dragon separates from the second stage.
Yes, next milestone for this mission is actually going to be happening on the first stage. It's going to be performing a re-entry burn that's going to be coming up around the T plus 7 minute and 30-second mark.
Where I live in Boston, when the rocket flies by is right when the first stage lands. So I want to watch the first stage land, guys. I've seen them fly by before. It's no problem. I'd rather watch it with you guys.
To land on our drone ship that's currently parked in the Atlantic Ocean.
Dragon SpaceX trajectory nominal.
So, it's my favorite part.
Dragon copies.
Dragon copies. Rook gives a good call on ascent there. Now, what the first stage is going to do is called an entry burn. This is my favorite part. So this is the most metal thing you've ever heard, all right? So the first stage, it doesn't have a heat shield. There's no heat shield on it, but it is coming back from space. Not as much as it would be if it was coming back from orbit, but it still is enough to generate a lot of re-entry heating. What that first stage is going to do is it's going to fire its rocket engines when it's going through re-entry, okay? What that does, the rocket engines firing actually encases the rocket because it's flying through its own exhaust cloud. It encases the rocket in a cool column of gas. And that column of gas actually pushes the re-entry heat. It pushes the plasma away. The gases coming out of the rocket engine is actually the heat shield. It works exactly how a heat shield should work. The phenomenon is called supersonic retropropulsion. I'm going to name my prog rock band that. It's called supersonic retropropulsion, and it's an idea that came from NASA. NASA pioneered SSRP for Martian re-entry coming from trans-Earth injection. So basically, if you're going from Earth to Mars, they pioneered that idea. What you're going to see that go on right here in a second. They're going to fire one engine, and then they'll fire 3, and it creates this amazing flame phenomenon here. And then you should see a little bit of re-entry, but enough for the rocket to withstand. And I know what you're going to say. Well, what do you mean, EJ? What do you mean that the exhaust gases from the rocket is the heat shield? What does that mean? Aren't those hot? Well, yeah, they are. There it goes. But it's not as hot as re-entry heating. It's just enough to keep the rocket from burning up when it comes back down. That is the coolest thing ever. Look at that. Oh, it's so cool. That's my favorite part. That's the rocket gases are the heat shield. That's amazing. Oh, it's so cool.
Separated from the second stage. So the first stage is
all right. Now you should see a little bit of re-entry heating happening here on the rocket. See, look! Oh! Plasma propagation. Live stream to your TV
on your screen,
or
you can
computer.
see a
No,
sunrise
come back,
horizon
please,
there
please come
with
back.
planet Earth.
No.
Just behind the glowing MVAC engine.
Why, SpaceX? Why you do this?
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
Call out stage 2 in terminal guidance. We're at the altitude. We're working the angular momentum we need to get
provides
the right
a little
orbit.
bit of
if you're
some communication barriers.
pull
It's
about
hard to get a
3.5
good
Gs
signal.
right now, less than
Plasma
a foot
screws
on the
up
first
radio
stage flight.
frequencies. Who knew?
So in about 15 seconds, we are expecting.
Oh.
Copy, Shannon.
I know, Gilad. Isn't that cool?
We are expecting.
Claire, don't give me that crap. Come on, man.
Cut off an event called second engine cutoff, and then we'll wait for the confirmation of good orbit. At the same time, the first stage
We've been bamboozled.
will be beginning its landing burn. And here we have the MVAC. We just saw that it shut off its engine.
Second stage engine cutoff. Nominal. Wait for the call for NOI. Nominal orbit insertion, baby. They're in space. All right, let's get that first stage landing now. Come on, stick it.
Amazing news for Inspiration4 crew.
Come on, stick it, baby.
Right to the doorstep of an exciting and unexplored frontier. A few have come before, and many are about to follow. The door's opening now, and it's pretty incredible.
Uh-oh.
Stage 1 landing is confirmed.
Yeah! All right!
System is disarmed.
We got the call. Yes!
And you can hear the excitement behind me. We just heard from Jared.
So cool, man.
Thanking,
so cool.
Everyone for making this mission possible.
They have AOS through the Newfoundland ground station in Canada.
Capsule and crew are in a nominal orbit. In a few minutes here,
they're just in LEO right now. They're in a parking orbit.
In a few minutes here, we'll separate from the second stage.
So we got
and then
you looking up the back end of Dragon. When they separate, you'll see this go.
We landed our first stage on the drone ship, which is super exciting.
As if the second stage action wasn't exciting enough.
Right.
Let me see, Dish. That's awesome, dude.
So there's that MVAC engine, like we mentioned before. It has already shut down in an event known as second engine cutoff. And the crew
hopefully we get a shot
are
from
now
that drone ship here.
gliding, if you will.
Now, one thing right now is we're coming up just under 11 minutes in the flight. We're waiting another minute and a half or so before we get into the separation sequence. The second stage is going through a series of events.
Fun, isn't it?
Where we make
it's PvE,
sure
not PvP.
that gases are all pushed out of the system. There aren't any what they call disturbance torques. We want to make sure that the second stage is very stable, it's quiet, it's not moving around, it's not doing anything.
It's a parking
orbit. So we give it a
orbit,
few minutes to actually just vent everything down, then go into quiet mode. Then Dragon will send the command to separate itself from the Falcon 9. It'll be pushed away. Falcon 9 stays in orbit for a while till it eventually comes back to Earth. And then Dragon moves on its way.
Yeah, John, you talked about the terminal count earlier today, and this is almost similar to that. It's like another check before the next thing, before the next event that happens.
Isidio, they take the
beauty of the countdown.
Pump, the fuel that they use for the pump is running
30 seconds away from
and they dump the exhaust from the turbo pumps into the
second
rocket.
Stage. The view on the left-hand side of the screen is a view of the unpressurized section of Dragon. So it's the sort of back end, the trunk section of the Dragon. So when we do see separation, we'll see that kind of push
50,
away from the second stage.
They're going to be up there for 3 days. 90-minute orbital period, meaning one orbit is about an hour and a half. Up there for 3 days, about 48
Once again, the Inspiration4 has lifted off from pad 39A. They are now in orbit around Earth. And
there we go. The second stage will be deorbited in Earth. There we go. Thank you for flying SpaceX, lady.
We gave you a great ride to orbit. Enjoy your time on orbit, and we look forward to you flying again with SpaceX.
Look forward to you flying again with SpaceX.
And copy that, Gerst. We really appreciate everyone's help back in.
That was Gerst. Cool.
That was the voice of SpaceX Chief Engineer Bill Gerstenmayer communicating with Inspiration4 Commander Jared Isaacman.
you're now free to move about the cabin.
So Dragon has separated away from the second stage. And that's the view that we have on the left-hand side of your screen. A lot of space there.
Yeah, no, I got you.
And
expected
the
loss
next
of signal Bermuda and New Hampshire.
And then the next event that we are anticipating
I hope
is
so, Ian. That would be nice.
SpaceX nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts.
Okay, they have to put dehumidifiers in the suit.
We're gonna open up.
Smell like a locker room in there if they don't. That's what they're telling. That's what the dehumidifier is for. When they take their suits off, you don't want any moisture in there.
So we heard the call out. Nominal Draco checkouts after separation.
The second stage will burn up. It will be disposed.
And there's that first view that we have over the shoulders of Commander Jared Isaacman and pilot Cyan Proctor.
Dragon has
Dr.
solar
Cyan
panels on
Proctor's
the trunk
the right-hand side,
and radiators on the trunk
and,
as well.
Jared is on the left-hand side, and this is
you're a part
their
of it, dude.
dashboard for the next 3 days.
Not
These touch screens provide them all of the telemetry and data information about the systems on board Dragon that they can interact with while on orbit.
Who communicates with the astronauts? The crew operations.
We can see the
readiness engineer.
Zero-G floating around.
What is it?
And it looks like it is a little golden retriever.
Popper!
Oh, like the golden retriever assistance dogs at St.Jude.
Yeah.
Popper! Space poppers!
That is apropos.
Oh, I love it.
Such
Fifth
space.
crew member on board with the Inspiration4 crew.
That's awesome, Hired. Post the pics, John? Okay, I'll check it out.
In a few seconds here, we are expecting the nose cone to open up, and hopefully we'll be able to see the first views of the Dragon cupola in space.
You can see the orbital parameters right here. So right now, they're T plus 14,
there we can
50,
see that
1445. This is a little bit of a delayed picture. I don't know what that picture is. I think this is fueling systems.
There is a forward hatch inside of Dragon between the cupola and the crew. So when the nose cone does deploy, they won't immediately get to see out the cupola, but once they can get out of their seats, open up that hatch, they'll get some incredible views of space.
Yeah. It is Bearlicious, very clean.
And on your right-hand screen is Mission Control Hawthorne.
So, person that communicates
at SpaceX
with the crew
headquarters
is right
here.
Core Operations Readiness Engineer, CORE. How long does it take for the hot engine components to cool down in the
Once again, the cupola is the observation dome that was installed. It's brand new hardware to this mission. It is in place of what was the docking adapter. The docking mechanism that allowed Crew Dragon to previously dock with the International Space Station. Due to the fact that the space station is not our destination today, we were able to pull out that docking mechanism and insert the cupola, which will basically provide a 360 view of space for our passengers inside Crew Dragon Resilience here, which I cannot wait for our first views of the cupola. You know, everything that we've seen on the ground here is just incredible, and to see it actually in action with those 360 views is going to be breathtaking for us. I can't even imagine what it might be like to actually experience it.
They had two cupolas, Van, when they showed them.
This is going to be incredible, and I can't wait for them to get the first look out, and hopefully we'll.
Lots of signal, Newfoundland.
Hopefully we'll get to see some of their reactions when they first look out that window.
You got it, T-Man? Very cool. Want to pick up a 0G indicator?
Yeah, so if you are just joining us, this is the Inspiration4 mission, the first
acquisition of signal, Green Hilly.
The first all-civilian crew into space. The team had a nominal ascent out of Pad 39A in Kennedy Space Center and are currently in orbit around the Earth.
Yeah, what an incredible place to be in right now when we can say we have now put 4 civilians into space, into orbit.
You just joined us?
It's been an incredible journey for us to get here. We didn't do this alone. There's a lot of history working with our partners, NASA,
the capsule thrusters
to get us to this point. A lot of efforts with reusability and reflying vehicles, which we've seen on this mission particularly. We've reflown the booster 3 times Dragon, we flew for a second time here. First flew on Crew 1 last year. And now Jared, Cyan, Chris, and Haley are out in space.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
What a day.
Just
What a day,
the
man.
fact that these are normal, regular
Does it
people,
have a three-year thumper
non-professional astronauts,
Engines,
and
man.
they're now in
No,
space.
Dracos
And
are what it's called, dude.
Okay.
and it's just wonderful to know
Who
that
are
the
the
access
astronauts
to
on board?
space has
There's no
opened
astronauts
up.
on board.
I believe in
All
the
commercial.
note that Jared relayed back
Look
to
at the
ground.
Inspiration4's
He said
website,
that the
that guy?
door is wide open and the view is spectacular. So
Is there a toilet on board?
Of course, they
man.
can't quite see out through the dome just yet, as we mentioned before. But metaphorically, it must be an incredible feeling to be on board Crew Dragon at this moment.
I bet everyone's super jealous of Haley and her window seat right now.
Right.
She could just turn to her left and see
And Chris
everything.
also has a
Chris
window
also has
seat.
one, yeah.
Guilty.
Speaking of window seats,
Guilty.
We are approaching the coast of Ireland. We're
Yeah, that guy, I
249
can't explain
kilometers
it
up,
in
so we're
one of my
heading
quick explanations,
from the
dude.
200
This mission
kilometers
is
where we
ridiculous.
injected to 575. Then we'll begin circularizing the orbit. But more importantly, we got into contact
Sure, Riv.
with the
What do you
ground
wanna know?
station in England, and they confirmed the nose cone is open.
The nose cone's open.
Amazing.
We gotta
So
see that
another
Google
major
review.
event, the hooks that hold it down have
do you
opened
wanna
up,
know,
and then
Riv?
the nose cone deploys itself up on its actuator. So that exposes the cupola, and we're
Not
going to see
NASA
if we might
astronauts
get
ever.
any kind of view here before we sign off.
Can you
Yeah.
believe that?
And as you mentioned, we aren't going to the International Space Station. We're actually just going out into space,
do
into
you think,
orbit.
Bad Cobra?
So they will be doing a couple burns. Another one will be, or the
punching
first
it
one
right
will
now.
be
Damn it!
45 minutes into flight, and then another 90
The crew
minutes
section
into
is
flight,
this
and that'll
part right
take
here.
them to their final orbit
From about
of
here to about
575
here.
kilometers away from Earth.
The trunk is open like that. It's usually a cargo bay, but it's empty on this flight. And then this part right here in the
So
center.
at this point,
is
it
where
sounds like we're actually
all
not
the
going to be
fuel
able to
tanks are for the
get
propeller.
views of the nose cone opening and of that cupola. So
And then the nose
unfortunately,
cone right
we won't
here
be able to bring that to
opens
you
up.
live at the
And then the
moment.
window, that front
However,
window is
we
right
will be
there.
providing that footage once it becomes
automatic
available.
right now,
and the four of us are super excited to see what our four Inspiration4 astronauts are going to be seeing over the next 3 days.
Oh, no.
So at
Yeah,
this
true.
point, Jared, Haley, Chris, and Cyan are now officially
the
in
cabin.
orbit.
There's a lot of space up there.
Over the next 45 minutes, they'll reach their cruising orbit and spend the next 3
What did an
days
empty trunk
orbiting
just have?
planet
Wait,
Earth.
it has the solar
We'll be checking
panels
in
on it.
periodically with the crew to see how they're enjoying
Solar
their
panels?
first trip to orbit and to check in
radiators.
on those 360 views of space.
If you are curious and want to know where Dragon is at
Nice,
orbiting
that's
the
cool.
Earth, keep tabs on the mission with the Follow Dragon tracker on SpaceX.com.
Yeah, and stay on top of any potential live events that we might be able to have with the crew while they're out in orbit by following us on social.
And finally, for today, the thank yous. Kennedy Space Center, the Eastern Range for the support getting us through
There's
the
a toilet
countdown.
on board, Dem.
The FAA for launch
worry.
approval, and of course the Inspiration4
WD-40.
crew for their confidence in SpaceX, getting them into space today. And finally, thank you to everyone who has logged in to watch our webcast and donated to the St.Jude Children's Hospital. With that, we wish you a good day.
Oh, what a picture. 40, that's amazing. Well. There's a bunch of, because you can't get at, Swishio, you can't get at the trunk without a Canadarm. It's not going to the ISS. What did those seats cost? Don't know. Jared Isaacman funded the whole mission, guys. See Mycon's last if you could. I'm having trouble keeping up, dude. I can't see it. Yep. Looks like, according to the orbital track, that it will fly over where you live in Michigan. Of course, eventually it will.
Discovery Houston, press to
So,
ATO.
guys, hey, I wanted to thank you guys for popping in. I'm working on my own big project where I once again, I'm not trying to make this about me. It's a good day for space, but also I'm working on my own big project in the future here. Next week, I bought a vehicle on the other side of the country, and I'm going to stream driving it back. It's my own little space mission. I got to fix it, and I'm going to stream driving it home if you want to check out that project. That's Route 154. We're gonna do our own little fun trip there. But hey, before you go, I want to thank everybody for tuning in. It's a good day for space. Good day. Good day. We got 4 civvies up in space, not to mention the 7 that's on the ISS and 3 that's on the Chinese station. There's more people in space right now than there's been in a very long time. It's pretty freaking cool. So I wanted to thank you for sharing this with me, for sharing this experience with us. I mean, I'm just some guy that streams this stuff, but space is super important to me. And I think that everybody, that's no secret if you're a regular viewer. So 9 whole toilets in space, I know, right? So I hope you appreciated it. What did Mycon say? How do the radiators radiate anything in vacuum? Coolant loop. Oh, Whitney, thank you for the raid. Space Explorer just gave us for a raid. Merci beaucoup. Raised over 300K for St.Jude. But this is important. It's important for us to get our feet wet up in space so we can, find a better means to be in symbiosis with our place in the solar system. It's so ridiculously important. It is imperative that we go out into space. We have to go further. We have to. You have to do it. We have to go out there and learn why Earth is the way that it is, to protect it, to make sure that it doesn't change too much. I mean, it's going to change anyway. Everything's temporary. But if we reach out into space and gain dexterity out there, we can find better ways for people to achieve better means of existence. So it's so important that this step was taken to do commercial missions into space. Guys, you gotta remember, I mean, it was expensive, but this is like buying a plane ticket. That's what this was. This was buying a plane ticket on a spaceship that goes to orbit. That's a very, very big deal, and it cannot be understated how unprecedented this actually is. It's a really, really crazy thing going on here. We have time for re-entry? I'm not sure offhand. Raid from Italy, hello. Hey Beach, what's going on? So it's super important that we take these steps to get out further into space. It's super important. So thank you very much. Oh, raid from Adrian too. Oh, I got raided from Adrian and Whitney. Ciao, come stai? Bonjour, como se va? That's speaking all the different languages. So Whitney and Adrian's the Italian STEM streamer, and Whitney is the French STEM streamer. We got all the STEM streamers in here today. Bene tu? Molto bene. Molto bene. Grazie. Mi scusi. No, not like that. Nice accent. Grazie. Hey, that's another thing to show. There's space fans everywhere. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm Mr. Cheeseburger over here, but we got space fans everywhere. It's truly an effort for everybody, which is really fun. It's a really fun thing, and I'm happy you guys could experience it with me. So, space fans has no country. That's right. And it's 2:30 a.m. Dude, go to bed. Dianel, what's that? Gorlami. Love from Germany. Dankeschön. Excuse me. Sorry. I'm trying to accent like 6 different languages right now, man. I think she lost one of her engines. Didn't see anything like that, goalie, but all right. Hello from Switzerland. Hello, how are you? So, it's pretty cool. You saw it, Joe? That's awesome. Love from the Czech Republic, land of beer. Local. I'll visit Prague someday, man. From what I understand, it's pretty beautiful out there. It means the best in Polish. Dobre. Smart again with 10 more. Oh my goodness. Dude, hey, look, I appreciate the support, but make sure that this was a secondary kind of objective of this mission was to raise funds for St.Jude for pediatric cancer research. Make sure you go over there and the EJ community does their part over there, okay? Did you like the launch? Bad? I love every launch. I'm never gonna get tired of rockets. Heck, I'm the tool on the plane that's like, yeah, when the plane takes off. Planes, that just never gets old for me. How we're able to conquer the skies and conquer the void up there, or at least at least
Discovery,
put her feet,
go
get her
and
feet
throttle
wet right now. Bill, 6 months. Hey, did I miss anything? Nah, it's good. Geeson with 6 subs. Thank you very much. But it's fascinating. It's fascinating, and I'm just happy to be here. I am very happy to be here. Yes, in the face. In the face. Yeah, that's right, Silva. Yep. All the pictures. Sulfurish, hey. Or Sulfurish, thank you. Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. Anyone know where you can track its orbit? Well, actually, I mean, hey, hold on. Let's see. SpaceX said you could track the Dragon on their website. And now that I said that, we're probably going to kiss the death that. Man, I hope the IT guys have this thing figured out. Okay. Let's see. All right, to my European viewers, you guys should go to sleep, man. It's late over there. Let's see. Do we have a Dragon track here? Hey. Don't think it's up just yet? We'll get there. We'll get there. You can't watch that launch and tell me we aren't going places. That's right, but now is not the time to take our foot off the gas pedal, all right? This that only 1:30 a.m. Spoken like a true insomniac. Dude, what a launch. It was fantastic. It's fantastic. Tracker's not online yet. Okay, we're not there yet. Are we there yet? No! Sleep is for the weak. Oh, man. What a day. Yeah, now you gotta hit the spray. That's right. You know, I just learned SpaceX Ninja 30 was John Krause. That's right. It's kind of surreal seeing people that we know, you know? Deadbringer, that's really cool. Sleep when I'm dead. SpaceX for the last 7 years have made huge steps to the future. I feel like I'm watching Daddy Elon act like Tony Stark. That's right. Yeah, I'm gonna go now. Thanks for the live. Grazie, Adrian. All right, Elia. Thank you. Excuse me. 1 KSP. I got RCS picks. Cool. GameSins had a raid there too. Thank you very much. Got a lot of raids. How was the launch? I just got off work. First Stomper, it's one that you're gonna wanna watch. You lost it in the chat, but watch. You lost it in the moon, but I watched the whole ISS pass. I4 picks on Discord. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Fractal gifted another sub. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate the support here. I have my only ulterior motive here is just to teach people about space. It's so fascinating and it's so interesting. It's something to, not to parody Elon Musk because he says this all the time, but it's something that you can get up and look forward to. And that's, it's nice to have something nice. It's nice to have something nice. Something nice to wake up, be like, oh man, the Inspiration4 launches now. We're going to launch people into space. And then, in another couple of years, it's going to be, we're going to send people back to the moon. And then a little bit after that, it's going to be, we're going to go back to Mars. It's very fun being on this ride. Nobody gets off Mr. Elon's wild ride. Hopefully not. I don't want to get off this ride. This ride is sweet. It's very cool. Did I say go back to Mars? You know what I mean. Be quiet. We've already been there. Where's your Illuminati emotes? Go! Your ride's about to get pipped. What do you know? I know nothing. I know nothing. I know nothing. I don't want to remember nothing. Nothing. That guy is playing Galaga. Back to Mars. Well, hey, we got two Mini Cooper-sized rovers on Mars right now, and then there's a Chinese rover up there, and then there's InSight right now. Oh my God, Val's in danger. Can you explain the civilian factor of this launch? Like, how civilian were these humans actually? They're not NASA astronauts. They're not government employees. These were people that Jared Isaacman funded the entire mission, the commander. He funded the entire mission and then picked 3 people that he thought would inspire people to get the message of spaceflight out. Nightfire, hey. You know what I do when I'm angry? I hit the pillow. Just hit the pillow. Jared Isaacman is a billionaire, cowboy astronaut billionaire. No, actually, Pretty close. Jared Isaacman is the guy that founded a company called Shift4 Payments. If you've ever gone to the shop, gone to the grocery store, gone to the Packy, and you've swiped a card on that little machine that's next to the cash register, Shift4 Payments, dudes. Look it up. The back-end system for electronic transactions at point of sales is Jared Isaacman's company. That guy has a lot of money. Yeah. So he's like to what Jared is, and I don't know the guy. He seems like the kind of guy. Well, not seems like. He seems like a really good dude to be first and foremost. Seems like a really, really smart, very articulate, very, very good person. He has what I like to call screw you money. How much money do you have? A lot, because screw you. He has screw you money. But fortunately, he used some of that. One, he donated $100 million to pediatric cancer research to St. Jude's, which is, that's pretty cool. Hey, Gaw, I couldn't get enough of Haley straight up being a Jeb. Yeah, her smile is pretty infectious, Gaw. It makes me smile. Didn't he donate like 5% of his net worth? Yep. He funded this whole mission to inspire us because he believes in the cause of going further into space. We need to be multiplanetary. And I don't mean to keep beating that drum, but we got to get out into space. We have to. He has, I want to go to space money. Not only I want to go to space money, Goalie, but I want to go to space and bring 3 people with me. That's right, Louise. Yep. Everest. Jared's a good dude. He's a good dude. I respect that guy a lot. Why only 3? Because there's only 4 seats. I want to go to space and bring 3 aliens back. Something you're not telling us, Bruno? Something you're not telling us? Yeah, Aviator. Isn't that crazy? That guy's just a couple years older than I am. That's weird, dude. Would you bring your wife with you? No. I don't think Brimo would want to go. Brimo's not my wife. Girlfriend right now. I need to change that soon. I gotta work on that one. I've been working on that. Yeah, we gotta do that. Side note, but I don't think Brimo would want to come with, but that ain't gonna stop me. I'd go. Would you? I'd go. Oh yeah. TikTok. Yeah, that's right. She's listening. Yeah, hopefully I can change that soon. Hopefully. I haven't been working on it, man. I've been slacking hard, dude. It's not okay. She's gonna kick me in the face. She's gonna kick me in the face, bro. We all caught John Innsbrucker's well above 100 kilometers dig. Oh yeah, I heard it. I heard it, Max. What a savage. I love John. John's the best, dude. That guy is probably, out of all the webcasters, out of all the rocket launches that we watch, John is the one I learned the most from. The way he explains it is better than how I explain it, dude. He's really good at that. And it's really F for EJ. He's really good at that. I've learned so much from him about the chill down procedures. Oh my goodness. Haley was like, yeah! She was jevving it up all the way. You saw it at the Cape Dino? That's cool. Add John to mission control? I should. We should add John to mission control. Passing by, missed the launch because IP snapped today and the data is trash. How was it? Go watch it, Alex. It was amazing. In the words of Beyonce, if you like it, then you should put a ring on it. Well, let me just quote the late, great Colonel Sanders. I'm too drunk. Taste this chicken. Boom. Roasted. Stage 1 landing confirmed. Landing operators move to 11.7 and proceed on recovery net. Holy guacamole. What's that? Michael got a picture? Ian? Let me see. NASA community has raised over 100K towards Inspiration4. Amazing. I agree, yeah. Hey, Beryl, that'd be pretty rad, dude. Oh, thanks, Boris. I thought KFC was deep fried. Can't argue with that. That's right, Bull Tank. They raised over 300K. Wrong kind of deep fried. Has Elon twitted yet? I don't know. We can go stalk Elon on Twitter if we want to. Let's take a look. Was able to see the second stage basically at Cape May, New Jersey. Look at how he's strategically ignoring you. Oh, it's not like there's 2,000 people in here or something, Brie. No, that has nothing to do with it. You haven't been working on it. Come on, man. I'm sorry. I've been busy. No, it's clearly on purpose. Yeah, it's because I hate you, obviously. NSF raised 100K. That's pretty freaking cool. I mean, TJ, if I could put a rotisserie chicken in the flame trench, I'd probably get in on that if we could, and provided we could find some way for the rocket to cook it without obliterating it. I'd do that. Yeah, I'd have rocket cooked chicken. That would be amazing. Be the best chicken you ever eaten. It would taste like diesel fuel, but hey, whatever. Diesel fuel tastes like dirt. Don't ask me why I know that. Don't consume petroleum products. Bad idea. Bad idea. Yep. Did you eat a lot of paint chips when you were a kid? Why? Sorry. I'm a maniac on the floor. I can't believe you've never been cow tipping before. What's that, Thomas? These Teslas have supported all U.S. crewed orbital launches since the end of the shuttle program. Man, that's cool. We lost them. Get ready to live. This doesn't strike you as dumb? No, we're family. We're going to be doing a lot of dumb stuff together. Wait till Christmas. I love that movie. Riot, that's my favorite, man. What a great movie. That guy in a little coat. I gotta go watch it now. I make car parts for the American working man because that's what I am and that's who I care about. Your idea reminds me of this meme. Let me see. It's true, Boris. Yep. You'll be here tomorrow when service is back. I have you on audio only. Au revoir, Alex. Yeah, something like that, Everest, right? What, Allie, what's your last? Haha, the puppers. Space pupper. What is this movie? It's called Tommy Boy? Chris Farley, David Spade, Rob Lowe, Brian Dennehy, Dan Aykroyd. Yep. It's one of my favorite movies. Yeah, Mao, right? If you haven't seen Tommy Boy, get ready to live. I tell you what, Riot, I can get a good look at a butcher by sticking my head up a T-bone, but no. No, it's got to be your bowl. I can get a good look at a T-bone by sticking my head up a bull's behind, but I'd rather take his word for it. Strike that, reverse it. Great video, Bandit. Let me take a look. Oh, here. This is coming from Aerospace America. Guys, here's the jellyfish I was telling you about. If you're still with me, thank you very much. Look at this. Check this out. This is coming from Aerospace America here. Look at this. Look at the jellyfish. That's what I'm talking about. This, because it launches at dusk. When the rocket gets high enough, it goes over the horizon, and the sun backlights the plume. Look at that. Aliens! Look at that. Is that something else or what?
I'm only getting you this water because my mommy told me to. I'm still upset at you.
Women, huh? She's awesome. She's awesome.
Or something is lighting.
You're in trouble? When am I not, Tarv? I'm a stupid guy. Of course I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble all the time. I could get out of bed and I'd still be in trouble. That's a relationship, bro. What's up, Yarg? Great stream. All right, Liam. See ya, buddy. Look like a commit here. Buy a comfy couch? I'm gonna buy the comfiest of couches. Joe, when you saw it, there was no jellyfish. I was probably too far north. Yeah, you gotta get it at the right angle. When they coming back down? 3 days. Hey, sweetheart.
Yeah?
Did I ever tell you that I love you?
You might have mentioned it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? I love you.
Yeah?
Yeah, what?
Where's the proof? No.
In the pudding. Do we have pudding?
No, we don't have any pudding.
Damn it. Damn it. Thanks, sweetie. I appreciate it.
No problem. Hey, chat! If you like cars and you like EJ and you like driving cross country, come hang out with us next week. We're driving from California to Boston in a 1997 Ford, and we just might need your help if we break down on the side of the road. So!
We will not break down on the side of the road. We would.
Win! Wow, chat! Thanks for asking. It starts on Wednesday.
She's not kidding. That's what we're doing. I bought a truck that's on the other side of the country, and I need to get it here. We're going to stream fixing it and driving it home. Just thought I'd let you know.
And we're probably going to try to take Route 66. Also, the truck is from Hoonigan. You might know it from videos where they put wood wheels on it and made it go places.
They make warthogs. Kind of doesn't look like a warthog to me. It looks more like a puma. Jazz hands. Scripted event? No.
All right, I'm gonna leave now. I love you.
Love you too. Well, at least that wasn't weird. What, Sam Hale's a puma? Kind of looks like a walrus. I'm following because of the Tommy Boy quotes. The space stuff is the bonus, my man. Bro, you could Tommy Boy anytime in here. See? She laughed in the immortal words of Homer Simpson. Because she laughed, I'm off the hook. If you can make her laugh, it's a solid victory every time. Relationship advice. You drive a Ford, breaking down is guaranteed. Okay, Gaw. Thank you. Yeah, no, you guys have been more than helpful on that one. I'm sure I'll utilize somebody's garage at some point when it does break. It is old. Repost, more pics. Found on road dead. More like first on race day. All right, these pictures here are coming from Joey Roulette. Let's see what we got here. Oh, wow. Is Little Red running? Nah, Farm, I bought another one because I have a carcane addiction. Oh, see how the sun backlights the plume? There's your jellyfish. My wife watches for Brimo. Fair. If I was the viewer on the stream, I would watch for Brimo as well. Your best shot? Let me see. So, if you guys are just popping in, we just finished Inspiration4 launch coverage. We're looking at people's launch pictures. Take a look. John, oh man, that's righteous, dude. The tracker is up on SpaceX? Joe Sean, where is it? Hey, follow Dragon. There it is. Not bad, John, not bad. It's not much. It ain't much, but it's honest. So, Wait. That's wrong. That's not the right track. It's going the wrong way. That's not the right track at all. It's 180 degrees off this. It's where it's going, not where it's been. Yet you can't reverse track in space unless it launched that way. Oh, I see. This is, yeah, okay. All right, I see it. This is the way that it's going. Yeah, that's the right track. I was going to say, I'm like, that's not right. It's 180 reverse, but it's not going this way. It's going that way. I get you. You're looking at it backwards? Sorry, man, I can't read. I'm deaf. Easier for normies. Yeah. Too much KSP. You're not wrong, Menu. You're not wrong. It's backwards from Kerbal graphics. It is, cool, man. What do you want from me? So, they launched northeast out of the Cape, and they went up, and they had acquisition of signal through Goonhilly, and that's right when they shut the cast off there. It went down over the Arabian Peninsula and out over the Indian Ocean. So what was Inspiration4 launching? People, Yarg. Commercial. This is a commercial crewed space flight. No NASA astronauts. NASA is not a part of this. SpaceX is only utilizing Mission Control Houston as a backup and the tracking data and relay system. They're using TDRS. Inspiration4 launched 4 people into space. Jared Isaacman, Haley Arsenault, Chris Sombrosky, and Dr. Cyan Proctor. I just donated to St.Jude. Good. Will it keep following the same track? Yeah, so you guys want a little bit on orbital mechanics. You guys, I said I would talk about it. If you want to learn a little bit, I mean, now that he said that, everyone's like, nope, leaving, bye. So this type of orbit that Dragon is in is an inclined circular orbit. It is a high inclination, low eccentricity orbit. Okay, what does that mean? What inclination, eccentricity? Well, there are 6 variables that define an orbit, or how we classify orbits around a planet, around Earth. I mean, around anything, to be honest with you. But the 2 that you really need to know the most about are eccentricity and inclination. Those are the most important. Now, what's inclination? We'll start there. Well, if you notice, this orbit is tilted. It's going like northeast. It's going southwest to northeast, right? So this is a 51.6 degree inclined orbit. What does that mean? Well, if you draw a line at the equator, right, where the thing crosses, right, if you made an angle right there, the angle would read 51.6 degrees off the equator, right? So that's 51 degrees inclined, meaning southwest to northeast. You can orbit in any direction. Inclination goes from 0 degrees, which means you're following the equator around Earth, all the way up to 180 degrees, which means you're following the equator around Earth going this way, going east to west. That's called a retrograde orbit. Anything past 90 degrees inclination is a retrograde orbit, where you're going contrary to the way the Earth is spinning, right? Now, this one is 51.6 degrees inclined, so it's called a prograde inclined orbit, okay? Next thing is eccentricity. If you look at this orbit from the side view here, it's pretty circular, right? Orbits only can exist as, well, 4 shapes technically. There's suborbital, there's orbital circular, there's orbital eccentric, and then there's orbital escape, okay? Eccentricity is measured on a scale from 0 to 1. 0 being a perfect circle. If you go into the negative, that means you're suborbital. Ivo, 5 subs. Thank you very much. If you have negative eccentricity, that means you're coming down. If you have 0 to 1 eccentricity, that means your orbital shape, 0 is perfectly circular. 1 is escape velocity. Anything in between, your orbit will exist as an ellipse, kind of an oval, right? This thing right here is very low eccentricity, like maybe 0.01 eccentricity. It's circularized at about 575 kilometers. So this is a 51.6 degree inclined orbit off the equator at near zero eccentricity with a semi-major axis, which means basically orbital altitude, give or take, if you're circular. The semi-major is it's a bigger number than this, but 575 circular is what you could generally say. The semi-major axis and how orbital altitude is measured is basically going from the center of the celestial body that you're orbiting around to the highest point of your orbit. Whatever that distance is, your semi-major axis, as opposed to the major axis, which is like the diameter. This is the radius, so to speak, of your orbit. The SMA defines altitude. Now, the other thing that you need to know about orbits is that sometimes you have a highest and a lowest point in an orbit. Those are called apoapsis and periapsis. Apoapsis and periapsis can, if they're the same, if AP and PE are the same, what's our eccentricity? That's awesome, Squishchin. Thanks, Genesis. You have zero eccentricity, exactly, right? And whatever that difference between AP and PE is, the more eccentric our orbit is, the more elliptical it'll be, right? Now, with this one, once again, with Dragon's track, it's pretty circular, all right? So we're near zero eccentricity, and AP and PE, apoapsis and periapsis, pretty much the same, right? So another thing to learn here about orbits and how they work is, how do they work? Magnets. No, sorry. Memes. I'm sorry. Another thing to learn is that apoapsis and periapsis and a lot of names for orbital parameters change depending on what celestial body they're orbiting around. What does that mean? On Earth, you have apogee and perigee. That's your highest and lowest point around Earth. Around the moon, you would have, well, there's two ways to say it. You have apocynthian, paracynthian, or apolune and perilune, because the moon is called Luna, right? Around the sun, you have apohelion and perihelion. Helios, the sun. That's Helios, sun, solar, right? That comes from the Greek word for the sun, if I'm remembering that right. So you have apohelion and perihelion. It changes because you can have an AP and a PE around the sun. Earth has an AP and a PE around the sun. Earth's orbit around the sun is a little tilted too, if you really want to know. The point where the Earth crosses the sun's equator is called, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Your mom? No. That's Jupiter. The point at which the Earth crosses the sun's equator, when it's ascending and descending, those are the solstice. That's what the solstices are. Pretty straightforward stuff, huh? You know the days get longer and shorter depending on where you are. That's what's going on. Teacher, can I leave to the bathroom? No! You can go to the bathroom when the bell rings. Right, yeah. The solstice of the equinox. Apogee G is Earth in Greek. There you go. Pretty cool stuff, right? But I have to go now. All right, fine. Let me give you a hall pass. Hey, Element. Thanks. I have the alerters shut off. I hated my teachers when they said that. Requesting permission to post link. Sure, Muncie. So, orbits are all, like, Earth is orbiting around the sun. Earth has orbital parameters around the sun, and those orbital parameters denote the different seasons. That's why we have seasons. If the Earth was just kind of doing its thing, right, and it wasn't, I mean, the Earth is also tilted, and it's spinning. It has a 27-degree axial tilt relative to the sun, meaning that if the sun is like this, Earth is like this. And it's also doing this as it spins around. Like you guys ever ride the Scrambler? You know, you go to the carnival, you ride the Scrambler. Scrambler has the four things that spin around, and then it has four things that spin around that have the seats on it. Kind of like that. Is there any reason they launched into such a high inclination? Alien, I think they launched into a 51-degree inclined orbit just because SpaceX has experience launching people on this orbital track. Literally every single Crew Dragon that has flown has launched on this track. So in spaceflight, dude, the name of the game is to go with what you know. You do what works. Don't try anything new, especially when there's risk involved. Don't do anything different. Oh, I got him backwards, Everest. Yeah, you guys are right. It's equinox, not solstice. Sorry. You guys seem to be very adequate about being, about semantics. So there you go. Yeah, you're right. You're right. What you're saying is that we live on a huge scrambler? Yeah, you getting sick yet? Yeah, it looks like Jared had some Starship interior shots behind him there. I firmly believe that SpaceX timed it so the ISS could watch the launch. I'm pretty sure they did. But yeah, they go with what you know. Demo Mission 1, which didn't have people on it. Demo Mission 2, which did have people on it. Crew 1 and Crew 2 all launched in this exact orbit. But the insertion, the semi-major axis, the insertion altitude, so the SMA was a little bit lower. Why? Because the ISS is a little bit lower. You ideally want to launch into you want to kind of let the station go over you when you go to launch, and then you launch into a lower orbit just behind the station. That way you can catch up to the station. You want to have a lower semi-major axis than what you're trying to get to. Your SMA should be a little bit lower. Your altitude should be lower relative to the ground. SMA is a little bit complicated to understand, but ground altitude above sea level is a little easier way to explain it. So this is a new capsule or reused? Yarg, this one was reused, dude. This is Dragon Resilience. This flew Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Suichi into space on Crew 1. And the booster was reused too. Falcon 9 first stage serial number 1062. I'm not sure what missions that booster has flown thus far, but it is reused. Reused capsule? Reused capsule, reused first stage, man. It's unbelievable. So one Hubble servicing mission. It would be difficult for Dragon to do that. Dragon's first phase burn is complete, coming right from SpaceX. The first phase burn is basically trying to get it into this window right here, guys. Oh, Thomas, I wanted to see those Starship interior shots. The last two GPS missions. GPS 3, SVO4, and SVO5. Oh, okay. Is it leaving the line as a trail, or it's following the line, Jeff? Yeah, this is backwards to KSP. Dude, when I first saw this track, I totally got confused. I'm like, it's going retrograde? That's not right. Oh, it's backwards. What will the ISS visibility be like from Dragon if they intercept it? Honestly, Broke, if it's in this... Okay, so that leads me to another... It leads me to another orbital parameter, one of the 6. So we've discussed inclination and eccentricity and semi-major axis. There's argument of perigee, longitude of ascending node, and... Well, the last one clearly wasn't important. No. So, you have a point where your orbit, if it's inclined, crosses the equator, okay? Now, Dragon, because it crosses the equator twice every orbit, it has a descending node when it goes past it, and it has an ascending node when it goes past the equator. Where the ascending node is where another orbital parameter called longitude of ascending node, or LAAN for short, that's where that's defined as, okay? So longitude of ascending node is basically what longitudinal coordinate is your ascending node over the equator. This one is way west, actually, right now. So if the longitude of ascending node of the Inspiration4 Dragon has the same LAN as the ISS, yeah, they should be able to image it. In the right lighting conditions, the ISS should be able to see the Dragon. They're only 120 miles apart. The ISS, the distance between the ISS and the Dragon is about half the distance that the ISS is to the ground. And the ISS can image the ground. The astronauts on Twitter post pictures of the ground all the time. They should be able to see it in the right lighting conditions, and man, that would be really cool to see. Could you put an airlock in the trunk? I don't know how you're going to get through the heat shield, John, but yeah, I guess it's possible. 120 miles is far. 120 miles is nothing in space, Genesis. But yeah, we should be able, I mean, it's not that far. With no atmospheric distortion, you can see 120 miles clear as day. That's the problem. That's why we can't, like, provided that, you know, it was actually in line of sight and there wasn't an ocean in the way. That's why you can't see that far out into the ocean. The gases from our atmosphere distort light. Gas distorts light. That happens. Have you ever seen a fluorescent light bulb? It's same thing. Similar. The gases are basically diffusing the light from the sun. But up in space, you can see stuff very clearly here. Case in point, the Starman pictures. Everything up in space is very clear and very crisp. That's a real freaking picture. Look at how clean everything is. You should be able to see it. Yeah. You'd need a pretty hefty camera lens, like an 800 millimeter lens, but they should be able to see each other. But that is also very dependent on, them having the same longitude of ascending node. It's going to be very difficult if the LAAN of the ISS and the capsule is different. If it's different, they're never going to see each other. Not even close. Yeah, I mean, the sun melts cars down here. Ask anybody in Arizona. Hey, how's the interior doing on your old car? Yeah, that's through atmospheric distortion. Can you imagine what that thing, dude, the sun melted the dashboard on that thing a long time ago. It will drift due to orbital height, right? What will drift, John? Let's just say sitting at work watching the in-house feeds. Oh, Devlin, I'm jelly. I mean, if anybody wants to go, I mean, I don't know. If somebody could go get Tesla serial number 1, because that car is serial number 1. That's Tesla's, the VIN on that car is like 0000001. Yeah, that Roadster. That Roadster's worth a lot of money if you could get a piece of it back. Generally, lower serial number collectible cars are worth a lot more. Generally. Short Bus is like, I'm on it. Here, let's see if we can see where the ISS is right now. Let's take a look. And now keep in mind, this isn't a real-time track, but neither is SpaceX's. So the ISS is looks to be about 1,000 kilometers southeast of Tasmania, going by New Zealand here. Now, where is Dragon? Mutter, you said that the ISS passed over, right? So let's take a look. The ISS is right around there. Where's the Dragon? Oh, yeah. Yep. Nope. Yep. No, that's not an accident. That's not an accident. The ISS is 8 minutes behind them. It will catch up very soon. See, check this out. Over here, you can see some orbital parameters here. Yeah, gameplay, look. They're freaking right over each other. Actually, the ISS should be catching up because the ISS has a lower semi-major axis. Its orbital altitude is lower, 431 by 427, comparatively to Dragon's phasing burns, because Dragon is in a higher orbit. The ISS will catch up to the Dragon. It'll catch up because it's going faster. The closer you are to a planet's grav well, the faster you need to go to stay in orbit, or else gravity's going to pull you back down. You just said it's just a simulator, though. But Genesis, if you go look at where is the ISS right now, they're basically on top of each other. The ISS should be able to catch up to Dragon. Dragon is doing a phasing burn, meaning that it's increasing its AP. It's increasing its apoapsis, or apogee, right? Because it's increasing its apogee, it actually sped up, and as it coasts to apogee, it's going to slow down. The apogee, by Newtonian physics definition, is the slowest part in your orbit. The perigee is the highest. So as Dragon approaches its apogee, it's going to slow down. It's going to slow down, it's going to bleed off kinetic energy and increase potential energy, right? And while it's coasting up to that burn, the ISS will catch it, because the ISS speed is the same because it's circularized. So they should be catching each other. I'll bet you we'll get pictures. They're going to, at least they're going to, I know they're going to try. I know NASA. I know that I know the astronauts on board. They would definitely try to do that. I would try to do that. That would be sweet. But I'm not sure if the ISS can look up. Maybe. Yeah, that's right, Chief. That's an important thing to understand, guys. SpaceX has 3 Dragon capsules on orbit right now. 2 of them are crewed. One of them is the Crew 2 capsule at the space station. The other one is the CRS-20, what is it, 23? 22? It's a resupply mission. There's 2 Dragons at the ISS right now. And then, obviously, Inspiration4. ISS position per the ESA. There you go. Yeah. You telling me the guy that took that picture is not going to try to take a picture of the frickin' the other Dragon capsule? They should be able to get at it. Couldn't they rotate the space station? They could. Can I read your last? Sure, Dio. What's up? Can we just ask the Russians to flip the station again? I'm sure they would do it. Not by accident. Is Dragon going to buzz the ISS? I'm sure Rook would do it given the chance. Ever wonder if they did that as an emergency contingency? There's no doubt in my mind, Ivo, that they did. Dio, I'm looking for your last. I don't see it. Having been the only car to leave Earth orbit probably will increase its value a fair bit. There's actually 4 cars that have left Earth orbit, Yarg. The 3 lunar rovers. They're Chevys, though. So, Naviaris, hi, I'm in Michigan. It should fly overhead. How can I tell what time and where to look? Look at stuffin.space, dude. Sorry, that was a little bit a second ago. Dio, type out your last again. How was the launch, Duke? You remember Apollo 13? Picture the exact opposite of that. It was great. Launch was amazing. It was awesome. In Russia, station flip you. And most likely Chevys, they don't work anymore. I mean, any car sitting for 50 years is not going to work very well, Smirks. Repost. I think the ISS is further already, so moving away. Who is in space just updated. Yeah, check that out. Look, there's 2 Dragons up at the ISS, and then the Inspiration4 Dragon is up there. SpaceX has 3 Dragon 2s on orbit. 2 crew, 1 cargo. And here's the kicker. Here's the kicker about that. All of those capsules are reused. All of them are reused capsules. Has the U.S. ever had 2 crewed spacecraft simultaneously in space? Gemini 6. Yes, absolutely. I thought that CRS-23 flew the 21 mission. Jazos, I could be wrong. Please check me on that one. Do you know when the next SpaceX cast is while in orbit? I'm not sure how they're going to do it, Smirks. I thought they would just keep going with the cast, to be honest with you. I don't know. This is the most capsules in space ever. Yeah, we have 2 Dragons. We have a Progress. We have a Soyuz. There's a Cygnus up there. That's not human rated. Let's count the human rated one. So we have 2 Dragons. We have Crew 2, Inspiration4. We have a Soyuz, and then we have a Shenlong Chinese spacecraft. There's 4 crewed spaceships on orbit. I guess, yeah, Dado, I guess we could count the Apollo missions. Yeah, I suppose. Also, the most humans in space. Is it Tianzhou? Yeah, I could be getting it wrong. I don't know the Chinese stuff very well. When is Boeing's capsule due to go to the ISS? Jim, they've had a little bit of problems, dude. Through sometime. So, Starliner is suffering from a weird thing. All right, you want to know what the weird thing is? Shenzhou. I said Shenlong. Shenlong was the name of the space station. Thanks, Christian. By the way, your airport is terrible to get in and out of. Tell me something I don't know. Where's the Chinese space station? It's in low Earth orbit, but the inclination is a little bit lower. So Starliner's problem is right here on the screen. Starliner and Dragon 2 use the same docking ports. They use the same docking ports. The only problem is there's only 2 of them at the ISS. Uh-oh. Starliner has been pretty much ready to go since the spring. It was ready to fly. They just couldn't get a spot in because Dragons were taking up all the spots. So they budgeted out a window for it a month ago, right? Jim, 43 months, thanks. And the worst thing, if anybody's a car fan, car enjoyer versus average car enthusiast, right? No, memes. If anybody here knows a little bit about cars, letting a car sit is the worst thing that you can do. Anybody knows a little bit about planes? Letting a plane sit in its hangar is the worst thing that you can do to it. Any mechanical equipment that sits is extremely bad. Starliner sat for 5 months. Yeah, and then they figured out when they put it on the pad, they figured out that there was corrosion inside of the valves because moisture had accumulated inside of its fuel valves. Now, I don't particularly know if that's because it sat for so long, but I'd be willing to wager a guess that that's probably the reason. Bunny's is like, I can think of worse. Yeah, right? Because you're not using it. That's right. Good night, Everest. I'll see you later. Hold on. I thought it was because Starliner was actually had issues needing checks and fixes. He smoked. I don't know the reason. We don't know the reason, but I know spacecraft, dude, pretty well. Spacecraft sitting there doing nothing is the worst thing that you can do to it. Just like a car. All it is a car that flies into space, so it's a lot more complicated, right? Just got online. How we looking? Everything's looking good, Rizzik. So, I don't think it could have been from that moisture accumulation in the oxidizer lines and the nitrogen tetroxide lines. It could be anything. It could be 1,000 different things. It could have been installation. Could have been. I think it's because the capsule's sitting. I need to do checklists for my launches, but the worst thing that you can do is stop the checklist for 5 months and then pick up right where you left off. It's like if you read a book and you don't read like a chapter a day, right? And you put the book down and you come back 5 months later, you'll have no idea what's going on. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Boeing is doing that. What I'm saying is, I'm defaulting to this. Well, space is hard. No, it's a complicated system. You can't predict everything, every single little thing that's going to happen with the capsule. I'm willing to bet that the reason why those valves are corroded is because it sat for such a long time. There you go, Genesis. What a beautiful launch. I'm so happy. Yeah, Binola, today is a good day. Today's a good day, guys. Real good day. For jets, they power up, start the engines, and sometimes taxi the jet rather than leaving it sitting. That's what you should do with a car, Neuro. Because you gotta get the water out of the exhaust. If the engine doesn't run, man, it's gonna break. It'll break by just sitting there. But anyway. Benel, I lost an SSTO because I need checklists. Drummer, are you still here? Maybe we should just make a UI checklist like SpaceX. I'll get my iPad in here and we'll check everything off. Hank Hill was a Ford man. You know what, Bill? You know what Ford stands for? Fix it again, Tony. What happened? I lost the SSTO during ascent. I saw something I didn't like during ascent, so I called the RTLS abort, and I went a little too far down range, so I landed it at the island runway, and it skidded off the runway. That's Fiat, Dale. I tell you what, boy. Did you check the VOD for 11 Umbre? I didn't turn the friction control back on. Compounding errors is what dooms spacecraft, guys. Even with our mission mode rules, yeah, it'll come back to bite you. Yeah, I lost one of the small ones, 619. Yeah, I did an Astra. Yeah, Everin, I did an Astra. We went sideways off the pad. First on-race day. I'm happy to hear we have a lot of activity in space. 3 years ago, we only had one way to get to space. Now we have 3. Yep, there you go. Drummer left a while ago. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I screwed up hard, man. Whoa, that voice was very good. It sounded exactly like King of the Hill. Well, let me go tell Peg that we got visitors here in our chat. Boy, do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Sorry, I love that show. It's a great show. Now, you know what, man? It's a dang old rocket, man. I'm going to launch into space, man. Get. Is there any stream schedule before they return home? Man, Squall, I hope so. Yeah, I went back and watched the launch. Lots of errors for sure. Hey, yeah. I sell propane and propane accessories, boy. It was 10, Binol. Sucks, man. I mean, it's not the worst thing to happen. We can afford another one. We can afford to put 11 out, but it's still a 100K hit and the payload, which sucks. But yeah, it is what it is. Get the WD-40. Yep. Actually, you know what's funny, Pikachu? WD-40, water displacement formula 40, is actually a byproduct from rocket science. They use WD-40 to be able to displace water so ICBMs wouldn't rust inside of their silos. Well, not rust, corrode. Because they were using 300 series stainless steel. And they needed to make sure that that stainless steel didn't corrode at all. I know stainless steel, certain alloys of stainless steel will rust. So they came up with a water displacement formula to, basically they coated the rocket in penetrating oil so water wouldn't accumulate on it and it wouldn't rust. That formula is called Water Displacement Formula 40, or WD-40. WD-40 is a product of the spaceflight. Yeah, you're welcome. Chaotic Cove, gifted a sub to Super Legolas. All right. Genesis. Yep. Remake the mission with a Kestrel capsule. Oh, boy. Semi-convinced EJ failed the island landing on purpose just so I couldn't point it out as a reason to work. Yeah, well, I hate the island runway. They lubed up that bad boy. Yep, says it penetrates the vacuum of space. I tell you what. Yep, it's awesome, Spoon. Yep. I've been coating the ships in fish oil to prevent rust for decades, boy. I tell you what. Sorry. Ah, boy. What a day, dudes. What a day. I believe it, Chief. Sorry, a bit out of the loop. Island runway landing. I botched an ascent with the SSTO Gardner, and I tried to land it on the island runway and crashed. Lost the payload and the SSTO. It slipped off the end and nosedive into the ground. When would Inspiration4 get a NORAD ID? It should already have one, oh snap. Here, let me check stuff in .space. Let's take a look. Let's see if it's got a COSPAR ID. So 2021-077, 078. 078 is 23, CRS 23, 79. That's Galfang 5, 80. Chinasat 9, 81. That's SL4 rocket body. That's the upper stage from the Starlink mission that launched on Monday. Cosmos 2021-082A Falcon 9 rocket body. Strange. No, that SL4 is not. That's a different thing. Yep, 20. Oh, it's, whoa, because it's reused. It has the 2020 COSPAR ID, 2024-084B. Huh. Strange. Yeah, it's there, but it's carrying its COSPAR ID from 2020 when it first launched. That's weird. So everything that launches into space has an international designated ID, all right? So the ID usually is as follows. It corresponds to the year it was launched and the number launched that year. So Dragon Resilience, here, let's look at, Dragon Resilience launched for the first time on the Crew 1 mission. It was the 84th launch out of everybody. That's not just U.S. launches. It was the 84th launch of 2020. The reason why it's carrying a B designation is because they use alphanumerics. So 2020-084A would be the first stage, B would be the second stage, C would be the payload, etc., etc. I don't know why this is carrying a B. No, it's debris. Excuse me, that's the trunk. That's the trunk from the Dragon Resilience mission. That's not them. They're over here. Yeah, okay. So this is the 84th launch. So that's the trunk from Dragon. A is the, yeah, it's backwards. A is the payload, B is the trunk, C would be the second stage, and D would be the first stage. Do reuse boosters mess with their naming scheme? I think so. This is the trunk from Dragon. It's debris. So that's not right. Here, let's try. Nope. 2021 081 082 083 084. It should be 2021-083A should be the Dragon COSPAR ID, but that's, yeah, it's not up on stuffin.space just yet. Who manages stuffin.space? I'm not sure, but it's pretty awesome. Anyway. No, they detached the trunk before the deorbit burn, AJ. Yeah, it's interesting that Resilience's trunk is still up there from last year. What are your thoughts about Wozniak starting a space junk cleanup company? Cool. More money towards space is not going to make things worse, that's for sure. It's my rule that I always tell you guys. More people spending money on space is not a bad thing. That's a good thing. Just like I always say that more funding for NASA is a good thing. There's nobody out there that's going to convince me that less money for NASA is better for space. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So Woz getting into the game, he has the capital to back it, wouldn't you say? And also Woz is the man, dude. What a legend. You know what? I mean, yeah, I was gonna make a Steve Ballmer joke, but yeah, people wouldn't. It wouldn't make sense. I was gonna say he needs a lot of developers. That was a different Steve, but you get the idea. Developers. Yes. Get up. And that's Steve Ballmer. That's not, he's the sales guy. That's not Woz. Woz was the guy that made the system do. He was the back end guy. Who said sit down? That's still funny, dude. Oh my god. It's still funny, man. Oh god. Yeah, it was Microsoft, right? It was. I know Microsoft and Woz was Apple. I get it. It's. That's why the joke wouldn't have landed right, but still funny. Interesting, Seg. You gonna make buildings out of poop? Developers. Dude, I watched that 1,000 times. It's still funny. I'm just contemplating now, but if Artemis 1, James Webb, Starship Super Heavy, and OFT-2 can launch by the end of this year, along with I-4, Crew 2, Chinese Space Station, SN-15, and all the probes, rovers, choppers around the solar system, this will go down as one of the best years in spaceflight ever. Yep, and it's only going to get better from here, dude. One of the best things to happen to Microsoft was him leaving. Guess who just did 1 hour of flight testing to make sure my Mercury capsule operates properly and the retro pack has the correct timing? This guy. Any update on the Chinese space station expansion? Nothing right now. It's so funny, Tessa. You can't make that up. There's junk from the 60s up there. That's right, Mario. Yeah, if you want to type in 1958, Vanguard 1 is still up there. 1958-002. Second launch of 1958. The U.S.'s response to, or one of the response to Sputnik. The Explorer 1 was the first one. This was the Navy's response to Sputnik. Vanguard 1, still up there. 3800 by 662. That's not coming down for millennia. Any perigee that's above 600, not coming down. That's when Earth's atmospheric density gets so low that the drag is negligible. It ain't coming down for a long time. Chinese space station? Is that really happening? What do you mean, Genesis? The Chinese have 3 people up on their space station right now. Yeah. I don't think Explorer 1 is up there. I think Explorer 1 decayed. Yeah, Explorer 1 is gone. Pretty sure a lunar module could still be in orbit. Scott did the math. Yep. Isn't there something on the other side of the sun? Space? Yeah, there you go, Mentai. KSP tonight? Guys, I'm a little bit gassed. I had a long day today. You mind if we just pick up KSP tomorrow? Today was a very eventful day. Guys, I try to keep up with chat. It doesn't matter if there's 100 or 1,000 or 2,000 people in here. I try to keep up with chat, and that gets exhausting. It wears you out a lot more than you think. Any more space news? No, not really. We'll do KSP and space news and then more KSP tomorrow, okay? Can we look into why the SSDO did a power slide? I messed with the friction control on the landing gear to get it aligned with the bad pad, Reagan. Balsa for a bit? Guys, I'm just gonna, yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna take the rest of the night off, dudes. What's the current schedule for Starship? I think SpaceX is targeting the end of the year for a Starship launch. It's gonna be a little while, Spoon. Pads take a long time to make, dude, even in real life. Power slide off the pad. That was because I dropped the payload into the payload bay. Yeah, it really feels like spaceflight floodgates are opening. That's right, Lunprod. So, hey, guys, I really appreciate it. I'm gonna chill for the rest of the night. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you watched the whole thing, well, hot diggity dog. Thank you for staying with me the entire time. Look at me. I'm Ted Lasso. I'm from Kansas. No, a hot diggity dog. No. Let's go see who's still streaming, man. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you to everybody that tipped today and everybody that gifted subs. It was a lot. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you don't know me, I cover every rocket launch. And when there's not days covering rocket launch, we talk about space. And after that, we play Kerbal. So it's Kerbal, space news, and rocket launches all on this channel. And car stuff, too. Next week. Buenos nachos. All right, let's see who we can raid, guys. Let's take a look. Let's see who's out and about. You know what? Let's see if anybody's. Let's see who's over playing Kerbal right now. I know any of these people.